It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, December 12th, 2022. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Welcome to another post-pay-per-view Monday. Welcome to the final one of 2022. Not our final show of 2022, our final post-pay-per-view Monday of 2022. We have a lot to discuss. Oh boy, do we have a lot to discuss. We have a lot to discuss. Wow. A lot has happened since we last spoke. Wednesday was an interesting day. Saturday night was an interesting night. Lots to digest, lots to unpack, lots to break down, but there are very important things that I need to talk about at the very top of today's show. So let me just quickly run down the lineup and we'll get to the top of the show because there's a few things that I need to say and a few things that I need to get off my chest. As always, we are brought to you by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Please download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use the code The MMA Hour when you sign up. That lets them know that you're one of us. Again, DraftKings Sportsbook, the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Use the code The MMA Hour. Please support them because they support us. Back into the show, we'll be joined by Jamahal Hill. You may have heard Jamahal Hill is now fighting for the light heavyweight title. Could you imagine if you didn't watch on Saturday and then you wake up on Monday or you fire up this podcast and you're like, what? Jamahal Hill's fighting for the light heavyweight title at UFC 283 on January 21st in Rio against Glover Teixeira of all people? Whoa. But it's true. Jamahal Hill no longer fighting Anthony Smith. He's now fighting Glover Teixeira. This is happening as a result of the draw on Saturday between Magomed Ankalaev and Jan Blachowicz. And we're going to talk about all of that, so have no fear. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Ilia Topuria, who had a massive win over Bryce Mitchell, the pride of Georgia and Spain. Huge weekend. I thought he was one of the MVPs of 282. We'll talk to him about his big week, his big win, all that and more. Prior to that, we're going to be joined by Raul Rosas Jr. I can't quite say, Raul Rosas Jr., the 18-year-old phenom who won his official UFC debut against Jay Perrin on Saturday. What a stud. What a performance. What a debut. They've got something in Raul, obviously, hailing from Mexico City, very proud fighting nation. They've got something special with him, and thus far, he appears to be someone that we need to keep an eye on. So stay tuned for that. Prior to that, we'll be joined by DDP himself. No, not Diamond Dallas Page. Dricus Du Plessis. The S is silent, which I think is a tremendous line. He keeps reminding us. Had the massive win over Darren Till, and now saying he wants a top 10 guy. Big performance from the pride of South Africa. Thought maybe the fight was going to end in the first. Thought maybe that he had punched himself out, gassed out. Came back in the third, got the big rear naked choke win. Looking forward to that conversation. And then prior to that, Chris Curtis, one of the best personalities in the game right now, had the big win over Joaquin Buckley. Obviously, a heated rivalry, if you will. They sparred together, all that stuff. He's back on track after the disappointing loss to Jack Hermanson. We'll talk to him at about 2:20. So stay tuned for that. We're going to talk about all things 282, of course. But I want to say a couple things off the bat. First off, can't thank you all for the support after Wednesday's show. I don't know if I've ever felt anything like that. It was probably closest to the 2016 199 situation where I just felt like this overwhelming amount of support. And it was kind of surreal. And again, I'm on a plane as it's all kind of unfolding like I was after 199, this time flying to Las Vegas. And just kind of seeing it all was a little bit emotional, mesmerizing, overwhelming. I really appreciate it. And like I said a million times, don't know what I deserve to have this support, but everyone reaching out, the words, the comments, the support, the tweets, everything. all from real people, by the way, not bots, which made it even more special. I appreciate you guys more than you know. Also, with that in mind, thank you for the award. Thank you for the award. You guys gave it to me 13 in a row. Pretty incredible, surreal, especially given everything that happened the previous day, being told that I was irrelevant and this, that, a maggot, all that. And I'm like, here I am picking up a 13 straight. So thank you very much. And congratulations to everyone else that was nominated. Bummed that, our little engine that could here, didn't get the nod once again, but congrats to the Morning Combat guys and everyone else who was nominated. It's very much appreciated. Thought obviously MMA Fighting should have gotten the nod for news source, but next year we shall reign supreme again, and very proud to be a part of the site and proud of all the work that everyone does on a day-to-day basis on the site. So just wanted to thank everyone again for the award. It's great. I was a kid, 2010, when this all started with the awards, and here we are, 2022 going on to 2023. It's incredible stuff, and Fighters Only does a great job, and it was great to be back for the first time since 2017. So thank you, and I really sincerely appreciate it. It was, a very emotional week for many reasons. Not emotional like you wanted to cry, the Wednesday stuff. It's hard to come down from that, but I felt like I was coming down on Friday, and Friday was a good day. It was after the awards. We did the weigh-in show with my friends, PT and Chuck, TST. Then went out for lunch and was watching the World Cup as well. Watching the incredible Brazil-Croatia game. Congrats to Croatia, heartbreak for Brazil. The incredible Argentina-Netherlands game. Congrats to Argentina, heartbreak for the Netherlands. And then was getting ready to do this watch party thing, which, by the way, thank you to everyone who showed up to that. That was a lot of fun for the Bellator event on Friday. Congratulations, Rafion Stotts, on the big win over Danny Sabatello. And as I'm going down, I feel something in my chest right now just talking about this. As I'm going down to the Aria to go to the sports book, a friend of mine sent me a DM and asked me if I had heard the news regarding Grant Wahl. And, I did not. And he told me that there were some, reports from colleagues at the World Cup that Grant Wahl, in case you don't know, the soccer journalist in the United States, like the guy, the face of soccer journalism, the face of soccer media. Without him, this sport isn't as well known, appreciated, understood in America, in North America, I should even say. Given his work for Sports Illustrated for 2 decades, given his work for Fox, given his work now on his own personal Substack, this guy who had done such incredible work leading up to the Qatar World Cup, who was just 48, collapsed and died while covering the Argentina-Netherlands game. And this really hit me hard. It was very surreal for me to hear this news for multiple reasons. And I can't even believe that I'm looking at that picture. I will not pretend that I was best friends with Grant. I will not pretend that we were, buds who went out for drinks or went out to eat. But I did admire him tremendously. I did look up to him, and I did think that he was one of the best sports journalists in the world. And if we want to be specific, in America, and I'm not being specific to a sport. I'm talking about just sports journalism. For those that may not know, covered basketball extensively for SI prior to really going all in on soccer, wrote The Chosen One cover story about LeBron James for SI when he was, just when LeBron was in high school. This guy was an incredible, prolific, unbelievable writer, and was a part of that team at SI back when SI was truly on top with the likes of John Wertheim and Jeff Pearlman. People like me looked up to these people and wanted to be like them and emulate them and be as thorough and as comprehensive and as talented as them. And I got to meet him and I got to hang out with him pretty much exactly a year ago. I'm doing things for Substack. He has a Substack, and they invited a select few of us to a bar in New York City, and just as a holiday party. And I went after this show. I went on a Wednesday after this show, and I didn't know anyone there. There weren't a lot of sports people there. In fact, we may have been the only two. And I know him. I know what he looks like. He's been on TV. And we spoke. I probably spoke to him more than anyone. Not probably. I did speak to him more than anyone about his career, about his wife, who's an incredible doctor as well, who rose to prominence during the pandemic, about our times at Fox and the issues that we had there. In terms of journalism and conflicts and stuff like that. He left Fox, I left Fox, and we were sharing. And he couldn't have been kinder, and he couldn't have been more down to earth, and he couldn't have been more complimentary of my work. And I think I'm a crap writer. I think I'm actually like a crap writer. And this guy is prolific. He is unbelievable. And it was just, I remember telling a friend of mine after, I got to hang out with Grant Wahl. And we talked about the World Cup and Canada's chances, and it was just amazing. And I said, wow, this guy was so nice and so complimentary and so motivating. He was doing all this on his own now. We DM'd a few times afterwards, and I can't believe that, he just collapsed and died at the World Cup, which seems very, very, very cruel. 48 years young. If you think that I'm a good journalist and you don't know who this guy is, please be aware that I am 1/10 as good of a journalist as he is. That he asks the questions that people are afraid to ask. He writes the stories that people are afraid to write. He was the best of us, of this journalism corps. And obviously there was stuff that happened at the World Cup with him wearing the T-shirt in support of the LGBTQ plus community, which takes a lot of courage. Took a lot of courage, and that caused some controversy. And, I know there was a post from his brother, and I don't know about any of that, and I don't necessarily feel comfortable with that overshadowing his life and legacy and this tragedy. But I just felt like I had to start today's show by saying, I wish the best. Who the hell am I? But I feel like I need to do it. I wish the best to his family. My heart goes out to his family. My soul, my condolences go out to his family. It's very weird to feel so strongly about someone that I hardly knew. But again, as some of you tell me, you feel like you know someone. I listened to his podcast with Chris Whittingham about soccer. I've been telling you guys, I've been listening to a lot of soccer stuff lately. His work was tremendous. And this is an immeasurable loss to the world, to society, to the sports world, to soccer. It's such a shame that he is not going to be covering the sport as the World Cup returns to North America in 2026. And I can't even imagine how that all went down, and my heart breaks. So found out about that on Friday, and it was like a punch to the gut. It really was. I felt sick to my stomach. You know how much I love journalism and sports journalism, and it's quite, yeah, it's very upsetting. It's very upsetting, and I feel horrible about it. So I wanted to get that out off the top. And then I wanted to transition to everything that happened this weekend. And again, the support has been amazing, and the backing and the love has truly been amazing. Not only from the fans, by the way, but from fighters too. Stemming from the Paddy conversation with Dana White, from fighters who you're talking about me profiting off of fighters and being a bad person and a lowlife and all that. I don't know. Maybe I missed it. And even Ali's army didn't come out of the woodwork. I didn't see anyone in support of those statements. All I saw was people like Sean O'Malley and Dan Hooker and Terrence McKinney, and I'm going to forget, so I don't even know why I'm saying names, but just a plethora of people, both publicly and privately, showing support. And they're fighters, and they're fighters who come on this show, and that really, really, really meant a lot, because they could come out and be like, yeah, I feel a certain way about this. I agree with this. And didn't see any of that, not a single thing. Which truly meant a lot to me, in addition to obviously what all the fans said. And so I feel like I need to put this to bed once and for all. I would like to put this to bed once and for all, and then we could talk about 282. And I also feel, and I'm hopefully not going to take an hour and 15 minutes like Monday, but I do feel like the most appropriate way to put this to bed is off the top, so then we could get into the actual fights. And honestly, a lot of people, as they usually do, and I don't, I don't begrudge them for this. A lot of people ask me to do interviews afterwards about all this. And I said, no, I don't want to be a distraction. I don't want to be part of the story like this. I don't want to have a public feud with a very talented fighter who's a very, prominent name in the sport. I don't want this. So I wasn't looking to do a media tour after all of this. And so I said no to a bunch of them. I was hoping that it would die after the show because they had their say and I had my say, and then we could go our separate ways. But unfortunately, it didn't die. And I didn't really talk about it on Twitter. I retweeted a few things about the show and whatnot, but wasn't retweeting like the support or other statements, even though I kind of wanted to. But then I see some other stuff that I feel like I kind of have to address in the spirit of not letting the bullies win, in the spirit of not being intimidated, in the spirit of not letting the lies prevail and letting the truth prevail. I do feel like there are a few things that I need to address. So on the Thursday afterwards, so the next day, which I thought all this was going to die by then, it didn't. Paddy did a couple other interviews, and the interviews were, obviously to promote the fight, he had to do interviews and whatnot. And I don't blame the journalist for asking. Maybe he could have said, I'm not going to talk about this, or no comment, whatever. But that didn't happen, and that's fine. He's allowed to talk about whatever he wants. I just didn't like that he was doubling and tripling down on the lies, because I felt like I went above and beyond, as he noted in others, an hour and 15 minutes trying to back up everything that was said, because I felt like that was important. Because if you don't back these things up, these lies are going to continue and prevail, and that's not something that I think is fair and not something that I want. So, okay, we're going to go through this again, and I'm going to respond to the rest of the stuff, and then we're going to move on our merry way, hopefully once and for all, because this can't continue forever. And by the way, yeah, all right. So first thing I wanted to play was an interview with Shaquille Majori. He did an interview with Shaquille Majori of CBS, and he was asked about this. And again, continued to lie. He continued to double and triple down on what he said, which I had proved quite extensively was not the truth. Frankie, can you play that for me?
Ariel wanted me to not do a paid gig, to do something for free with him. And somehow people are defending him. Simple, that's it. Simple as.
Pause it there, Frank. That's not true. That's absolutely, unequivocally not true. I never asked him to drop anything that was paid or not paid. I never asked him to cancel anything. I was just trying to find my slot after, again, they reached out to me. I'm not going to rehash the whole thing, but this is after all of that. I wanted him to, that never happened. And I went through everything. Like, the last thing I could possibly do here is just post screen grabs, and I'm not going to do that unless they continue this. It never happened. Never mentioned, never insinuated, never suggested, never happened. That makes me sound like an asshole. I would never tell anyone. I appreciate Luke Thomas having my back. He said a lot about this, and I think Luke and our relationship went a little bit sideways at one point, because he thought there's this story out there that I told Joanna to not go on his show. Never happened either, and that bothered me too, and I feel like we cleared the air. I have never told someone to not go on someone's show. I've never told someone to drop an interview to go on my show. Never happened. Ask any fighter out there. Never happened, never will happen, never did happen. So that's a lie. Keep going.
Don't need to talk about it anymore, because that's just a fact. He's come out with his false narrative and said it didn't bother him, but has done an hour and 15-minute video about it.
Pause it there. Yeah, okay. No, I said what didn't bother me was the Dana stuff. I said I was annoyed about the Paddy stuff. And that's the one thing that they're digging. Okay, fine. You want to say bother me? Great. It did bother me. All right? It did. Mea culpa. It bothered me, because I don't like people lying, and I certainly don't love them doubling and tripling down. So if you want to take a little victory lap over me saying some stuff didn't bother me and some stuff didn't, say that everything bothered me, great. I did talk for a long time. The beauty of having a 4-hour show is that you can talk for an hour and just go on and on and on. So yes, I'm a little long-winded. Sorry about that. I apologize. The truth is, I didn't feel like I could let it go, because I had all these receipts. I had all these things that I had to back it up with. And by the way, it's a pretty daunting and scary thing to go live and talk about all these things. And, you don't know what people are saying. So in my mind, I was like, man, are people going to hate me for this? Are people going to kill me for this? Like, I'm going up against two behemoths. They're going to say cringe. Are they going to say this and that? Luckily, it didn't happen. But in the back of my mind, I'm like, are people going to understand where I'm coming from? Are they going to understand why I was so annoyed about all of this? And so, I appreciate everyone understanding where I'm coming from. All right, keep going.
you know, we know it's bothered him. He's had to lie and make himself look good.
Again, it's like, what are we doing
messages,
now? But stop it, Frankie. Like, you're lying, I'm lying. Like, one guy showed facts, had receipts, had everything to back it up, and the other guy didn't. Got his timelines wrong, made up stuff, at false. Like, they're using false narratives, this and that. Like, what are we doing here? So keep going.
We'll address this after the fight. Me and my manager, don't use worry. We've got all the stuff there.
Yes.
And he's going to look like an idiot.
I can't wait.
Okay, so you will address
they said they're going to address it after the fight. Oh, I can't wait. What do we want to go? Screen grab for screen grab? What are we going to do? What are you going to address? You're going to continue to make up stuff? Like, I asked you to drop this. Like, I reached out to you for all the, like, can't wait. I invite it. Let's do it. You do it on your channel. I'll do it on my channel, which I don't get paid extra for any views, which I think our views beat your views, but who's counting? All right, keep going, Frank.
The voice memo that he put out after the fight.
False.
Yeah, the voice memo where it said, you want to meet up? Didn't once mention an interview. Said, do you want to meet up? To like have a drink or have something to
he didn't say that
like
either.
A friend.
Frank, pause it. He didn't say have a drink or anything on that voice memo either. He's now trying to say I never said explicitly have an interview, right? All right. Well, what about when I came back and was like, you want to come in studio? You want to do this? None of them were like, no. We're not talking about interview. We're just talking about hanging out. We're not talking about interview. What are you talking about? Did they want me to put together a budget for a dinner date? What's this budget that they were talking about? Like, everything we spoke about was an interview, was payment, was this, that, and the other. Not once was like, whoa. What are you talking about? Drink, dinner. And by the way, Paddy's been to New York plenty of times. Never went out, never hung out, never went for drinks. One time I told him he asked me where to stay, and I gave him some advice, but never invited to go hang, eat dinner. Never happened. So if I misunderstood, I'm just wondering, in the midst of all that stuff, why didn't anyone correct me? Please continue, Frank.
But, you know, he obviously never saw me as a friend where I saw him as a friend.
This is great.
He only ever saw me as pound signs and dollar signs.
Yes.
I was always just a commodity to him.
And that ends that. So pound signs and dollar signs, again, don't profit off of any of the fighters. He's trying to do the old, I saw him as I'm the victim here, even though they brought it up. They started it. They're the ones that talked about private conversations. I'm the victim here. I was stabbed in the back. He's the bad guy. When in reality, I've never said anything negative about him publicly. I backed him when everyone was talking about the 12 and 12. I criticized his manager, yes, but I backed him and his skills and have been backing him for quite some time, as you all know. And so this whole thing where he's trying to make himself out to be the victim, that he just wanted to hang out. It's like, it's kind of, I hate to say it, it's a little bit sad. It's disappointing. Why don't we just let this die? Because he's like, even you look at it on his face when he's talking about this stuff, he's trying to make it out to be like, I'm the one that started this. I'm the one that betrayed him. I'm the one that misinterpreted all that. And it's like, man, how much more can I show? How much more can I do? So I saw that and I was like, all right, we're going to keep this going. And by the way, shout out to my good friend, No Context, who found the clip of me referencing this, the one that made him fly off the handle, the one where he was like, you cunt, this, that, and he said all these people were saying that I said X, Y, and Z. That's the one clip I didn't have last week. He found the clip of me on McAfee's show talking about it. Here's the audio, just so we can, set the record straight from all angles. Have you ever been asked to pay for an interview?
What's that?
Have you ever reached out to someone, talked to a guest, and said, "Hey, come on the show"? And the guy's like, or the gal is like, "Yeah, sure, I'll come on if you pay me."
No,
he pays everybody, I think, right?
No,
you don't pay everybody.
No, you don't say. If somebody said it to me, I wouldn't do it. I present though with some, depending upon what I want to do, because it's like a rev share situation, So like, if somebody said to me, "You need to pay me," there would be an immediate fuck off. There'd be an immediate right back the other way. Did somebody do that to you?
First time in 15 years covering the great sport of MMA. Yesterday,
No, I don't want to name
this was the day after this all happened. I have been lucky. This was the day after all this happened, November 6th. And it was the day of the weigh-ins, which he then said, at the weigh-ins, everyone was saying I was talking shit. But again, as I explained on Wednesday, it's because his manager put out that statement, which I didn't know because I don't follow his manager on Instagram. And people were like, oh, they're very clearly asking for payment. He's in the statement saying you should be paid for interviews, and let's put 2 and 2 together here. So they did that themselves. I said this. Keep going. You'll see that I never even hint at who it is. Lucky enough, I have been lucky.
We're in the bathroom.
We're gonna be off anyway.
I've been lucky enough to interview everyone from Hoist Gracie to John Jones to Daniel Cormier to Conor McGregor at the height of it all, and it has never even been hinted, even like whispered. Hey, if you could break me off a little something, I'd appreciate it. Yesterday, for the first time, someone asked for payment. And I'm still floored by the whole thing. So I just wanted to know, am I crazy, or do you feel the same way? Apparently you feel the same way.
You kind of have to just realize that that's how some people are going to feel, and they're idiots, and you just kind of move on. Now, I don't.
Yeah, there's the platform. So there you go. That's it. That's all. And I said to him, go listen to the audio. I don't think he ever listened to it. There it is. You can clip that off and send it to him. Never hinted, never insinuated. No, none of that. And so I appreciate No Context finding that, because I didn't have it last week. So that's it. That's where it all went sideways. Now, his manager, who I actually think is responsible for a lot of this, who doesn't like me stemming from the time I saw him back in 2015 in Sweden with Brian Stan at a bar, and he was stumbling and all over the bar and kept bumping into me in Stockholm 4 or 5 times. And finally, Brian Stan had to say to him, you do that one more time, I'm going to knock you out. That's the first time I ever had any interaction with Graham Boylan. Legit, no joke, no idea what it stemmed from. Never really had much of a relationship with him. We would text, he'd come on the show, this and that, but I have no idea what the issue is now or what the issue was back then when he kept bumping into me, or just, I don't know, wanted to get my attention. It was all very bizarre. I think that he got in Paddy's head and started saying, you need to get paid, you need to do this. Ariel's trying to do this and that because, maybe he's trying to do the Ali thing on Team Dana. Whatever the case is, I actually appreciate, believe it or not, the way he handled it last week. He didn't double, triple down. He just went on his Instagram and was saying that there's context that's missing, that, people fly off the handles, this and that. I mean, it was kind of like this long, rambling, 3-part video carousel thing, which I felt like the guy in Billy Madison, where he's like, at no point during that long rambling thing did we understand anything, and at this point we're pretty much dumber after having to listen to it. But I will say I appreciate the fact that he didn't double and triple down, and it actually seemed like he was stumbling towards an apology, and then the video cut off. And so I will just say I accept your apology if that's what you were getting at, Graham. Like the sort of like long, sanctimonious, pretentious video explaining that context is missing and people misunderstanding when I'm, again, showing receipts and proof is very bizarre to me, but he didn't double and triple down, so I appreciate that. And I will say, if you were in fact going to apologize and your video cut off, I accept it. All good in the hood. I wish you the best. And, Cage Warriors, even though I'm irrelevant, even though, I'm not worth a damn, can continue to DM me and ask me to have fighters from Cage Warriors on the show. And if they're, of interest, then I'll have them on the show. No problem. We'll bury the hatchet there if that's what you want. So that's great, because they did continue to ask me to have fighters on the show long after all of this, even though, I'm a maggot and scumbag. Last thing I just want to say about all of this, incredibly, fight happens. You know what happens. I thought it was, a very easy fight to score. I thought it was 30-27, 29-28. At worst for Jared Gordon, and we're about to get into the fight talk in a second, could not believe that the first thing out of his mouth was in reference to all of this, telling Rogan, hey, I should, or you didn't pay for this, or I don't know what the hell he said. Rogan no-sold it. I don't know if it's because he didn't know or did. Couldn't believe after a 50-minute fight and a fight of that magnitude and all that went into it, that that's the first thing. But I actually am pretty blown away by it and thankful for it, because longtime fans of this show will remember I tried to get Matt Mitrione to give us a shout out back in the Mitrione Minute days, and I've tried to get others to shout us out. Now, we had Virna Jandiroba, we had JRC, we had Casey O'Neill with the shirt. No one has ever referenced us or the show on a post-fight interview stage in the cage with Rogan or someone else. That's the first time. So I feel like that's a pretty huge feather in our cap and one to check off the bucket list. So I was actually pretty psyched about that, despite the fact that I think it was a shot, I think. And then my good friend Oscar Willis of the Mac Life asked Paddy about it, and this is the last thing that I'll play about it all, at the post-fight press conference. And, in between bites of his donut, he had this to say.
Joked with Joe Rogan about did he pay for the interview. I'm curious, was there any part of you that regretted that thing happening this week with all the comments that you're getting on your Instagram and stuff like that?
No, I don't give a fuck. I'm unapologetically myself, lad. I've had that bottled up for over a year where he talks shite. I've had all bots commenting on my page.
Pause it there.
I get on with it, lad.
What did he have bottled up where I talk shit? Again, no one has been able to, I'm sure they would have. Where did I talk shit? I said he deserved more money. Where did I talk shit? And again, I never even talked about all of this from last year. I never brought it up again. The only time I ever talked about it publicly was on the McAfee thing. Now, we've hinted at, Molly can't come on. Why do you think? He doesn't come on. Why do you think? But I never went in depth on it. So what does he talk about? And the bots thing? I mean, come on, Paddy. You know very well. The messages, they were all written from people in the UK. I read some of them. They seemed, very familiar in terms of the way they spoke and the way they wrote. That was the thing that blew me away the most. These are his fans. These are his people. They ain't bots, man. Don't insult the audience. Those people aren't bots. They were a bunch of people who felt a certain way and clearly knew what was going on. They saw that what is going on here was this lovable, rootable young man who everyone wanted to see succeed, and a lot still do, has become to some degree like this walking contradiction. You say F the Tories, but you're sitting in front of Dana White, who, if he was a Brit, would be a Tory. And you're talking about, being a socialist and fighting for the people, man of the people, and yet you're talking about your fellow fighters not, deserving X, Y, and Z. You deserve what you can get. Or you say that Brendan Loughnane is your friend and then you crap on his Instagram followers. Like, the guy's become a walking contradiction, and it's disappointing, but it's not the first time that we've seen someone get some type of fame and all of a sudden everything gets jumbled in his brain. Again, if he reached out to me right now to bury all of this, I would. And I wish him the best. And I wish him nothing but success. And I hope he gets $1 million and then some from every sponsor, and he makes $4 gazillion from Barstool and everyone else. Do wonder why he was pushing so much for the Fight of the Night bonus if, he's getting all that money, which talks about all the time. But the point is, I hope he does make all this money, and I hope he is able to get paid for every interview on the Sun. It's just not going to be on this show where you're getting paid. So he says that he, wasn't bothered. He says that it didn't annoy him, yet the first thing out of his mouth is that to Joe Rogan. Again, everything's a contradiction here. Everything is a contradiction. All right, let's finish it up.
You know what I mean? One of them.
You think that's an issue that you and Ariel could ever squash, or is that just going to be behind you?
I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? Fighters are more important. I worry about fighters.
Fighters are more important, yet all that vitriol, all that emotion to Dana White, out of nowhere, I wasn't even a topic of conversation, mention it in the post-fight. Again, walking contradiction. If fighters are more important, good. They should be more important. Who the hell am I? Why are you saying anything to Rogan? Why are you saying anything to Dana? Why did you wait a year to bottle this up inside until you were face-to-face with the boss? Why did you wait a year to call me a maggot and a rodent and all these really interesting names? And I won't even go into the territory that people want me to go as far as some of those names are concerned. Why did you wait a year if you don't give a fuck, if fighters are more important? And if you were so mad about this when I reached out in July after your last win, why did you say much love to you and the family, thank you for the note? Why didn't you address it then? Walking contradiction. I don't know what to believe with this guy. I hope it dies. I hope it's done. I'm not going to go on any media tour to talk about it. I'm not going to double and triple down. I'm not going to lie about it. But if they continue to lie about it and continue to double and triple down, I'll keep it going. I have no problem. You learned last year, I am as petty as they come. High Road Helwani is no more. I do not mind sticking up for myself because Lord knows no one else is going to. Lord knows you all want to run with it if they'll let you run with it. It ain't going to happen. Not here. Not as long as I have this microphone. Not as long as I have the truth. And as long as I have the truth, I'll continue to reveal the truth. Everything he said was a lie in the initial thing with Dana, in the follow-up, in what he just said there, all a lie. And I'm really, really proud of the fact that none of the fighters, backed up anything that he said. Show me one. Couldn't find one. So a really strange few days, but I hope, now that they got it out of their system, we can move on. I have a feeling based on how much he's on social media and deep into the comments, battling people and the way he was in the past, that it's not going to go away. I have a feeling that it's not. I'm hopeful that it is, and that we could stop talking about this silly back and forth. And I hope that he gets paid for these interviews and gets all the stuff that he wants to get. out of it. And maybe one day we can reconcile and be cool. So just wanted to get all of that off my chest. I feel like I did enough of it. And now let's bring in GC and New York Rick to break it down even more. Guys, what do you think about that? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, let's go to the judges' scorecards.
I mean, this one I wasn't trying to 10-7. I mean, it might have happened, by happenstance.
Incidental 10-7? Interesting.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, let's just let the bots decide.
Let's let the bots decide.
They'll sort it all out for us.
Is that just like the easy thing to say nowadays? Let's let the bots.
I mean, Elon's going to crack down on the bots apparently, per his tweets. So yeah, let's just
like these were like long, detailed, passionate responses. Bots ain't writing anything like that. You know what I mean?
You don't say. I'm shocked to find
bots just write like generic tweets,
right?
Ones that just like flood Instagram pages. I mean, these clearly were not bots. I don't care. He loves to go to how much he doesn't care about it. I mean, it's very hypocritical to say how much he doesn't care and then go to you and be like, oh, he clearly cares, because he clearly cares as well.
Right.
It's
I think it's safe to say you both care, and
I think so. I think you both care.
We don't need to figure out who cares more or less. That's kind of
I'll say like if you want me to take back, I don't know if I said I didn't care about the Dana stuff. And by the way, shout out to Dana. He didn't double or triple down on any of this. I'm sure there's more to come in the future. But in terms of last week, like he said his piece. Shout out. But like I said, I didn't care about the Dana stuff. I don't know if I said I didn't care about Paddy, other than to say that like, oh, I understood why he was doing this because he was trying to, suck up to the boss. Which again, walking contradiction. The Tory stuff. Like someone mentioned that to me. Is like, do you realize how ironic this is? Like the the Tory guy is sucking up to the big boss who's actually profiting off him. We've talked about all this. Anyway, it's a crazy thing, and I hope that it's dead now. But I did have to back up, because I'm seeing this stuff. I'm like, golly. All right, let's talk about 282, and let's keep the Paddy conversation going.
Sure.
How'd you score the fight, New York Rick?
I had it 29-28 for Gordon.
How'd you score it, GC?
In real time, I had it 30-27 Gordon.
Wow. I had it 29-28 only because I figured they were just going to give him one round. I think you can make a very, very, very strong case for 30-27. I think you can understand at 29-28. Maybe they give Paddy the second round. I don't know how you give him the first round. I don't really know how you give him the third round. Maybe you can make a case for the second round because of the last like 10, 15 seconds. But even so, I think you can make a much stronger case for 30-27. And again, very small amount of people are saying like, oh, you're only saying this because you're biased or this or that. Shout out to my good friend, Mr. Presidente, Dave Portnoy, who I think took a shot at me saying that it's because I'm biased or this or that, which by the way, lovely guy.
He's fighting everybody right now.
Yeah, so. I mean, I'll let him battle with the other guys. Lovely guy when I met him, so I don't know if there's any beef there, but I'm assuming that, he's just trying to back his guy, so I'll let that be for his sake. But I don't know how you can make that case. I don't know how you can make the case for 29-28. And I feel very strongly in saying this, and I said it on Saturday, and I feel the same way 2 days later. I think that's one of the worst decisions in the history of the UFC.
I can't go there.
Yeah, I don't know.
I feel very strongly.
I can't speak to that, like it being the worst decision.
One of the worst.
UFC.
And can I tell you why, by the way?
Sure, please.
I'll tell you why. Not just because I don't think the facts and the stats back it up, because I think that there's a spotlight on the UFC right now about the integrity of the sport, and we all know how they feel about him, about Paddy. And so everyone with their minds going to integrity and was the fix and all that stuff. I'm not suggesting that, but I think it's one of the worst decisions in the UFC because of everything in addition to the facts and stats. Do you understand what I'm saying? And I said that, by the way, sorry, I don't mean to go long. That's after I said this, and then after you see the clip of Dana making that face to the Barstool guys, which makes it worse. You see Rogan's reaction, which just lets you know that Rogan didn't agree with it. And then, how he handled it afterwards, saying fight of the night, and didn't even be like, oh man, that was cool. Like, look at how Jan dealt with it in the aftermath of his, like everything around it, from the stats and facts, but then in terms of the optics and the time that we're living in, one of the worst decisions in the history of the UFC.
I can go with you there, agree with you optically. in the court of public opinion, not good because those things are being put in a pot together. I think it's very important to note judges are not UFC employees, so completely separate conversation, right? The judges acted in the way that they did. Not. Let me just say, we don't assume that there is any interplay with the UFC, but again, there's an investigation going on that regarding this type of thing. But important to note that UFC and judges are completely separate entities. Also important to note that a lot of fans don't understand that. A lot of people online think that the UFC, still to this day, many fans think that the UFC is involved with the commission and with the judging and with the referees, and thinks that it's ultimately they're getting outcomes that they want out of it, which is, I think, safe to say, not truthful or a misrepresentation of it. So to your point, though, yes, optically it does look bad when you consider all those factors, but the reality of the situation is those two things are completely unrelated. And the timing is just unfortuitous. And then followed up with the main event, which had its own...
Now the main event had its own issues, but I don't think it's anywhere as bad.
I agree.
I would have absolutely... Trust me, there's a lot of fighters that we big up, that we say won, deserve this, that I don't personally like. I mean, you're a human being. You can't like everyone. And we try our best to separate the two. If you want to chalk up my feelings towards that scoring... and by the way, people don't... Like, Jared's a Ali guy. So again, the narrative of, I'm only, I only go against the Ali guys. No, he's an Ali guy. And I feel very, very strongly that he won the fight.
It'd be one thing if you're on an island. I think it's safe to say
that's
that
the crazy.
Nearly everybody in the world is
yes,
falling on your
going
side.
off of that the whole island thing, and yeah, Paddy Pimblett may have not been shown in the best of lights during the fight week last week, but he still has a huge fan base, a ton of people that support him. And when you go and like MMA decisions, yes, this isn't the alpha and the omega, but like if you look at it, 11 media members scored it 30-27 Gordon, 12 media members scored it 29-28 Gordon, and 1 media member scored it 29-28 Pimblett. But then when you go to the fan scoring, 1,979 scorecards submitted, 91% for Gordon, 47% 30-27, 41% 29-28. Like, this was a huge majority of people that saw the fight the same way, that thought Jared Gordon won it. And on rewatch, I still think Jared Gordon won. I still think at worst it was 29-28 Jared Gordon.
Can I just say, we've attacked this conversation, and I don't mean the Paddy Pimblett fight specifically, but the idea of judges and scoring from every possible angle. This has continually been a conversation. I think it's time to talk about the larger picture, which is that the scoring itself just no longer makes sense. If the outcome of these fights is so debated in this way that some people are applying the scoring this way, the judges are doing it this way, everybody thinks Paddy lost, the scorecards say that Paddy won, it's no longer just like the judges suck. Like, that's too reductive, and it's too much of an easy out to just be like, the judges suck. They can't get it right. The scoring needs to be changed. If this is the outcome, if ultimately the outcome is that the 3 judges ultimately said that somebody who everybody else in the universe thought lost, something's not lined up right. Like, there's something there. And to the point that people are talking about robberies, that is what needs to be fixed.
So I agree to a degree, but I actually feel like on this Monday, the story isn't about the criteria, and it's more about the judging. Because
I think it should be.
Well,
personally,
here's the thing. Like, you're right. The 10-point must system has never worked. It's a boxing model that applies to our sport, and really, we're asking judges to score MMA fights like it's figure skating, like it's gymnastics. Damage. How do you score damage?
Too subjective.
It's too subjective. Like in every other sport, there's if the Bills cross this line, it's a touchdown. You get 6 points. In our sport, it's like damage. Like, these are close fights. It's very, very hard. So I agree to that degree. Now, it's going to take a lot of work, and it's not to say that that work shouldn't be done. But here's the issue, and it once again was put in the spotlight this weekend. On Friday night, on Friday night, I'm watching Danny Sabatello versus Rafion Stotts. Rafion Stotts won that fight 48-47. I didn't see a lot of other people disagree, except for one. His name is Douglas Crosby. We have been talking about Douglas Crosby and the conflicts that this man has in the sport, and the amount of times where his scorecards are a little bit suspect. Our own Chuck Mindenhall of MMA Fighting back in the day wrote a very long and illuminating and somewhat alarming profile on Douglas Crosby from, I think, 2015. I would highly recommend everyone read it. I have had personal run-ins, contentious run-ins with him. Once at a computer store in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Once at an event where this guy like came after me, like verbally came after me and told me that I'm a shit journalist, this, that, because I have talked about him. Everyone has a Douglas Crosby story. He's a good friend of Chael Sonnen's. I still don't understand why. This guy should not be judging fights. He has too many conflicts. He is not allowed to judge the Sarah Longo team fights. He has had a long-standing issue with Ray Longo. There are other people who have said we don't want him. That guy, right, with all his conflicts, with all his inadequacies in terms of judging, that guy was in Connecticut at Mohegan on Friday, scoring a fight 50-45 for Danny Sabatello. He then gets on a plane.
The loser.
Yes, the loser.
The loser in the fight.
And also important to note, according to MMA Decisions, who tweeted that it's the first time in the history of their website that they've ever noted that there was a 50-45 scorecard for the loser.
Yeah.
That's absurd. That guy got on a plane and flew across the country to Las Vegas to be in the chair on Saturday. When I spoke to people who work with NBA refs, you are not allowed to do this. Like, if you're an NBA ref, you have to be in at least more than 24 hours to be well-rested, clear-minded. You don't show. He showed up on the day of the fight. I feel like shit after one of those fights. This guy's an older man who now has to sit there clear-minded, not jet-lagged, scoring fights. And what he does time and again, I believe, this is my belief. This is not now something that I have evidence, but this is my belief based on enough of his scorecards that I think he wants to be in such good graces with the promoters, because I know he loves Dana White, and I know he tries to curry favor with him. He tries to score fights based on what he thinks the promoter wants. So he scores it for Danny Sabatello because he thinks that that's the guy that they want. He scores it for Paddy Pimblett. Now, we should also say the two other judges scored it for Paddy as well. So he's not the only guy at fault. But I cannot believe that the Nevada Athletic Commission would allow anyone, controversial or not, fly from Connecticut to Vegas in 24 hours to do that. And I cannot believe that the Mohegan Commission wouldn't be like, yo, time out. The head of the commission is Mike Mazzulli, head of the ABC, and say, we need to talk about this. Maybe you should sit out 282. Time out. Nevada, we had a questionable scorecard in a time where our sport is being questioned, our integrity is being questioned. You're now going to fly and do a major UFC event? Time out. There are enough judges to do this where you could sit this one out. And then he has another suspect. When is this going to stop? As I've said time and again, these judges need to answer for these things. They don't. They need to be questioned. They are not. They need to be put in timeout. They are not. We keep recycling the same old, out-of-touch old judges who have conflicts up the wazoo. And like the UFC's number one priority right now should be to fix this James Krause situation. Number two, linked to the James Krause, as the integrity of the sport is being questioned right now more than it ever has, to get these dinosaurs who have conflicts and friendships and rivalries and enemies with fighters, active fighters, out of the sport, because that is a black, like Dana White cannot shrug his shoulders at this stuff because that is only a black eye on him. No one knows or cares who Doug Crosby is. Ultimately, people will see that and be like, the UFC is fixed. I don't believe that the UFC fixed that fight. I don't believe that. But I think that he's sitting there thinking, let me score this for Paddy because I want Dana White to like me. That's what I think is happening.
I was going to ask you that question for clarity. You're saying that he's acting, your opinion, you're stating that he is acting in a way that he thinks is favorable, but not that the promotion is requesting this, that he...
No, I don't think anyone's going... I'm not that naive. I'll tell you what, like, I see everyone saying stuff. I'm not cynical enough to believe someone's going to the back because, as Dana said, like, you go to jail for that. I'm not cynical enough to believe that.
Federal effing prison.
Yes, but I do believe, and you know why I say this? Honestly, guys, because there's no other explanation.
It's baffling.
For these, like the 50-45 is even worse, to be honest.
That's the worst card in history.
Seriously, one of the worst scorecards. I watched that entire fight, and going to the scorecards, I was cheering for Stotts, and I was like, all right, it's 48-47 either way. That's the only way to score that. And 50-45, like my jaw dropped. I could not believe that.
Can I just say, though, there's a lot to unpack from what you said. To me, again, there's two things being mixed, right? Bad judging and the systemic issues. There is a systemic issue that Judges are not held accountable for their scorecards, don't have to answer for them with us. I'm assuming they don't have to answer with them for the commission because, as you pointed out, they continue to get assigned to these cards, and there's no repercussions for a scorecard like a 50-45 Sabatello, where the next night he's not judging in another jurisdiction. There seems to be no consequences. That is a completely systemic issue, completely separate from the idea that he just doesn't know how to judge a fight and hands in bad cards. There's a lot of things at play. Personally, I think attacking the system and making sure that judges are better prepared, have more specific criteria, and there's not this ambiguity, have to answer for their decisions, is more important than these judges are good or bad, truthfully. Because I think by fixing the system, you will naturally get better judges. You will have judges who are better capable and equipped to apply the rule sets and apply the criteria that they are being presented. But it is difficult. It is completely 100% the more difficult way to approach this problem. And I don't know if they're.
But the first issue has to be to weed out the bad guys.
I don't know if I don't.
By the way, I don't want the bad guys using a good model, a good system, right? They're still not gonna do it. They're still.
I'd rather. Again.
By the way, what's the easier thing? What's the thing you could do today?
Like that is easier. 100%.
And I know from one prominent promoter, I don't want to say names right now, that has requested that he no longer judges their fights. And by the way, let's not let Sal D'Amato and some of these other guys off the hook. But
there are no judges left. There are no judges left.
He had a 24-hour stretch.
The Paddy Pimblett fight was 3 judges.
You know, I know.
It's not just Doug Crosby. If we take this tact, there are no judges. Because there will be ones who have dissented and been disagreed with, and they will be cast out. And how do you determine whether a judge is capable or not? These things are systemic. These things are systemic. It's not as easy as this guy or this gal sucks, this one doesn't. It's the system. The system is completely broken.
I know. I'm just saying what I think.
To Ariel's point, you can get rid of specific people.
How do you make that determination? Based on what? There's no criteria for it.
These shitty scorecards.
There is criteria for it.
There has to be accountability. There has to.
What is the criteria?
What are they doing?
Connor? Tell me.
Dude, when you consistently have people complaining about them, making what Ariel just said, making recommendations, I don't think this guy should be judging our
that
fights.
Seems
like
subjective, as the scoring.
But by the way, Eric, you know this.
Dude.
There was a time a long time ago where Dana White said, "I don't want Steve Mazzagatti." Guess what? We never heard of him again. Remember Kim Winslow? Why aren't we getting rid of these guys?
The promotion isn't asking for that.
So it's on them. It's on them.
I agree with that. Don't fighters have the ability to and teams have the ability to request that people are not assigned.
My boy Ali, we agree on something. That's how you know how bad this is. We agree on something. He tweeted yesterday. I saw a tweet saying we need to ask to have Doug Crosby not do these fights anymore. But it's almost unfair in a way to just single him out. There's a bunch of them, but there's a bunch. He had a particularly horrendous, and he has been an issue for a while. That 24-hour stretch, you go from, there's like so much there because you go from Sabatello and then you fly.
Not good. Not good.
You should not be working 2 shows in 24 hours across the country.
If every fighter said, never let that guy work my fight again, that's the system in action. I think that should be happening instantly. I think every single manager should be taking note of this and not putting their fighter in that position. But it's too difficult to say to the commission, like, we didn't agree with these scorecards. There needs to be a system in place. There needs to be something where they review these and look at people and stop licensing them. They
should review. The commissions should. The UFC should, and they've got the best Mark Ratner leading the way. So obviously, we all agree that it was super suspect. And again, like he had a chance, I think, Paddy, to save all of this by being like, "Yo, that wasn't my best night. I got, you know what? It was close. I got out of there by the skin of my teeth. I'm going to come back better." No, he was just like, fight of the night. That was great. Like so completely, it was like every step of the way all week long was handled the wrong way. But he gets the W, as he said. There's a green mark. He doesn't give a fuck. He wants us all to suck his asshole, not kiss his asshole. So I don't know how you could do that.
I think it changed depending on the interview. Okay. But yes, there was a...
what do you do with him now? Because here's the thing. If you give him someone less in terms of like quality of opponent or rank than Jared, as a promotion, you're admitting that this was a loss. Or
no.
What do you do with him?
I don't agree with that. Yeah, you give him a fighter who is not quite as good and capable as Jared Gordon. you put him in London and you give him somebody that he can beat.
Is there anyone that comes to mind, or are you just saying like bring some dude?
Nah, yeah, anybody outside the top.
Bring someone from
20.
Is Jared Gordon not someone that the promotion thought that he could beat though?
1,000%.
I think they thought he could beat him, but that it'd be more competitive than his past fights. Now you go the other direction. Now you give him somebody. You go.
That to me is admission that he lost.
How long do you stay here?
No, it's not.
This?
I don't agree with that. I don't agree that it's an admission that he lost.
right. No one's record, no one's path, no one's resume was scrutinized more up until this point than Conor McGregor.
Yep.
Conor's fourth fight was against Dustin Poirier.
Okay. The Paddy and Conor comparison
needs to stop.
Must stop immediately. Like there is no comparison. We must kill this. Dig this thing up and bury it.
You know, Eric.
Conor McGregor. Every time Conor McGregor met an obstacle, and by the way, if you're a longtime fan of the MMA Hour, nobody doubted Conor McGregor more than me. I needed him to prove it to me. I wasn't ready to jump on. Every time Conor McGregor met an obstacle, he didn't just hop over the barrier. He kicked it down and broke through the wall and showed everybody he's the truth. Every single time he was met with something. Paddy Pimblett has not. Paddy Pimblett has looked very unimpressive, very lackluster in all of his fights against competition that he should not be looking lackluster against. This was, in my opinion, a loss. At best for Paddy Pimblett, a really bad performance against Jared Gordon, who's not ranked. So you have to think, if they intend to cash in on Paddy Pimblett, if they intend to capitalize and harness the popularity and energy that he brings to the fight game, which is undeniable. If you're going to compare him to Conor, it's simply in that he has a local following that travels with him, that is hyped to see him fight and is very loud and vocal. That's the only basis that you can ever compare him to Conor McGregor. If you intend to harness that, you put him in London, you put him against somebody that he can have a great performance against, and you reverse the progression. He should not be fighting anybody in the top 20, period.
I thought the only good thing that he did in that fight, objectively, with leg kicks, they look to affect Jared. Jared's left hand was connecting.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a chin. Like he can take a punch.
Tough.
That's for sure.
He's tough. He is not a soft dude or a pushover, but he is not as skilled as the guys in the top 20.
You know, Eric, that this Conor thing dates back. I mean, I remember when he fought on the same night as Conor and Eddie. Remember that? He threw up in the cage.
Yeah.
The BT studio. Like this. Also, he even like held a sign up about Conor one time. Like this has been a thing for a while. So you can't help but make that comparison. It's been a thing for a long time. I agree with you. It needs to stop now.
He's also he's not a prospect, right? Like Paddy Pimblett is
30.
He's a fully finished product at this point. We have to stop acting. He got to the UFC late, but we have to stop acting like this is like Paddy's like growth story. He is who he is, and he's just not a top 15 UFC fighter. That's fine.
Do you think he'll ever be?
No, I don't. Again, he's a finished product. He is who he is. I don't think there's like levels to go in Paddy Pimblett's game. At least from what I'm seeing, he doesn't seem to be improving each time. Does he seem to be improving?
I thought the Jordan Levitt fight was his best fight of the three leading up to Saturday. I thought clearly this was the worst, and I thought he lost the fight. Now, Jared Gordon also the best of the four guys. So
these are tests he needs to be passing if he wants to be ranked. That's it.
Is there any ranked guy that you think you could give him? Back end of the rankings is like a Hanato Moicano.
Oh, come on, man.
Like,
no way.
Yeah, I'd love to see that fight. That would be,
I mean,
the build-up would be fantastic.
You have Demirs Magulov at 12 right now. He's obviously fighting Arman Sarukian this weekend, but like he would just trash him.
There's a lot of featherweights that could come up and Jared Gordon fought. Like, there's a lot of featherweights.
Ilia Topuria, how do you think that goes?
Let's kill that.
Down for Ilia, Paddy.
Talk about a guy who continues to show like levels to his game.
Any world that they give him Terrence McKinney?
Oh, that would be fun. He has a fight in Brazil, but then he could come around. I mean, it'll be a pretty short turnaround.
That would be a great fight from a Terrence has a dedicated online fan base. Paddy has a huge fan base. That would be a great fight in terms of bringing those two things together. But you're essentially sacrificing him to Terrence McKinney because I don't think that goes very long.
Well, I can also promise you that one would not go to the judges' scorecards. Whoever wins, that one is likely over in the first round.
You have to be very careful with the matchmaking on Paddy Pimblett, and I think that's what they should do. Well, the alternative is what? You ruined the hype train. You just crash it intentionally.
Well, I was talking to Joe before the show, and he I think brought up a great point. Like if you're a fighter, let's say you're one of these lesser known fighters, not even a McKinney, are you thinking twice? I think ultimately the answer is no, but he did bring up a great point. Like, are you thinking twice about agreeing to this fight because you know that if the fight is going to the judges, you ain't getting the nod?
No, because the opportunity is too great. Yeah. If you're the one to beat Paddy Pimblett in the UFC, that means something. You get some rub from that. So no.
Yeah, I ultimately agree, but it is a great point that I didn't really think of. Like that to me was not controversial. Like it wasn't even close. I really don't think so.
Again, I said I will not say that was a robbery. I don't think it was the worst ever. Like Ross Pearson versus Diego Sanchez was a fight. Like, if you really want to
robbery,
go back,
who scored it? Did anyone notable score it for Paddy? Like anyone? Not dudes in $5 wigs. I'm talking about legit people. Anyone?
Let me just say this though. The first round, scoring the first round for Paddy is like,
and two of the judges
criminal.
did that.
Yeah, that's criminal.
It's
the rest of the fight, I'm okay. Look, we have to be honest about this. Jared Gordon didn't do a ton in the second and third round that was supremely damaging. Like, that's just the reality of the situation.
What did Paddy do in round 3? Everyone keeps talking about the round 3. He landed
did more.
6 significant strikes.
I agree that
How much more? 6 significant strikes, and he got controlled for 4 minutes.
No, I'm saying Jared did more. Jared did more, in my opinion. But not enough that, like, this should be having people up in arms, truthfully.
Okay, so go ahead.
The first round, yes.
In my opinion, if 90+% of the people are scoring it for Jared Gordon, I would call that a robbery then.
The scoring needs to be adjusted. The scoring needs to be adjusted.
This is
everyone thinks
one of the
that
worst.
Jared Gordon
top 10 worst, if not 5. And then when you add everything else, I put it maybe number 1. When you add everything else, you have to. Yes.
Man,
I'm sorry.
I can't speak on it.
This is crazy.
I haven't been around long enough.
It's not crazy.
It was objectively not a top 10.
Oh my God. We were texting about it in the fight.
It's bad.
And you were like as sure as can be that these rounds were for Jared. I think you had it 30-27. Did you not?
29-28.
Right.
I had him winning the first 2.
What was okay, let me ask you guys this. To go to the main event, what was worse?
Oh, Paddy. Jared Gordon for sure. After I was very biased in the main event, and after rewatching, the first 3 rounds were so close, except for round 2. I mean, that was clearly Jan. I can see a world where they gave all 3 of the first rounds to Jan. And then honestly, rewatching the 5th round, I think you can make that a 10-8. I mean, he immediately slips, gets taken down, and then is controlled the entirety of the round. Yes, Magomed wasn't doing a wild amount of stuff with it, but he was still landing shots and controlled him for the full 5 minutes.
How'd you score it? GC.
I thought, in real time, I thought it was 48-46 Magomed. I still think Magomed won the fight just because it's just tough to watch those last 2 rounds and imagine that he didn't. But I mean, those first 3 rounds, Jan did completely compromise his leg. So I thought Magomed won, but on rewatch, the draw isn't the worst thing to ever be called.
How'd you score it, Eric?
In real time, I might have had it 4 rounds to 1 for Magomed.
Yeah.
I think I gave him the close ones early that could have gone to Jan, but 48-46 Jan. 47-47. None of those scorecards were out of the question for me. I thought that could go either way. Every round, except for the last 2. The first 3 rounds, not every round. The first 3 rounds were extremely close.
1 and 3 were close.
Jan
dominated 2. Magomed dominated 4 and 5.
Yeah.
Can I say, everything that you said, Eric, about the Paddy fight, I agree if it was said about this fight, meaning that wasn't a robbery. I don't even know how it could be a robbery. But that to me was just a really, really close fight. And that fight is more of an indication man, what is a 10-8 after all? The scoring is a mess. That fight is exhibit 5 million of, hey, this scoring is too weird. But can I just say this? And I love the fact that every fighter got a bonus who got a finish. Tremendous. Dana said he was in a good mood. Highly disagreed with 2 things that he said in the post-fight press conference. Number 1, I didn't think the main event was that bad.
Retweet. Same.
Yeah, I thought it was entertaining.
We were
on the. It felt like Jan was going to get a leg kick TKO. I was almost selling it in my brain. I was like, this is going to end at any moment. Every leg kick just completely compromised Magomed. And then for him to show that heart, to show that championship medal and completely turn the tables was fascinating for me to watch.
We were on the watch party together, and I thought it was a great fight.
Yeah.
Because every round felt like it could turn on a dime.
Yeah, there were ebbs and flows. Right.
Up until 4. The first 3, this felt like razor thin margins. I was good with it.
Yeah, there were ebbs and flows. I think part of his frustration in talking about the main event was it ends in a draw, just the 5th championship draw in UFC history, which, isn't great. You don't want a pay-per-view to end that like that. And then when you add to the fact that there's no champion, right? You vacate the title, you do the draw. It's the worst possible thing. I wish Yuri just would have kept the belt.
It felt like the Hill Glover booking was out of aggression,
1,000%.
Annoyance. That he was just I'm so annoyed, it's done. It's done.
1,000%. So I'll say that. The other thing I just highly disagreed on, last thing on the co-main for now, for the takeaway to shit on Jared's third round and say that he blew it, when, by the way, he didn't actually blow it because according to the judges, he was down in the 3rd round. He could, again, score one for open scoring. Had he known, he maybe would have put the pedal to the metal, but he didn't. I will say this, when I was watching the third, I was like, man, I wish you would stop clinching, disengage, go back to the striking. It was working. But for your takeaway to be Jared Gordon blew it when the actual scorecards suggest he was already losing the fight going into the third is a very bizarre takeaway.
Even worse than that, Paddy Pimblett has come out and said
he coasted.
He coasted in the third round. He took off because he had the first round.
Man. Those two lines in particular were very bizarre. Now, what do you guys...
Can I just say this about the main event?
Please.
This was destined to fail. Period. Like, this was the replacement. This was...
Feels like karma.
It's like they wanted the N64 for Christmas. I'm dating myself here. They wanted the N64 for Christmas, and they got the Super Nintendo. And, like, it just isn't going to be good enough, right? Your friends all have the N64. This was the Super Nintendo. This was the replacement. This was the off-brand. You didn't get what you wanted for Christmas. No matter how good it was, if you love Super Nintendo, it doesn't matter because you didn't have the N64. So this fight was always going to fail. This fight, nobody was going to be satisfied with this. Then it becomes a draw and there's no resolution to it. It was doomed. It was doomed from the start. The moment that Yuri fell off this and relinquished the belt again, for reasons I have no idea. I've been on this train for a long time. Like, what was the thought process there? It makes no sense. Anyway, now it opened an opportunity for Hill and Glover, so at least there's that. But that could have been an interim. But this was always going to fall apart. This was always going to fail, whether somebody won, lost, whatever. The only outcome that would have had any resonance with anybody is if Jan comes in there and just starches Magomed and is like, I got my belt back. I'm the rightful champion. I want you in 6 months, Yuri. Whatever that is. But we were really rolling the dice here. It felt like a replacement from the start, and nobody cared.
Mess of a situation. And again, last thing on the judging, this is why I advocate for open scoring, accountability. The only reason is, so we know where people stand, and there's more of a spotlight. If there's open scoring, there's more of a spotlight, as opposed to read the scorecards, brush them off, on to the next one. And so I'll also say, if I'm Glover Teixeira sitting cage side on Saturday, now I said this before they announced that he's fighting in Rio, so he's getting his big homecoming and no one deserves that more than him. He must have been thinking like, man, I should have just taken this fight. I could have won this fight. Like, what was I worried about? So now they go back. Dana White always says he doesn't make fights on Saturday. This time he makes a fight on Saturday out of the freaking blue.
Well, no, it wasn't out of the blue. He was watching the UFC 282 watch party on MMA Fighting's YouTube channel.
Yeah, there it is.
I lobbed, hey, Glover in Rio, Mike took the alley-oop, slam dunked it, said, why don't you just take Jamahal Hill off the fight with Anthony Smith? Sorry, apologies to Anthony Smith.
Man, I feel bad for Anthony Smith. Poor guy's on the freaking post show. God dang.
He's just watching us.
He had no idea. I asked him yesterday. He had no idea. He found out live like the rest of us. Poor guy has a big fight coming up.
I think John Anik deserves a little bit of credit there for...
He helped him out.
Stop, like he jumped in there really at the right time, because Anthony Smith is a smart dude and a fiery and an emotional dude, and he could have said something bad there. Kudos to him for not. But the desk handled that as well as you possibly could for finding out you just lost the huge fight in your career.
And by the way, shout out to Anthony Smith. Showed up to the watch party on Friday night. Total nice move on his part. So we're 2 for 2 for Vegas watch parties with fighters showing up. Nathan Diaz back in July. You want to say something, GC?
Do you think Jamahal Hill found out, like, watching the presser? Do you think they shot him a text beforehand? Was like,
I think they might have shot his manager, Brian Butler, a text.
Okay.
Just to triple check. So I don't think he found out that way. But, like, obviously this wasn't in the cards. He was fighting Anthony Smith in March.
This seems to be the story of the light heavyweight division at the moment, right? Like, Jan is in the air. He finds out he gets a title fight. It's just like, hey, we're going to make a fight. Yeah. You guys find out about it and get excited. It's great.
Where have you gone, John Jones? Even John Jones with the drug test brought more stability.
Please, John Jones, come back to light heavyweight.
I mean, talk about it working out for Glover. Like, he ends up with a title shot in Brazil against a lesser experienced opponent.
I don't think this happens. But could you imagine Glover wins in Brazil and views that as the moment to walk away? And then vacates the title.
That would actually be so incredible. That would be incredible.
Fantastic. And Yuri vacated the belt for all this. Are we sure that this fight's even going to happen? Based on the luck of the light heavyweight division, who knows?
No, I think it's going to happen.
Who knows what's going to happen by the time?
Jamahal Hill is there, and I think there's no question that Glover will be there in front of Brazil.
Feel for Anthony. Maybe give Anthony OSP, who was supposed to fight this weekend. His fight didn't turn out. By the way, who is the favorite going into that fight? Is there any odds on?
Hill
Yeah.
Hill is the
Hill's
favorite.
the favorite. Wow.
Yeah, -150.
You agree with that?
I don't know, man. I mean, Jamahal Hill's obviously an incredibly talented fighter, dangerous as hell. But I mean, he's incredibly experienced, and as dangerous as Yuri was, we saw him handle that very well. He was a minute away from retaining the belt in that one. I don't know. Glover at dog odds, might not be a terrible poke there.
Yeah. This is clearly, favoring the young lion versus the old lion. But let's not forget that Glover had Yuri beat, right? Like in round 5, like he had him beat. This is not some guy who's like completely shot. He's looked great. Up until the loss to Yuri, and even in that fight, he had it won. So, I think it's a very hard fight to predict. It really is going to come down to like how good is Jamahal Hill truly against this upper echelon of competition, and how far has he come since his last fight. Based on the evidence that I've seen, that dude picks things up real quick. Yeah, has gotten good real quick. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a performance for the ages with this one.
How mad is Paul Craig right now? Soul lost to Magomed Ankalaev. Soul lost to Jamahal Hill.
Yeah.
Tough. I mean, there's a lot of people who are upset. I would say Anthony Smith at the top of the list.
Yeah.
And, the top 2 fights were controversial, somewhat bizarre, unfulfilling. Up until the Paddy fight, it was a tremendous card. So we had Santiago Ponzinibbio beat Alex Morono in a battle that I didn't expect to be such a battle. And kudos to the UFC. Dana White said that they were going to give Morono his win money. I wish they would do the same for Jared Gordon, to be honest.
Studs, both of those dudes.
Dricus Du Plessis with the huge win over Darren Till. Ilia Topuria with the massive arm triangle win over Bryce Mitchell. Raul Rosas Jr. beat Jay Perrin via submission. Jairzinho Rosenstrike just freaking starched Chris Daukaus in 23 seconds. Emin Shabazian looked fantastic in his big return fight. Chris Curtis had the big knockout of Joaquin Buckley. Billy Quarantillo beat Alexander Hernandez in a really fun back-and-forth fight. TJ Brown beat Eric Silva. And Cameron Simon beat Stephen Kozlow. Who of that bunch, because I feel like you can pick a bunch of different guys, like who stood out? Who was the MVP? I said Topuria, I thought. Was he the MVP? Why?
Level of competition for one, right? Like Bryce Mitchell is somebody who was a huge prospect in this sport, and was undefeated. I think there's a little bit of confusion about there because
what the hell?
UFC counts the tough fights. They used to be exhibitions.
Is this a new thing?
No, I think what ultimately happened was at some point, right? Like they wanted to inflate the records of some people coming off tough, so they started wanting to count those, and now there's a bit of a mess there because ultimately it works out in their favor, right? If you have somebody who's a prospect in the UFC that came off tough that won it, now you get a few extra wins on their record. You can push them a little bit further and say, hey, they're really great. But in the case of Bryce, it didn't work out so well. Either way, level of competition, way he did it. Like not only did he piece him up on the feet, he ended up taking him down and submitting him. I mean, it was A++. Like, can you even? There's not a grade high enough for what Ilia Topuria did to Bryce Mitchell, and then you combo that with the fact that all week he's been talking about Paddy and intrinsically linking himself to Paddy, and then Paddy has a stinker and he looks like $1 million. Nobody got a bigger boost out of this than Ilia Topuria, followed closely by social media darling Raul Rosas Jr., who just continues to show skills beyond his years at 18 years old.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, but the way that Ilia Topuria fought off the takedowns from Bryce Mitchell, like he is a serious problem. It's impossible to argue that he's not the MVP of the card, the way that he performed. The Billy Q comeback was pretty incredible. He looked dead to rights in that first round against Alexander Hernandez, got a huge gash opened up on him, and then he just turned it on round 2, gets the finish. I mean, incredible stuff. Chris Curtis, I mean, great showing from him. DDP, the way that he came out and just took Darren Till down, and then, 65-0 on significant strikes at one point, doesn't get the finish, looks like he's in trouble in round 2, and then bounces back in round 3 and gets the finish. I was incredibly impressed by him.
Were you surprised that they didn't stop the fight in that first round flurry?
It felt like the finish was just pending at any moment. It was going to come in and the ref was going to step in, but Darren Till, credit to him, as much damage as he was taking in that moment, he kept looking at the ref saying that he was good, and clearly he was, because he bounced back in the second round. But
bounced back towards the end of the first. I thought Dricus possibly gassed himself out. I was like, oh my God, this is brutal for him. Dricus has a tendency to get hit a little bit. And I think that he needs to
it's an understatement,
to clean this up. I would love to see him. It might work out perfectly. I was thinking, well, the last main event of 2022 is Cannonier Strickland this Saturday.
Yep.
Do you think he's ready for the winner of that fight? Because the timing works out, right? You try to fight, the guys who are fighting around you. Is he ready for one of those guys? I think so.
I think that's a fight where you need to find out if he's ready. I think that's where you jump him into and say, can you beat these guys?
DDP, Sean Strickland, sign me up for that.
Yeah.
Like, sign me up for that, man. I mean, he makes fights fun no matter who he's fighting. Darren Till was ranked 10 going into this, so I mean, I don't see why you can't give him a higher end of the middleweight division.
Barely hanging on to that 10 though. But
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just spoke about Paddy. You need to go in reverse, right? You need to reverse the train. With DDP, you take the step up.
They're both-
This was a big win.
Right.
You go forward now.
They're both 4 fights into their UFC careers as well.
You push.
Who's 4 fights in? Strickland?
No,
Paddy.
DDP.
Oh, Paddy and DDP.
are
Okay,
both-
I was like, what?
They're both 4 fights in, and we're about
Yeah,
to
yeah.
get the upper echelon of the middleweight division. At the very worst, the top 10 guy. And now
No,
we're
I'm
making
down with that.
arguments
I would really
that he
like
needs
to see
go.
that Ken and your Strickland fight. What do
Progression.
you do with Darren Till now? Because we'll talk to DDP, by the way, and coming up first is Chris Curtis at 220. But do you try to go down to 70 as DDP suggested in his post fight?
I think Darren Till's problems are independent of weight class.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest, he just looks like shop worn. He looks like damaged goods. His knees continue to be an issue. And he just
that's
looks
right.
like a fighter who has lost a step. That's what this is. And I want to be very clear. Like, he deserves a ton of respect because he's somebody who doesn't like to pull out of fights. He's somebody who doesn't like to. He's somebody who doesn't like to show vulnerability. Because he doesn't want excuses to be made on his behalf, or he doesn't make excuses himself, which is extremely admirable. But it's clear, like, the athleticism that he had when he was a rising prospect is just not there anymore. The injuries have lingered, and I think he just needs a change. I don't even know. I honestly don't even know. I think Darren Till needs to be in fun fights at this point. I think that's the stage of his career that we're at, where we need to be looking for favorable matchups for Darren Till, where he's in fun fights, like. Yeah, I don't even want to say it. I was gonna say it.
Say it.
I'm not gonna say it.
Why?
Well, you might as well just say it.
I was gonna
You
say
can't
he's
tease
like.
Are you going to say
at,
Jake Paul?
No, no.
Okay.
He's at like Nick Diaz versus Darren Till.
Oh, I don't know about
territory
that.
right now. That's where he's at in his career.
Well, number
Give him a
15 is.
striker outside the top 15.
I was going to say number 15 is Chris Curtis. Like,
That's not the fight for
No.
Darren Till.
well, by the
It'll be
way,
a fun fight.
and by the way, Dricus right now is 14 according to the UFC. But here's the thing: he did mention that maybe there's a torn ACL or something
Yes.
going on there, so he could be out for a while, and that's a lot of injuries for a guy like that. I saw someone post something crazy. I didn't back it up, but I'm pretty sure it's accurate that since Woodley fought Till, they're 1 in 10
I saw
combined.
Yeah,
Holy
that was
crap.
Ben
Makes
the Bane
sense.
Davis posted.
Ben
that.
the Bane. Shout out to Ben the Bane. My bad. That's
Yeah.
crazy. They fought for the belt. They're 1 in 10 since. Holy shit.
Yeah, I mean Darren Till is 1 in 6. Tyrone Woodley 0 in 4.
It's man,
It's tough to. I mean, the craziest part is Darren Till is still 29.
but this is the problem, right? We still think of him as a young guy on the rise, but that's just not the reality of the situation anymore. Like, Darren Till is struggling against these guys in the top of the middleweight division. I don't think it would fare much better at welterweight. He needs to be in fights that are just fun. He needs to just be in fights where Darren Till can get his strikes off. And look, it's not completely fair, right? Because in the second round, it looked like Darren Till was going to win that fight. If you go to the second round, it looked like DDP was gassed, and it looked like Darren Till was going to be able to finish that fight. I think Darren Till pre-injuries finishes that fight, but it's just not the reality of where we are anymore. He needs something different. But he's too tough, and he makes too few excuses, even with himself, to take that back step as it appears right now. He wants to be in there and still believes he can be in there with the top and with the cream of the crop, and it's just unfortunately not where he's at.
Loved hearing Brendan Loughnane work his corner. I thought he was great, trying to get him fired up going into the third. By the way, what do you guys make? And I kind of feel bad.
And the second.
Yeah.
He's like, look at him. This guy's done.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
and Till came out like he was.
Yeah, he was great. What do you guys think of? I almost feel bad suggesting this because I almost feel like it's not fair, but this is the way the cookie crumbles. Ilia Topuria versus Arnold Allen in England.
Love it.
We were talking about that, me and Mike Heck. I am down for that.
That feels like a number one contender fight,
I know.
right?
Yeah, I know he called out Brian Ortega, but I mean, I am very down for that.
Poor Arnold.
I know.
Just getting
Poor
just the killer's litter. But imagine if he beats Topuria.
If he beats Topuria, he can't be denied, right? Like,
Do you think they keep putting Topuria and Paddy on the same card on purpose?
oh, I love it. I tweeted this. Please.
Because I feel
them
like
on
he
the
might
same
end up
card.
on the London card too.
Well, it helps Ilia, right? It only helps Ilia because Ilia continues to perform, gets into these shouting matches with Paddy. Ultimately, Ilia's on the same kind of trajectory as Arnold Allen, but he's getting a boost from the Paddy Pimblett jet stream. He's just getting to kind of like ride that. So I think it's brilliant. I would just love to see Ilia continue to fight on the Paddy.
There's also just something about Ilia Topuria, like he just has that like championship feel about him, like the way his social media works, his fashion, like it seems like he does like, photo shoots. I mean, he has future UFC world champion in his thing. Like he just feels like he has that championship aura to him. So keep feeding him whoever.
I found the exchange at the presser to be a little, I mean, wasn't even, it's just like not very fun, you know? Again, like we've seen Conor in these spots, and I think like with the laughing and this and the words, it's all trying to recreate it. And I've always hated that when everyone's like, this is Conor.
You'll do nothing also.
But it's like, yeah, exactly. But it was like, man, come on. And you know, he treads on some of those, you know, some of those words that, you know, will get you in trouble. So, last guy, Raul Rosas, what's the ceiling there?
I don't think we know. I don't think you can put one on him at this point, right? Like way too early in his career. We haven't seen him against anybody. They will build this progression properly. I'm sure that they will handle him very carefully and make sure that he continues to get the steps up that he needs. But I think it's impossible to think about this guy's cap. We've never seen somebody at this age be able to hop in like this. It's
crazy,
uncharted territory.
It's so crazy that guy's 18. Or that kid is 18.
Not only is he 18, he just turned 18.
Yeah,
like
in
this
October.
dude's really 17 who just turned 18. Like it's crazy.
I mean, 6 months ago he was fighting on regional shows in Tijuana.
Yeah.
And now he's getting first round finishes on UFC pay-per-views. Like, it's crazy.
It is crazy. And also, to me, like, you know, I'm not trying to hate on Jay Perrin, but the stage is as big of an opponent right now as the opponent, right? Like, if there was ever a guy that you should slow roll, it's this guy. You know what I mean? You don't want to screw him up. You don't want to put him in there and get too excited about him and ruin all of this. Keep putting him on big shows. Keep showcasing him on ESPN, all that stuff. You can take your time with him. He's 18.
I agree with that, but I also don't think he does not seem to me like somebody who's going to be swallowed by the moment at all, like even a little bit. I think if he was in the co-main event, he would have performed just the same, in my opinion. He strikes me as a guy who's been not only preparing to be a fighter at the level that he's a fighter, but preparing to be an athlete, the caliber and with the attention at this level for a very long time. He does not strike me as somebody who the moment is ever going to be too big for. I think personally, if he was in that Paddy slot right now, I think he'd be able to handle it. That's my view from the outside. Wow. I think he's prepared for this career, not just to be a fighter. I think he's prepared for everything that comes with it. He's quick. He has that aura about him. Everything seems to be lined up for him, and I can't think of a ceiling for him.
Man, they could go to Mexico, like, you know, they had those Mexico shows, but now you go to Mexico with him, with Alexa Grasso, with Brandon Moreno. You know, if T-City is available, there's a lot, you know, like it's never, you know, they had Kane back in the day. But Yair, of course, you know, fighting for but they've never had this collection, right? They've never had this collection of talent, especially young, good talent. They're not like token guys; they're actually legit guys. What a story!
He suggested a quick turnaround. He said, first of all, he said he would fight
this
next weekend,
yeah.
And then he said, "Put me on UFC 283 in Rio, and I'll fight alongside my Mexican compadre, Brandon Moreno." I mean, that would be something too. Like they could build something off that, but.
Someone asked me this on Saturday night. Do you think they made the light heavyweight title fight for Rio as an insurance for the Moreno-Krause situation?
No, I don't think so. I don't think they wanted to play.
They just wanted a second.
I mean, if you look at the card as a whole, it needed a little boosting, and this was the perfect opportunity to.
All right, guys, great stuff, and we'll reconvene later to talk about your week and to talk about the Parlay Pals fighting on. Yes.
Just keep on winning,
just
baby.
Keep on trucking. Yes, the Parlay Pals are
it's
undefeated.
Like an ATM at this point.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. Did you bet on this one, Frank?
Of course.
You did, because you didn't show the slip.
Yeah, I don't have to.
Wow. Suspect.
It's going to be a good Christmas.
You're not a liar, are you, like some other people?
I can't believe you asked me. Hey,
yes.
You want to take care of some business?
Yeah. Well, how much time do we have?
Not enough.
Not enough?
No.
Okay, I'll do it after.
Okay.
All right. Do we have our next guest?
Framing him up.
Should I squeeze one in?
Let's do it.
You think so?
Yeah, let's just do it.
All right. We're going to get to Chris Curtis in a second. But first, a quick word from one of our sponsors. We have 4 sponsors on today's show. We're just swimming in the dough, Frank. We're just swimming in the dough. Let me give a shout out to one of our new friends over at Athletic Greens. Yes, support for this show comes from Athletic Greens. How great is this? Very excited. I've actually used Athletic Greens before they joined the team, so this is fantastic. Their AG1 mixture provides a special blend of ingredients that can support your gut health, nervous system, immune system, energy levels, recovery, focus, and more. 1 scoop in a smoothie is a great way to kick off your morning. Their formula is lifestyle friendly. It's literally just 1 scoop, and you'll find out more about what's in that scoop. It's fantastic for you. Very, very healthy. Whether you eat keto, paleo, vegan, dairy-free, gluten-free, it has less than 1 gram of sugar, no GMOs, no nasty chemicals or artificial anything, and best of all, it still tastes very good. 1 scoop of Athletic Greens gives you 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source superfoods, probiotics, and adaptogens. So invest in your health with Athletic Greens because your body deserves the best. You take a scoop, you put it in water, in a smoothie, you're good to go. 75 high-quality vitamins. So excited that they're a part of the family. If a comprehensive solution is what you need from your supplement routine, then Athletic Greens is giving you a free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 travel packs for free with your first purchase. Just go to athleticgreens.com/MMA hour. That's athleticgreens.com/MMA hour. athleticgreens.com/MMA hour to check it out. Support them because they support us. They're new to the family. Let's show them that we care about our health. Go check it out. athleticgreens.com/MMA hour. All right. More to come in a bit. For now, though, let's say hello to one of the big winners from this past weekend, Chris Curtis. There he is, the action man. Congrats, my man.
What's going on? Thank you. Thank you. What a fun weekend, right?
Oh, my gosh. Yes. It's actually kind of like surreal to talk to you because I feel like you're such a presence on Twitter. Like, are you able to not be on Twitter for like 20 minutes to do a chat? Is that okay?
I have like stayed away from Twitter for most of this week. Like I'm trying to like back off of it. I'm like, you know what? I got a problem. So I'm backing away from social media a little bit. Like
you are?
Gotta stop arguing with random. I have to, man. I gotta stop. I'm very argumentative by nature. So I'm like quick to argue. I'm like, all right, man, I'm spending too much energy on this.
I feel you. I did an hour and 15-minute dissertation of a 3-minute clip last week, so I get the argumentative side. But in July, to that point, just since we're there, I remember retweeting one thing that you posted after the Hermanson fight. I might have gotten 3,000 follow-up tweets from you arguing with people. Why did you do that? Why did you subject yourself to that? I wanted to just tell you, like, man, stop for your own sanity. Why did you keep going?
Yeah, man, because I make terrible decisions and like I will argue anything. Like I'm just someone who's always been down to argue anything. And then like after the Jack fight too, like I was waiting for a plane. I was on a plane. I couldn't sleep. So I'm just like angry. I was like, no, I'm like, you know what, man, I really got to just stop caring. So I've taught myself to just like, you know what, just don't care, man. Like once you stop caring about random people who don't affect like your pay or your life, it gets easier. Lesson learned.
You even got into it with Chael P, and I think maybe misunderstood what he was saying.
Yeah. He actually shot me a message, and he told me to text him, and I texted him after that, and I talked to him for a little bit. I got a call from him. I got to call him, and he was super cool about it. And he kind of like talked me off the cliff. He's the big one. Like you got to just not care. Like this is the fight game. It's gonna go sideways sometimes. He's the one like you got to stop caring about these people. So it definitely helped.
How long did it take for you to get over that fight? Because I know that one, that obviously bothered you. You didn't like your performance, and your performance on Saturday spoke for itself. You're right back on track. But that one in July, how long did it take for you to get over it?
I'm not mad about it. It's been a while to stop being mad about it. I'm gonna get over it. I don't know if it's something really get over. I don't really get over things. Like I'm a guy that holds on to things. So I'm not mad about it. I accept like, hey, man, I've lost before. I'll lose again. I'm sure it's one of those things that sucks, especially like the circumstances around it. You gotta learn to, kind of move past it. It's definitely something I'm not over. I want that fight back more than anything. But it's you gotta learn to like just accept that like sometimes it just doesn't go your way. So for me, I put a lot of pressure on myself. So now I'm just like, okay, man, it happened. Like you gotta move forward. We'll catch him again at some point.
You tweeted last week after the Orlando card. about Roman Dolidze. You tweeted this, and we're going to show the tweet right here. Told y'all I was petty. Hell of a night, Roman Dolidze. Proud to be in your corner. Of course, he beat Jack Hermanson in very impressive fashion. What did you mean by that? Like, did you only corner him because he was fighting Jack Hermanson?
No, I would corner him regardless. Roman's a really good friend of mine. It's just it's a running joke when I said I was going out to Florida to corner Roman because I have experience with the Jack. So on short notice, like, who better to have than the guy that fought him last and got the full brunt of the surprise? But everybody is like, "Are you really that petty that you're going to go out to corner him?" And I was like, "Roman's a friend, and he's a really good friend and a teammate. So yes, I was going to corner him. But yes, it does make the decision to go easier on a fight. The week before a fight, he's like against Jack. I'm like, I got to get this one back. I always say, man, I'm aggressively American, right? I'm aggressively American. And it's the most American thing I could have done was I lost to someone. So I went and found a large Eastern European man to fight the victory, get the victory for me. It's the most American shit I could have done. Not mad.
Is it personal though? Because I feel like you might be the only person on the planet who doesn't like Jack Hermanson. Like, isn't he kind of a sweetheart?
No, I love Jack Hermanson. I love Jack Hermanson. So here's the thing. People are like, you hate Jack. I'm like, no. I always call him stupid friendly Jack Hermanson. Like, I got a fucking message last night. Somebody, congratulations. I'm like, God damn it, why are you so friendly? Nothing against Jack. Like, you can't hate Jack Hermanson. Like, don't look at hate. He's the nicest guy ever. It just sucks, man, because like I'm not mad at Jack. I'm more angry at myself. It was like the Billy Master. You're not mad at me. You're mad at your father. Like, I'm mad at myself about just how everything went down, just everything. So nothing against Jack at all. He's probably one of the nicest dudes in the sport. Like, really good guy. I just, for my own sanity, need to go prove to myself, like, hey, man, like, watch, I accept that I had an off night. It was fine. There's stuff going into it. But in the back of your head, you just kick yourself until you can get it back.
I fancy myself somewhat of a Adam Sandler historian. I think that was Big Daddy, the father line.
It was a daddy. It was Big Daddy.
Okay.
You're not mad at me. You're mad at your
Yes,
father.
yes,
You're
yes,
right,
yes.
I am.
Yes. Tremendous. So going into Saturday, a little bit heated, more heated on Joaquin's side than your side, but nevertheless, there was something there. Were you, considering what happened with Jack, at all doubting yourself? Did you feel like confidence was, you were on this run, you stumble against Jack. Did you feel like you needed to psych yourself up? Like, how were you feeling mentally going into the Buckley fight?
Saturday, I felt great, man. I was just ready to go. But for me, at that point, if you're doubting yourself on Saturday, you've made some terrible decisions leading up to that. I don't really get nervous beforehand, like leading up to the fight. Saturday is when it gets real. So I start to be like, okay, like, oh my God, I'm getting into a fist fight. This is going down. But I felt confident. I knew we'd worked on what we had to. I think this camp leading up to it, it did, a big shout out to my team and my coaches, because there was a lot of doubt on my part, because I'm just like, I don't care what happens. This is like my 40th fight, a pro fight, I think. And you still, after coming off of a loss, anybody's going to question, like, am I not as good as I thought I was? Or did I just was it a one-off mess up? So it's one of those things in camp, we had a lot of rebuilding to do, just polishing up on things. And, midway through camp, I had to accept, like, hey, man, like, you have the answers, you have the tools, you just had a bad night. But by the time we got to the cage, man, like, you can ask anybody. There's nobody more excited to be fighting on fight day the day before than me. Everybody's like serious and walking around angry and sad. I'm bouncing around. I'm happy. Nobody enjoys hitting people more than me, like, come fight day. So, like, by the time we walk in the cage, bro, I'm just like waiting, smiling from ear to ear.
Why was it so aggressive on his end? Why was it so personal?
I think it's a combination of he's really trying to build, I think it's a combination beforehand. He's trying to build the fight. He's got that viral knockout that people won't stop talking about. So for him, it becomes an issue of your own success. Like, you had this moment early in your career that's so storied, and now you have to keep trying to push the envelope to keep the interest on you. So if he doesn't do something crazy, then no one's going to care, right? Like, we've had our huge dopamine hit from the spinning wheel kick thing of doom. So you got to keep building. I think a part of it's him selling the fight. And I think a part of it, man, it's just, he's got to keep, I think he's trying to, he convinces himself that he's the dog in there. You don't want to be in there with him. And I feel like it's just what he does, man. Some guys have to do that. Like, when I was younger, like, and I had 20 fights, I used to do, I kind of felt the same way. I had to convince myself, psych myself up, psych the other guy out. At 40 fights now, I'm just like, bro, I don't care. I am literally clocking in and doing what I like. But He's convincing himself, man, it happens. Everybody's a little bit different.
And for the record, how many sparring sessions did you have with him?
He was here for a month. We sparred a few times, I think.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
And how similar was he in sparring to the guy that you fought on Saturday?
Very similar, man. He's walking Buckley, man. He's super fast, super talented, super technical. Well, not too much technical. He's super just like explosive. He's an athlete, man. Everything he does, he comes hard, he comes fast. But I mean, I said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. I'm sure Sean Strickland's talked shit on me about it. I'm not the most aggressive sparring partner. Like if I'm just training, I just don't see the need for it anymore. I've been bludgeoning myself and others for like 15 years now in MMA. I don't need the extra brain damage if I don't have anything coming up. So, there's a lot of guys who will get ahead of me in sparring, but it's sparring. I'm not really worried about winning sparring.
Does Sean Strickland call you, I don't know, maybe like the P word or something? Like, come on, Chris, I need more from you.
Oh, I have any video of me sparring. There's usually, this motherfucker will be in a cage, on the other cage, across from me, watching me spar like a pair of pussy. Get up! I'm like, bro, you are fighting right now. Like, what are you doing? So yes, like it's a very never-ending like cycle with Sean about me not killing my sparring partners.
How do you feel about the fight? Your performance, great win, great finish. I want to ask you specifically about the final sequence in a moment, but just the overall body of work.
I feel fine, man. It was good. Like this is gonna sound the most like weird thing to say. I don't even know if I should say it, but for me, like it was. I'm happy with the outcome. Happy with the performance. We did everything we said we were gonna do. The fight kind of went how we saw it going. Like we kind of thought it would go. But going into it, man, like Rocky and I had talked about getting like fight of the year. I was excited because I'm like in my head, I'm thinking there's gonna be this like knockdown, drag out war of attrition. We're gonna leave like bloody and beat up, and that wasn't it. And I was just like, I'm happy to win, but like you had this weird feeling to where like I wanted more.
What? You got the win, you got the finish. Well, you want to be like you want to be all busted open on a Monday? Why?
I've been searching for that fight since I started fighting, and I still haven't gotten it. And I'm just like, so close. And I thought that would be it. Because, like, he's a warrior, man. He came to fight. It's just one of those things. I wanted to do one of those fights where, like, I really felt in danger. Like, I wanted to be that fight where I'm like, shoot, I think I'm in danger. Like, I don't know. I don't have to dig deep. And, like, I got into fighting because of, like, fucking cartoons and video games. So I think I have a weird perception of, like, what the fuck I'm doing in here anyway. But, I was really hoping for that. So, like, I'm sad that didn't come to pass. But, I got out with my health and a nice paycheck, so I'll take it.
I would say, like, I wouldn't tell a lot of people to copy the Floyd Mayweather approach to fighting, but, you have longevity when you don't get busted open and beat up. This is probably a thing that you should celebrate and not lament.
No, you're entirely correct. Like, anytime you can walk out of a fight with no damage, I didn't take any damage at all, honestly. No damage, you got a good check, a good bonus, everything's fine, live for another day. I should be ecstatic, but I'm just like, I was really expecting that, like, cartoon level of battle, and like I don't know, like I'm glad we got out unhurt and everything, but like I woke up today like maybe next time.
Yeah. What about the finish though? Because I felt like you knocked him out 2 or 3 times. Are you wondering what's going on?
Holy shit, dude! Like, I haven't watched the actual fight yet, but I've seen the finish like 1,000 times. So when he goes down, like I saw him bounce, and I was like, oh, I think he's hurt. And then Herzog kind of moved forward. And I was like, maybe he's stopping it. And then Herzog stops. So I follow him down. I land some shots. And I see him go limp. And I'm like, it's done. Herzog moves a little bit more. I stop. Herzog stops. So I hit him again. And he wakes up. So now I'm like, oh, shit, he's awake. So I hit him again. And he goes to sleep. And now, like, I think we're all confused. At one point, I hit him. He woke up. He's looking at me. I'm looking at Herzog. Herzog's looking at him. And we're all just like, what the fuck's going on right now? So there was a weird like 6 seconds to where we all got confused about what was going on. But it happens.
Did you or he say anything to you after the fight?
No. I told him after the fight, I saw him walking back from the dock. And I told him, he's a fucking warrior and nothing but respect. But we hadn't really talked after the fight. He was kind of doing his own thing, and you gotta lick your wounds a little bit. So
yeah.
Nothing. But I just said beforehand, man. Like that's one of those fights, win, lose, or draw. Like I knew he was going to come out to fight, so I wasn't, I would be okay with the outcome, and no matter how that fight went, because I knew he was coming to fight. I got no issue. Like everybody hates losing, but I have no issue getting my ass kicked.
Man, you ain't getting your ass kicked very much these days. I think that's now 9 of 10, right? Since the retirement.
Yeah, nine of my last 10. Yeah.
How do you explain this, Chris? I remember when you retired. I remember the chicken and waffles situation at PFL. Like, how do you explain what you're enjoying? You are now on a roll. You're beating top guys. You're getting big finishes. You're a fan favorite. Like, how do you explain all of this?
Man, well, first of all, like it's what happens when you put all of your eggs in one basket and you're like, man, there was no plan B. Plan B was reinforcing plan A. So I kind of like, what do I do if I walk away from fighting? And on top of that, man, it's I had a lot of good people around behind me, and I happened to kind of just fall into, I moved to Extreme Couture. And I found the coaches in the gym, they've kind of like made me better at fighting. They made me a better fighter overall. And this is the first time I can say, man, like I'm in like truly a world-class gym with world-class coaches and world-class training partners. And even in my 30s, man, I grew fast. I still had room to grow. I'm still growing now. I'm still learning. I'm getting better every day. I'm getting better at fixing things I thought I was good at. So I'm just in the right place with the right people, and I get to do what I love. So like, why the hell not, man? I love training. I love fighting. I'm serious, man. You won't find too many people who love fight week more than I do. So like, why not? I'm healthy. I'm still relatively young, 35 years, like middle age there. I've still got a few years in me. Why not enjoy it, man? Like, why not kick ass, keep going as far as we can go, and then I have cool stories to tell when I'm old, officially old.
Sean's fighting Jared Cannonier this weekend. I'm just curious. You keep winning. One day they call you up, you versus Sean. Do you take that fight?
Sean would scream at me if I said no.
Okay.
We're fucking talking about we're gonna get paid. Like, no, like you put the right dollar sign. Sean would be like, you're gonna go fight right now. I'll be a pussy. Like, no. So it came down to it. Put it right about the money. He would assault me. And the man that tries to assault me for free. So if you put a big dollar sign behind it, he would force me into it for sure.
He's probably not next. I'm just curious, in your opinion, do you have, a couple days later, what do you want? When, where, who?
You know what? Just from even this weekend and everything going on in middleweights, I would be surprised if it's not like was it Dricus Du Plessis?
Yeah.
Supposed to fight once. Before this weekend, we're ranked 1 apart, I think. He should get a little bump, top 10 maybe, but I'll be like 14. So I'm surprised if that doesn't happen. I think it's a really fun fight still. It sucked it got canceled before because I got hurt, but I think it's still a really fun fight. Like Dricus is he's a fucking unit, man. Like that's an athletic South African man right there.
Yeah, what a performance.
So I'd be shocked if that wasn't it, man. If it is it, I would love to get a main event on a fight night card. I want a 5-round fight with him. I think that'd be crazy.
Wow, that would be something. Amazing for us. Dricus is up next. I think he's even listening in right now, so we can get his immediate thoughts.
Yeah, that's all I've heard is like, when are you gonna fight Dricus again? Like, you and Dricus, like, I'd be surprised that wasn't it. He's got some options though. I would be shocked if they don't give him a top 10 spot.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be whatever, but I think that'd be the most fun, man. Like, meet him for 5 rounds. I love that dude. He's a really cool dude. He's a freaking soldier. I think that'd be a hell of a fight.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. Happy for you, man. Welcome back to the winning side of things. Great fight, tremendous finish. And I'm happy to hear that you're going to take some time off. On Twitter, I will say, remains to be seen. Not sure if I believe you, but cool. It's a good sentiment. And I would also say you're beloved on Twitter too. So just interact with the ones that like you and not the ones that are trying to rile you up.
Yeah, I have since learned the joys of the block button.
Yes.
And like, I don't argue. I'm just like block and move on with my life.
Yes.
It made Twitter much more enjoyable again. So now people come on and say shit. I don't even argue. I just block and go on. There's a lot of cool people on Twitter. I get a lot of like fun messages. I got some really fun interactions. I love talking to people. So I'll, we won't torture ourselves anymore. We'll hang out with those who are good people and screw everybody else, man.
Great advice. Thank you, Chris. Congrats on the win.
Thanks for having me back on. I'll talk to you later.
All right, there he is, Chris Curtis. What a lovely guy. Huge win for him. And amazingly, he just mentioned our next guest. Didn't plan that. Didn't know what he was going to say. So without further ado, let us talk to the pride of South Africa, the man who had the massive win over Darren Till, biggest of his career thus far on Saturday. Dricus Du Plessis. The S is silent. Damn it. Let's say hello to DDP. Dricus, are you there? Hello, my friend. How are you?
What up? Good, thanks yourself. Said it perfectly. And that's our spelling rules for you right there. The S is silent.
The S is silent. I told your manager, Danny Rubenstein, you guys need to print that. Put that on a shirt. Dricus Du Plessis, the S is silent.
That's not a bad idea. I think we might definitely do that. I created a one-liner. I just saw it on social media. I was like, well, I didn't even realize I said that until after the fight. And I saw everybody on social media saying, the S is silent.
I love it. I love it. I think you should keep that up. Even if people continue to say your name correctly. Dana White did not, but it takes him a while sometimes to figure that stuff out. Here's the thing. I also love DDP for you. Have you noticed people calling you DDP, and are you okay with us calling you DDP?
DDP, 100% with that. A lot of people do call me DDP. So I'm more than happy with that name.
Okay. And do you know who DDP, the original DDP is? Diamond Dallas Page. Are you a pro wrestling fan?
I am not that. I used to be a massive wrestling fan growing up, but I'm not too familiar with what's happening these days.
Okay. He's from the late 90s.
I was a massive WWE fan. Oh, so he's one of the
he's one of the older guys and a legend, and he had one of the great names, Diamond Dallas Page, DDP. And someone mentioned DDP to me about you as a nickname, and I just love it. It rolls off the tongue. So if you want to run with that, you can as well. Obviously, want to talk to you about the huge win over Darren, but I think you just heard Chris mention your name, and so let's start there if we can. Usually, we start with the what's next at the end. What did you think of his call out just there?
Yeah, we were scheduled to fight, and we always knew that was going to be a fun fight, and unfortunately, we got injured. So, at this stage, I don't think that fight makes a lot of sense for me. I just beat Darren Till. So, my options are lying a lot better up the ladder, I think. So, Chris Curtis, nice guy, and he's a badass fighter. I do believe that will be a very fun fight, but not now. I think we'll meet each other more at the top, to be honest.
Okay. Do you have a name that you're thinking of?
Yeah. So, Marvin Victoria has been saying that he needs a fight. I would have loved the Paulo Costa, of course, but he's scheduled to fight Whitaker. So, that fight's not going to be able. And even if they do have the ability to make that fight, it's probably going to be too late. He's not going to fight in February and again in March, April.
Right.
So that's out of But if Marvin Victoria was keen to fight March or April, I would love that fight. Headline a fight night. That'll be awesome.
That would be huge. I also suggested at the top of the show, you versus the winner of the main event this weekend, Sean Strickland, Jared Cannonier. What do you think of that?
Absolutely. I would actually, if Sean Strickland got the win this weekend, I would love to fight him. I would love to fight Sean Strickland if he got the win this week. It's a fight that's exciting. I think style-wise, I think that's a great fight.
Not Cannonier.
I think it's not him. Listen, Cannonier is a badass fight. I just think in terms of hype and the potential of a great fight, I just think Strickland is a better matchup. I think we can have a much more fun fight than I would have with Cannonier.
Okay, fair enough.
If Cannonier was the guy, I'll be more than happy to fight Cannonier, but Sean Strickland is a guy that I believe I can be very convincingly, and I can do it in spectacular fashion. Just the way his style and my style will complement each other, it will make for a fun, badass fight. That's at the end of the day what I'm looking for, while climbing the ladder.
Right. Well, your fight on Saturday was one of those. I'm wondering, were you at all ever concerned that the fight wouldn't happen, considering some of his injuries and, pulling out? Like, were you nervous about this fight happening, even though it was such a big one for you? Like, man, I just want to get to Vegas. I want to get to fight week, see him in front of me. Or were you always confident it would come to fruition?
Yeah, as soon as they talk to your agents, team, coaches, everybody, it immediately is a concern since, I had a few fights fall through. We had the Gastelum scenario with 3 guys in a row falling off. Then we had but that was the same problem with Curtis. Like, we just had a lot of guys pull out on me in the past year. So I think a lot of people were concerned, and especially when they announced the fight, people were like, "Oh, he's not going to show up. He's not going to show up." And I was like, what do you want me to do about that? I have to prepare for a fight. That's out of my control. The only thing I can control is being as prepared as I can possibly be, being in the best shape of my life for the biggest fight of my life. And that's what I did. I didn't really care, in a way, if Darren Till had to pull out of this fight, there was nothing that to be done from my side. I couldn't stop that if I wanted to. There was nothing I could do about it. So I just did what I can. I just worry about the stuff that I can control. That's being 100% prepared. So, obviously the thought crossed my mind initially, but I didn't think like that once during my fight game.
Okay.
I didn't go, oh, what if he doesn't show up? I just trained as if the best Darren to ever step in the cage is going to show up. And I have to say, the best Darren Till we've seen in a very, very long time showed up on Saturday.
Couldn't have started off better for you. Should the fight have been stopped in the midst of that early flurry in the first round, in your opinion?
No, I don't think it should have been stopped. The ref Mark Smith, he did an amazing job. He did warn Darren, and initially Darren gave the thumbs up while I was hitting him. And I didn't really completely pull the trigger because I was like, this can't be, because I was just like physically so much strong. I feel like I'm kind of just holding on to him with one hand. I didn't really expect that to happen. Like, I'm just holding him and I'm just hitting him and he can't move. I was like, oh, well, might as well get a few punches in. And all of a sudden I see, listen, I'm landing big shots and the ref says, Darren, you have to move. You have to improve your position. And I see him give a thumbs up. And as he gives the thumbs up, I started flurrying because I'm like, this is a warning from the ref. And I started hitting with big shots and I caught him a few times hard. And then we switched to the other side. And I actually rocked him and he dropped to one knee. And the ref said, I'm going to stop the fight, Darren. Show me something. And Darren stood up again. Every time, I think the ref maybe gave me 3 or 4 warnings. Every time the ref said, I'm going to stop the fight, he did improve his position. He either stood up or he turned away and he repositioned himself. So it was very close to being stopped for sure. But I'm glad they didn't stop the fight because that would have been a very stop.
Okay. Wow. That's pretty honorable of you to say. I was wondering while watching it if maybe you gassed yourself out and there would be some sort of, opposite negative effect on that, the early flurry and then you're tired. Did that happen? Did any of it, did you feel tired afterwards? And did that lead to what happened in the second?
After the flurry in the first round, I wasn't tired at all. Like, my arms weren't gassed at all. I have no idea what happened. I spoke to my conditioning coach. I think it was more mechanical than anything else. I didn't gas out. Like, in terms of my breath was there. I didn't feel exhausted. My legs in the second round I felt like my legs were swollen. Felt like I just ran a marathon. My legs were just, I didn't have any bounce in my legs, and my arms were fine. My gas was fine. I was perfect, but I almost felt like I couldn't bounce. My legs didn't have any spring in them. And that's why it felt like I was stuck in there. And I would say around halfway through the second round, my legs started getting a lot better. And it was weird because we went to go look at it again, and it wasn't really nothing on my legs. We didn't do anything heavy with my legs. I didn't pick him up. All of that. It was just a very weird situation. I think usually what happens after a weight cut is I get my legs loosened up with the foam roller, with the hyperized gun. I get a physio to loosen up the legs, and this time we didn't do that. I didn't loosen up my muscles after the weight cut. I think that might have played a role in my legs jamming up in the fight. When I came out for the third round, I felt good. Third round came out, I felt good again. I felt, okay, I'm ready to go now. I felt loose. I felt in that third round, I started getting my groove back. My legs were a lot better. So I guess maybe I had that body triangle on quite hard on Darren Till in the first round. That might have been what caused my legs to gas out a little. But that doesn't happen in training, so I can't see that really being the issue. But yeah, when round 3 came, I felt great again. But definitely in round 2, I told myself, okay, let's take a little breather. And I was waiting for my legs to get back. And I would say maybe 2 minutes left in the second round, my legs came.
By the way, why didn't you do that stuff on your legs as you've done in the past? Why did you opt not to do that this time?
Yeah, I mean that was that was a slip up on my part. Didn't even think about it.
Okay.
I warmed up the day of the fight. We did a power up session like we always do. I warmed up. It felt good. I didn't feel stiff or anything like that. So that was a step up on my part for neglecting that part. It just shows you the margin for error in this game, especially at the top level, so small. And that's the mistakes we learned.
Had we spoken before the fight and I told you you'd win via rear naked choke against Darren Till, would you have believed that? Like, was that an outcome that you were thinking about, expecting?
I always knew once it went to the ground, I had a massive advantage over Darren Till. I knew that. I did think his takedown defense would be better. To say, and physically I was just so much stronger. I thought Darren Till was a physically stronger guy than he was. So I knew probably I could catch him in the fight, put him down, and then finish with the flurry of punches. Or I knew that if I get on top of him in the grappling exchanges and start raining down on him with punches, I will get the submission. So I was really surprised at that. I did think it would come earlier, to be honest. I thought that I would be TKOing or submitting Till in the second.
Do you think eventually you will fight at 205, or do you think it'll always be okay with you at 80? You looked a lot, and I know you said afterwards, he should probably fight at 70, but like you looked a lot bigger than him.
Yes. So I would definitely one day fight at 205. It's not necessary. My weight cut isn't a problem at all.
Okay.
So no, it's not at all. I need 2 weeks to make weight. If I have 2 weeks notice, I can make weight. When I'm in training shape, when I'm training like I always do, and I walk around, I can make weight in 2 weeks. My weight cut is very carefully planned out. I do always stay in shape. So I'm not killing myself to make the weight at all. But I am big for the weight, and I'm definitely keen. If there's a cool fight happening at 205 and they need a replacement, I would be 100% happy to step and take that fight.
Seemed like he insinuated afterwards that he may have severely hurt his knee. And I know like the weigh-ins were, it seemed like there was enough respect between you guys leading up to it. Were any words exchanged afterwards?
Sorry, you glitched out there.
And you guys say anything to each other afterwards?
Yeah, I told him I would love to have a beer with him. I told him that I've always looked up to him and that he's one of the guys that I've always admired in watching fights, and that he looks like a guy that enjoys his beer, and I'm a guy that enjoys beer. So I would love to have a few beers with him, and he said absolutely. We never got to those beers, to be honest, but I would love to share a beer with Darren Till.
You mentioned the beers and pizza a bunch of times in the post-fight press conference. How many beers and how many slices of pizza did you have on Saturday night?
So I probably had a whole pie by myself afterwards. But on Saturday night, after a fight, I always get that big adrenaline dump. So I can't really party hard on the fight night. I just, no matter if it's a long fight, it's a short fight, it's just adrenaline dump. So when I get back, I'm absolutely paced. So I had my pizza, I had a couple of beers, maybe 2 or 3 beers.
Oh. Okay.
And I went to my room. But last night, that's when we catch up.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. And to see your training partner, the young 21-year-old Cameron Simon, winning the first fight of the night, which was a tremendous fight. What did that do for you? What did that, like, in terms of motivation? You're up, a couple hours later, but to see him get that win, what was that like?
Yeah, man. I mean, when I was sitting in my hotel room before we left for arena, watching that fight, and I told him my heart rate wasn't supposed to do that before my fight. And I was like, "You never do that to me again." I was really, really surprised how good his opponent's grappling was off his back. It was really impressive the way he used that rubber guard. And Cameron just showed again. Listen, Cameron is an exceptional striker, but he just showed again that when it comes to the grappling exchanges, he got out of some tricky situations, and he was really doing so well on the ground. He had the grappling guy with 6 submission wins in 6 fights in a lot of trouble on the ground. I'm so happy for him. I'm really happy that he got to showcase that on the feet. He's absolutely amazing. But look what he can do on the ground. I'm so happy for him. He deserves it. He's a hard worker. He's putting all the effort needed to be where he is, and I'm really happy.
Future is bright for him. Future is bright for you. Future is bright for South African MMA. A lot of exciting things. And you maintain this time next year, this exact time next year, we're talking about you as top contender at 85. What's the official prediction? Top contender, champion, about to fight for the belt. What are you predicting is about to come for you in the next 365?
I'd be surprised if I don't fight for the title.
Really?
I would be surprised if I don't fight for it. Yes.
Wow.
I would be surprised. I said it this year. I will be in the top 10 before the end of the year. And that's happening. And I honestly believe I'll be in the top 3 in my next 2 fights.
Who do you think's the champion when you fight for the belt?
Probably Izzy or Rob Whittaker.
Not Alex.
That's the 2 guys I see. I don't think so.
You think Izzy
I
beats
think
him?
Alex is an amazing fighter. I think Robert Whittaker beats him.
Wow.
I honestly think Whittaker can beat Alex. I think Alex is a big dude. He's a big guy. I saw him again on Saturday. He's big for the weight. But I do think his style, which is more of a flat-footed style, he punches like a truck and he kicks hard and his striking is really good. I just think that when it comes to mixed martial arts as a whole, I think Robert Whittaker has the style to beat Alex Ferreira. I think Whittaker is struggling with Izzy because maybe it's a mental block, and Izzy is really good at movement, so it makes it hard to take him down. He's moving a lot. Where I believe with Ferreira, he's a much more stagnant fighter. He stays in one spot and his feet planted and he hits hard. I think that's something Whittaker will be able to take advantage of and take him down. And so on the ground that when he's put on his back or when he is at the bottom, he's not that great. So I think Whittaker gets him down and TKOs or submits him.
Wow. Okay. Going to be interesting to watch that division next year. Enjoy your holidays. Enjoy everything.
The whole division just opened up. So
it's crazy.
Just opened up completely. It's the whole division. It's almost like we got a new fresh breath in the division. And now that I stepped in the top 10, that changes everything around this. Every single top 10 guy in the top 10 of that division better watch out because I'm coming and I will be coming to each and every single one of them.
I love it. DDP, the S is silent. Dricus Du Plessis. Get it right. Get it right.
Du Plessis, the S is silent. Get it.
I love it. I love it. Dricus, enjoy the win. Safe travels home. Happy holidays. Thanks for coming on.
My God, I appreciate it so much. Thank you, everybody.
All right, there he is. Dricus Du Plessis. The S is silent. I actually like the S is silent more than DDP now. Tremendous stuff from DDP. Now, we are going to be joined by Raul Rosas Jr., the 18-year-old phenom. Should I squeeze one in, Frank?
Let's do it.
Is he there? They were making me nervous.
We're still framing, so there's a good chance.
All right. Let us say hello to our good friends from Whoop. I mean, there's so many options, Frank. There's so many options. We're just rolling in the dough these days. So many options. Our good friends over at Whoop are a part of the family. Today's episode brought to you by Whoop, the 24/7 personalized fitness and health coach. Whoop is a sleek, screenless fitness wearable that tracks your sleep and daily activity, creating a detailed breakdown of what's going on with your fitness and your health. There it is, Whoop.com. Lots of professional fighters, as you know, are using Whoop to track their workouts, and our own GC has been using it as well. GC, your thoughts?
I mean, it's fantastic. Keeps me up to date on everything. I can't speak highly enough.
What's for lunch?
Yeah.
Can we do an ad without a mouthful?
Couple pita chips there.
I love it.
I know that's your pet peeve.
No, I love it. Any donuts?
It's actually a cookie, mate.
Oh, perfect. By the way, there was a cookie thing last week. I never got my cookie. Anyway, if you're using Whoop...
You were invited.
Yeah. If you're using Whoop, you don't need cookies. You don't want cookies. You want nothing to do with cookies. It lets you track your fitness, your health, your recovery, your sleep, all that and more. It's a tremendous product. It's cool. You can get it in a bunch of different colors. Can't recommend it enough, and you got to try it for yourself today. So go to Whoop.com. That's WHOOP.com. That's Whoop.com. And use the code MMA to save 10% today. That's Whoop.com. Use the code MMA to save 10%. Please support them because they support us. At the watch party on Friday, by the way, Saw a bunch of Canadian boys, 4 of them in particular. They were tremendous. They were there before the card even started. First thing they said to me was, where's GC? Where's Frank? Where's New York Rick? And most importantly, why don't they ever invite you when they go out? They said it.
That never happened.
Could you believe that? I actually sent you guys video evidence of them saying this to me. Yeah, I had the receipts. You should just, should I make a shirt?
I have the receipts.
Or just the receipts.
I love the person who posted the CVS.
Yes, more receipts than a CVS. Ariel Helwani, tremendous stuff. What about Raul Rosas Jr.? Unbelievable, 18 years young. When I was 18 years old, what was I doing? I have no idea. I was pretty useless. This young man just won for the first time at a UFC event at T-Mobile Arena. He is a name that we're going to be talking about for a long time. He doesn't have his driver's license, but he does have a UFC victory on his resume. The pride of Mexico City joining us right now. Everyone's so excited about Raul. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Hello. How are you, bro? First of all, it's an honor, but for you to have me on your show, I'm just kidding. But yeah.
For me to have, wait, what was it? Who's the honor for? Me or you? I can't quite figure it out.
Yeah, I was like, it's an honor, but for you to have me on your show.
Okay, all right, perfect. Next time on, you're going to ask me to pay you probably to come on the show. For now, we'll take it for free. So I appreciate that. Congratulations. By the way, where are you right now? Are you? Do you live with your parents?
Yeah, I still live with my parents and my brother.
So what's it like? You fight at T-Mobile. You fight at the one of the biggest shows on the calendar, pay-per-view, and then you just go back to sleeping in your room at your parents' house. Like, is it hard to come down after something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm still living normal. But yeah, it all feels like regular to me. So like, yeah, right now I just came back home with my family. But again, yesterday, no, it wasn't yesterday. After the fight, I didn't go to sleep till like 2 p.m. So, because I after the fight, I went. We partied at my house because I can't go to clubs yet.
Yeah.
Here in Vegas because I'm not 21, so we came to the house and then we were up, and then fucking they have open that at 11 a.m. at 10 Planet, so I just went to open that, and then I came home and finally went. No, I didn't even go to sleep. I went to sleep for an hour, and I woke up and fucking went to the ship again. So I'm fucking tired.
Oh man. Well, thank you for doing this. If you're tired right now, I appreciate it. But let me just get it right. You went home, you partied, then you went to train at 11 a.m. And then why did you do that? Why didn't you just chill out?
Because my boy, the Godfather, was here. He came to watch my fight, but he wanted to train, and he went to sleep. But there was people drinking, and it was hella funny. So I was like, we were like just fucking messing around, and then by the time the ones that were drinking went to sleep, the ones that weren't drinking woke up, and I was like, I stayed up with them. I was like, fuck, I'll go to open that. I had energy, so I was like, fuck it, I'll go.
That is tremendous. Wow. So some people were asking me how I got you on the show on a Monday afternoon because you should be in school. You're not in school, right? When did you stop school?
I stopped a little while ago. Well, I didn't stop. I'm still doing a homeschool.
Okay.
Yeah, this is my senior year, so hopefully I graduate this year. But yeah, I started doing homeschool so I could have more time to train. But yeah, I'm not like in regular school right now. But I wish I would.
You wish you were. Why?
Man, it's just like I think it's pretty fun. Like going to regular school. Like there was just a lot of fun shit going on. But like one of the reasons why I also like decided to take homeschool was because in regular school I was just like messing around and shit. So I was like, I could use this time to train instead of coming in here, like messing around and just fucking eating chips all day and pizza and fucking. Because like everybody doesn't even have their fucking homework on their backpacks. All they have is fucking food and shit. So we're just fucking messing around.
Is there not a way that you can go to school and train? I mean, we've seen people who are, working and also training. Could you not possibly do both?
Yeah, I could do both, of course. I was doing both for a while. Like right after school, I would hit the gym. So yeah, I could do both, but I mean, if I can use that money to train also, it just becomes much better. Like it's possible to do both, but when you're just focused on one, it's just much better.
Sure. And what grade did you stop going to an actual school?
This year, barely.
Okay.
This year.
All right. And were your parents cool with that?
Yeah, I mean, they supported it. My mom tried to send me to a regular school, but it's also like a lot different, like from different states since we just moved to Vegas. I went to regular schools here for like 2 days working, but they have like a whole process, like different process and shit. So I was like, fuck that, I'm not doing that. So I was like, I'll just do my own stuff because like I was far behind, so I was like, nah, man, I'll take homeschool or something.
Did your parents go to the fight?
Yeah. My dad was in my corner, and my brother was also in my corner, and then my mom was watching the fight. We got her a ticket, so we were all there.
Were you nervous?
No, I wasn't nervous. I was just excited. The only thing about my fights is sometimes I don't like waiting too much. Like I wish I could just like show up and like step in the octagon right away. Pretty excited.
Oh, we lost you there. You still there? See him moving, but maybe he doesn't hear me. Do you hear me? No. Maybe let's reconnect with him. What do you guys think?
Yeah, we'll take care of this.
All right. We'll reconnect with Raul. Am I saying that right, Andy?
Raul.
No.
There you go.
No. All right. I was bringing in a little Middle Eastern there. Raul. Excuse me. Yeah. Looks like he's wearing his pajamas there. That's incredible stuff. Just 18 years young and just turned 18, by the way. He turned 18 in October. So youngest person to ever get a win in the UFC. Incredible. What were you doing at 18, Frank?
He's back.
Okay, perfect. Well, please remind me to ask you that again. Raul, are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, we're back. Sorry, we lost you there for a second. So you said you didn't get nervous, which is great. I know you also said you don't like to wait. Could I ask you this dream of being a UFC fighter? How old were you when it started?
It started when I was 6. That's when I started looking at. Well, I didn't know the UFC was the biggest show, but like watching it on TV, like I saw a lot of people watching and stuff. So I liked it, and then like I realized that was the biggest show when I was like 7, 8. And since I started watching it since I was 6, but I wasn't like a big fan. Like I didn't know who the fighters were. I would just watch fights randomly, and yeah, when I was like 7, 8, 9, in that stage, that's when I started being like, right. Like at 8, I started being like, right, I wanna be in the UFC one day, and I wanna become champion. But my dreams were just to become UFC champion. But as I kept growing and stuff, I started to look at bigger dreams, and now I'm looking at becoming the youngest UFC champion.
The youngest, that's what you want. You want to be the youngest UFC champion. So you have some time. I mean, you've got 5 years to do that. You've got a great start. I'm just curious, who introduced you to MMA? Like, who was the one that said, this is something you should check out at such a young age?
My father, because me and my brother were training Taekwondo for a little bit, and we would go watch him train jiu-jitsu. But we didn't want to sit around and wait, like just watch. Like, I didn't like always sitting down and just watching, and we wanted to join, so we joined. And yeah, he started fighting MMA, and he started like he would put the fights and we would sit down and watch the fights with him. So we just started going from there.
Does your brother fight too?
Yeah, my brother fights too. He just fought recently. He's 2-0 as a pro.
Okay, how old is he?
He's he just turned 20. Like a few days ago, he just turned 20.
Okay, and does your dad still fight?
No, my dad no, he's a full-time coach now.
Okay. Did you ever go to his fights as a kid?
Yeah. That was actually when I actually really started looking at it even more, because I remember there was no backstage for some reason. Like let's say the cage was like in front of me right here, and the fighters were all here next to each other, so the crowd could see the fighters, and I was just looking at my dad the whole time and just waiting. And then the walkout and then his fight and everything, and then how the crowd, because that was in our hometown where we grew up, and the home like everybody was just screaming his name, like cheering him on and stuff. So I remember right after he was coming off the cage, I told him that, hey, I wanna be a fighter too. I wanna step in the octagon. And yeah, like later on, I realized that kids were stepping in the octagon, like fighting kids. So I stepped in the octagon for my first fight when I was 8 years old.
8 years old?
Yeah, I was 8 years old when I had my first MMA belt.
Come on. It was amateur, right?
Yeah, it was like under 18. So like the other kid was probably like 8 or 9. So
And what are the rules?
The rules go exactly the same.
What are you wearing?
But the only thing was like if I would tap the kid. Oh no, it would be over, I think. But no headshots. There was no headshots.
Okay.
That was the only.
Dang. And you're wearing 4-ounce gloves. Are you wearing headgear or shin guards?
No, we weren't. We were just wearing like 4-ounce gloves and nothing else.
Dang.
Oh yeah, the only difference was also that, well, when I started over there, because in California the rules were different, but over there, like if I would tap the kid out, they would just stand us back up and go again. So we just kept going like 3 rounds.
And what was your amateur record?
For the kids?
Yeah, like up until you turned pro.
I was like, for the kids, I was like 21 wins and 2 losses. I lost twice. And then for amateur, it was 2-0, and for pro right now, 7-0.
Yeah. Could you, honestly, is this all happening faster than you expected, or did you really think you'd be in the UFC at 18?
Well, it kind of went through quick because I didn't know that I could make my pro debut at 17 in Mexico, because I was looking at here. And so for me, I was expecting to have an amateur career until I was 18. And like right now, in my thoughts back then about now, instead of fighting in the UFC, my thoughts were about making me my pro debut like right now. Like right now, I would have tried to be 1-0 pro. But I saw that I could become pro at 17 in Mexico, so I was like, oh, I'll just go out there and go that way. That way, my thoughts were like I could make it to the UFC when I'm 17, or right as I turn 18, I can get signed to the UFC. So I was looking at both.
Wow. And is it kind of overwhelming? Like, I mean, you're such a young man. Most kids are still in school. I'm sure you care about a lot of other things as well. I mean, like you have interests. You want to, I'm sure date people, have fun, go hang out with your friends. Like, and now on social media, you're probably getting hit up by all kinds of people. Like, is this overwhelming?
No, it isn't overwhelming. I mean, I'm getting used to it. At first, it was a little bit like with all the followers and like a little bit like the fame started coming. So it was a little overwhelming, but about now, it just feels normal. Like I was able to adapt. So now I just feel like normal. It doesn't, I don't know.
For the foreseeable future, are you planning to just live at home?
Yeah, for now I'm just planning to live here, live home, and yeah, we'll see what the future holds.
So you got the bonus. Are you actually going to get your mom a minivan?
Yeah, I'm gonna get my mom a minivan. Because the one that we have right now, we have a similar one, but I don't know much about cars, but I think it has like 8,000 miles on it or something like that. I don't know, but it's about to like stop working soon. So like I have to need a new one. So with that bonus, I'm gonna get her a new one.
Is she really the one that drives you to practice and all that stuff? Like if you go to the PI, is she driving you there? Is that really what's going on?
Yeah, it's usually her, or also sometimes my dad. My dad drives us too. My mom. We're always out together. Like you'll always see me, my brother, my parents together. But you'll never see me driving. Like they'll all like drive except me.
You don't want to have a license. Why not? You don't want that independence?
No, I do want to have a license. But right now I haven't had time. I told my friend. I was telling my brother that after this fight, I was trying to go and get the license. But because I haven't had time to like make an appointment and like because I was gonna back then I had to get my what's it called, my driver's permit, but I didn't want to fucking study for all that shit. For the permit is different. You gotta go through a lot of stuff, and my parents paid for it, and I was gonna do it, but when I saw it was too many like things I had to do, I was like, oh, never mind. I'll just let y'all keep on doing. And then when I started driving without a license, but I didn't have time to rest. That's when I get my time to rest. When we're because it's like every practice is 30 minutes away, so I get to like chill a little bit. But when I'm driving, I can't chill. So I was like, I like my brother to be my Uber. I'll just be sitting on the passenger seat.
Are you happy with your performance on Saturday?
Yeah, I'm happy, but it was already expected. I knew it was gonna go like that, and thank God that it did go like that as planned. But yeah, I'm happy but not satisfied yet. I still want to stay active, and I'm like that was the first victory of many to come, and I still want to go out there as soon as possible, back to the octagon and get what I really want.
Who do you want next?
I don't know any names outside the top 15, so I don't know, but I want higher level competition. Like I want someone that's gonna get me to the top 15, or someone in the top 15 if possible.
How far away do you think you are from top 15? Like, do you think you can compete with them now, or do you think you need X amount of fights before being ready for that?
Like if I can fight someone for the top 15 or before I actually fight someone.
Well, like, what do you think? If they asked you right now, like, do you have so much confidence that you think you can fight top 15 right now, or do you need 5 more fights, 6 more fights? Like, what do you think before you're in that top 15 conversation?
Oh yes, for sure. I can definitely take a fight with the back from top 15, and I can promise like a finish. Like not only go out there and win, like also like go out there and win impressively and make the statement.
You think you could do that right now?
Yes, for sure.
But that's probably not going to happen, right? Like, do you think they're gonna fast track you, or do you think they're gonna slow track you?
I don't know. I don't know what the plan is, but I hope they're trying to fast track me because I'm ready. You know, I'm ready. And like I said, if they offer me a fight for the UFC belt, like right now, I can like not only go out there and win, but I can also finish whoever has the belt. Which right now right now is Aljamain Sterling, and you know I'm ready. You know that's why like my pro career. That's why I'm saying I didn't take it slowly. Like I fought months back to back so I could be here. But if I knew that I wasn't in the level, if I didn't have nothing to offer to the table, I would have fought like every 4 months. That way I could improve. But the reason why I'm fighting so active, including I just fought in Dana White Contender Series not that long ago, but I decided to make my UFC debut already because I'm ready for it all, you know. If I knew I wasn't in the level and I couldn't hang with these fools, because I'm not even looking at anybody. I'm like all I see is gold. And if I know that I can't be champion, then I would like slow down a little bit. But I know I can be champion like right now if I was to fight for the belt right now. So this is why like I'm taking my career so quick because I know I have everything to win that belt right now.
So to be clear, if for some reason they booked you today against Aljamain Sterling, you believe in your heart, you're not just saying it, that you can not only beat Aljamain Sterling, the current champion at 135, you can finish him. That's what you believe.
Yeah. And like I said, I'm not saying stuff just to say it. Like, I'm actually saying it. Like, everything I say is true. And like, people don't believe in me, but, I believe in myself. And, like, I'm just going out there and proving it. Like, that's probably not going to happen because people don't know if I can really do that. But I know I can. So I'm just staying active and finishing everybody I'm going to finish everybody in an impressive way so I can really show everybody that I'm ready to go for that title.
And fighting guys who are 10 years older, 12 years older, 13, none of this concerns you?
No, the age for me doesn't matter. Like I said, if I was fighting a 30-year-old or if I was fighting a 14-year-old, I would take them the same, like I wouldn't be overconfident and I wouldn't nothing changes for me. Like it's still the same thing for me. Like something they gotta understand too is that the new generation has evolved. Like in the jiu-jitsu game, you see a lot of youngsters taking on the highest level black belts. Like you see the Rotolo brothers, or you see like Colabate. He was like 16 years old. Right now he's like 17, 18. But you see Mika Galbao, he's 18. The Rotolos are 18. Like everybody on top of the game right now is starting to become like so young, like 18, 19, 20.
It's amazing. Now, in terms of like non-MMA stuff, like how will you spend your, like, how are you going to chill out this week? What are you going to do for fun?
Oh, I'm going back to the gym today. I want to fight this Saturday. I'm talking to my manager. If there's any openings for this Saturday at 135 or 145, I'm down to step in. Or if not, I'm trying to get a fight booked as soon as possible.
That is tremendous. And what do you walk around at?
I walk around 150.
Eventually, where do you think you end up in terms of weight class?
I think later on in my career, I'm going to end up in 145.
145.
Yeah, but right now I'm focused on the 135. I fought almost all my pro career in 145, and I feel good at 145. But I think later on in my career, I will end up in like an actual 145er. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. How my bones are going to develop and how big I'll get.
Well, it's an incredible thing to watch you compete at such a young age and to have success. You're not just there as a token fighter, so to speak. You've earned it, and it's unbelievable. Much respect to you. It was an honor, Raul, to have you on the show. An honor for me to have you on the show. Congratulations on the win, on making history as the youngest fighter to pick up a win in the UFC, and I can't wait to watch your career. You were born when I was already starting to cover this sport, and that blows my mind. So now I feel very old, and I think it's incredible. So well done to you, my friend, and I wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care. There he is. Raul Rosas Jr. was, actually I should say, I think he was 1 year old when I started back in 2006, and that is just absurd. He's born in 2004. That's when he was born, 2004. Unbelievable. 282 was a great card because there were a bunch of great stories. I said at the top of the show, I thought my MVP in terms of performance was Ilia Topuria, the pride of Georgia and Spain. He joins us now via the magic of Zoom. He had the massive, massive win over Bryce Mitchell, Thug Nasty, losing his first official UFC fight. I don't know if it was UFC, tough, whatever, but to me, that felt like his first official fight. Do we have Ilia? There he is. Hello, Ilia. How are you, my friend?
What's up? All good. How are you? Good?
Yes, I'm doing great. Congratulations on the win. What a week for you, man. Oh, man. There's, I'm curious about this. Like, you have Bryce, and this is a big fight, and Bryce can maybe rile things up a little bit, but then you have all that stuff with Paddy as well. Like, at any point, do you have to get yourself to come down? Like, seems like a lot of emotion going into these fights. Are you ever worried about being too emotional come Saturday?
Not in reality. I'm very calm always with my emotions. I'm a professional, I always try to control my emotions, and at the end of the day, I was very focused on Bryce, and I proved.
Okay. Happy with the fight? Happy with how it went down? Obviously happy with the finish, but are you happy with the whole package?
Yeah, I'm very happy. It was the easiest weight cut I ever had. And so my goal didn't was just to win, because I knew that I won't get that win. My goal was to make him look easy. And this is what I did. I make him look easy in the first round. I strike with him in the second round. He was so tired, and I submit a grappler. Before that fight, I knock out a striker. So what else?
Yeah.
My actions are talking for me.
Absolutely. Were you expecting a submission, or did you think that you would beat him via strikes?
I was telling to everyone that for me, it was like, how can I say it? I knew that I was better than him in the ground and striking, so I supposed everything, For me, I was waiting for a knockout, for a submission. I was ready for everything.
I saw actually earlier today he posted a video on his Instagram saying that he had the flu last week and he shouldn't have taken the fight and it was a lesson. Did you see this video and what do you think of it?
Excuses like everyone is making when they hear my name, and everyone was turning down the fight before him. Danny turned down the fight. Sadiq Yusuf turned down the fight. Mosa turned down the fight. Barbosa turned down the fight. Everyone, when they hear my name, they go to the back doors like Paddy did the last time he heard that I was going to the PI. They always have injuries in their back or problems with their ego, or I don't know what happened to him when they hear me coming. But at the same time, I understand them because when you want to close yourself with me in the cage, you know that you're going to have problems with your health, because you're going to end in the hospital.
What happened at the PI with Paddy?
So I went to the PI. I had the training, and he was inside, and I had to wait until they took him from the back doors.
They told you this?
Yeah, they told me. They told me. Paddy is inside. You have to wait, and we're gonna take him out from the back doors.
Do you think that was his request, or do you think they were just trying to avoid any issues between you two?
Of course. He didn't come to the hotel. He told to everyone that he didn't want to be with me in the hotel.
Okay.
Because he didn't feel secure.
Do you think that they're putting you on the same card as him for a reason? Like this feels now it's been a couple times now. Like, do you think they're doing this on purpose?
I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe not. But at the same time, I feel like the UFC is protecting him from me. I don't know why. In reality, that's the fight to make right now because it's one of the biggest fights I think in the UFC. We can perfectly sell a pay-per-view. I think so. There is that fight makes more exciting to people than more championship fights.
So in a perfect world, that's what you would want next?
So in reality, I would love to focus on my weight class. I wouldn't love to face a Brian Ortega. He never turned down the fight, so now I want my manager to make a offer to his team. I know he has an injury right now in his shoulder, so we're gonna ask him how many times how much time he needs to get held. And I think that he's a warrior and he's gonna accept the fight. All the respect to him, and it's a fight that makes sense for him because in the case if he gets a win against me, that it's never gonna happen, but it's gonna put him to talks for a title shot, and for me the same. It's gonna put me directly for a title shot.
But that said, as you said, the Paddy fight would obviously be one of the biggest fights in the UFC. You feel comfortable fighting at 55, obviously. He's a big guy. He looked big in there.
No, it doesn't matter. I promise you, Ariel, he don't gonna get a win against me for 3 or 5 kilos, So I don't care about the weight class. He can come and even don't make the weight, I don't care about the weight.
I saw they posted the video of you watching when they read the judges' scorecards. What did you think of the fight overall and the judges' decision?
He lost the fight. He lost. They gave him my Christmas gift. I sure forgot. He lost the fight. Every round he lost. When I heard 29-28, I think that Jordan won the fight. So who cares? And he wins for his last fight for with that decision. This is the time I spent in my 4 last fights.
So when you saw that,
less I was inside the cage.
I agree with you. I think Jared won the fight as well. I'm curious. What do you think happened there? How do you think they scored that fight for him? What's the explanation in your mind?
So in my mind, they're gonna take even to London. So I think they want to put a Paddy there. So if he has a loss, it's not the same. He's coming from a win, and normally the fans didn't watch the whole fight. They watch just a highlight. So they're gonna make right now a good highlight for him about his last fight, and they're gonna make him look good.
But you think the UFC is in on this?
I don't know. Maybe yes, maybe no. But look, I want to be honest. The guy is good promoting himself. As a fighter, he sucks. He didn't have any skills. He's so boring to watch. But promoting himself, he's good. So the UFC is supporting him, of course. Of course, they are doing that.
I know on Saturday night after your fight, you were asked about the press conference, and you guys kind of stole the show with your back and forth. And I think it was Jose Youngs of MMA Fighting asked you about him calling you a mongrel, and there were a lot of people who were upset about this, and you said you didn't pay attention to any of that. Now that the dust has cleared, have you listened? I mean, there are people who believe that this is too far. Like, he has used words towards you, towards Georgian people. Like he
already crossed the already crossed the line. So right now, what he's telling to me, I don't care. So the people think that he's the best from Europe. I'm a Matador. I'm from Europe. So let's fight for the crown. For the crown.
For the crown.
Yeah, European crown. Yeah, let's do it. I know what's gonna happen. I know that I'm gonna put him to sleep in the first round without any doubt. Everyone knows that. That's why they are avoiding him from me, because everyone knows that I'm going to put him to sleep in the first round.
You think you knock him out?
I know that I'm going to knock him out. I'm way better than him anyway. So right now, you give a fight, a Paddy against who cares, and I don't think that people is very excited about watching him fight, because he talks well, he's doing great promotions, but as a fighter, he sucks. Right now, I'm the guy. Everyone wants to fight, wants to watch me fight. Everyone right now wants. You put me against anyone, they're gonna watch me.
But you think probably they're not booking this because, as you said, the UFC wants him to win, and people would favor you in this fight, so they probably don't want to put him against someone that they think is going to beat him, right? Is that what you're implying?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
In reality, never make a official offer to Paddy.
Yeah.
Fight against me. I don't think that he's gonna turn down the fight. I don't think so. Maybe yes.
Okay.
I don't know. But the UFC didn't want to fight yet.
Right. Do you want to fight on the London card?
That one day it's gonna happen. What?
Do you want to fight on the London card?
So, if it's against Paddy, the money is right because I have to go in his home, fight against the whole crowd. It's very, very tough when you go out, when you walk inside the cage and the crowd is against you. But I wouldn't love to make that fight happen in Spain. Right now, did you saw that Liga agreement with the UFC?
Mm-hmm.
I have everyone behind me, the football players, the singers, Movistar, one of the biggest TV platform. Everyone is with me. So why not? I want to take the UFC to Spain. And if it's against Paddy, wow, that will be the biggest event in Europe.
Has anyone told you in the UFC that they're looking at Spain right now?
Yeah, the first time I met Dana, I asked him, and he told me that once I get inside the top 5, they wouldn't bring the event to Spain. So we'll see what's gonna happen.
It's amazing.
I always try to do my best, and I need that small push right now from the UFC. And why not? We can do it.
And by the way, where's home for you? Where are you going to go from here?
Now I have a flight to Miami. Just have our vacations for a week, and then I go back to Spain.
To Spain? Which part?
I live in Alicante, one of the most beautiful place in Spain.
That's amazing.
Yeah, you can come whenever you want.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I've been to some parts of Spain, Cadiz and Malaga and Madrid, Barcelona. I've been to those places, but never to Alicante.
You have to come to Alicante, and we can have a couple of bottles of wine.
Yes, and maybe some paella?
Of course, brother.
By the way,
without paella, no party.
It's tremendous. But what happened to the Spanish football team? What happened there? I mean, it felt like a little bit soon when they got out of the World Cup, no?
The competition, the level of the competition is very high.
Yeah.
It's a world championship, so very tough teams. It's everyone's dream, to get that title, that world championship cup, and it happens,
Yeah, it happens for you.
But we're always gonna keep supporting them.
Of course. 2022. Are you happy about your year, 2022?
Yeah, I'm very happy, of course, and I feel blessed and feel very thankful about everything happened to in my life. But I would love to have more fights, to stay more active. But we'll see what's going to happen in 2023.
I suggested maybe number 1 contender fight, you versus Arnold Allen. What do you think of that?
So in reality, I was thinking about that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I want to go out and win a fight, of course, but I want to make a fan base, and Arnold Allen didn't have any fan base, and I need guys who are like shining a little bit more,
Okay.
Because I want to be that pay-per-view superstar, I don't want to go out just to fight. I want to sell big fights, and I know that it's going to happen. I know that I will be the biggest superstars from the UFC. I know that. I'm already proved it, and right now I'm the guy to watch.
This time next year, Ilia, in exactly a year, December 2023, what are we talking about as far as your career is concerned? Where are you at?
In 1 year, I will be the world champion, the biggest name in MMA, without any doubt.
In 1 year?
Biggest name.
1 year, you're the champ.
In one year. Look what I did already in 1 year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you worried, though? Alex wins the belt here. He's not going to... I don't know. Are you worried about the whole situation with 145?
I'm not worried about that because, as I told you before, I will be the biggest name. So I'm gonna do whatever I fucking want.
I love it.
You're gonna see it. You're gonna see it.
I love it.
I'm gonna do everything I want.
Well, big weekend for you. Another big win. Another great performance. Well done, my friend. Congratulations. Enjoy the victory, and I can't wait to see what happens for your career next year.
Thank you very much for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Yes, we'll talk to you very soon. There he is, El Matador.
Wait. 2 words. Fuck Paddy.
Oh, wait, what was that? We'll bring it back. What were you saying?
I said 2 words. Fuck Paddy. Fuck him. Everything he puts out his mouth is hate. So
lied about me. You see what he said about me? A lot of lies about me, Ilia. Now we have
because he always say that the people hate him, but he's the number 1 hater. He's the number. You get in your life what you put out. So,
amen.
Fuck it.
Amen. Thank you, my friend. Congrats.
Amen.
There he is, Ilia Topuria joining us. Big stuff for him coming up. Huge win. Huge win against a very tough Bryce Mitchell. And so let's see where he goes from here. But I think he's maybe 1 away at this point. Don't know if they'll make that fight against Paddy next year, but he is right. There's a lot of material there. It would be massive. So as you know, and as we talked about at the beginning of the show, Magomed Ankalaev and Jan Blachowicz, they fight to a split draw. We're all wondering, oh my gosh, what do they do now? What a disaster. Is it going to be a rematch? Is it going to be Ankalaev versus Glover? Is it going to be Jan versus Glover? Is it going to be Yuri coming back and just getting the belt back? Well, in the end, it was none of that. And we found out at the post-fight press conference, it's going to be on January 21st, UFC 283. Glover Teixeira, the former light heavyweight champ, the man who was supposed to fight this past weekend against Yuri Prochazka, who said no to Ankalaev. And then they made Ankalaev Blachowicz. It's going to be him versus Jamahal Hill, Sweet Dreams Hill, who is scheduled to fight Anthony Smith in March, scrapping those plans. And now that is going down at UFC 283 for the belt, for the vacant title. Had to talk to Jamahal Hill about it. Here he is to talk about it all. Hello, Jamahal. How are you, my man?
Oh, no, I'm good. How about you?
I'm doing well. Congratulations on getting this big fight. Can I ask, how did you find out that you were now fighting for the belt in a little over a month?
I got a call. I got a call from my manager, and they asked me if I wanted to fight Glover in Rio for the belt. Easy, yes.
You didn't even think twice?
Mm-mm.
Were you watching the main event?
I was.
Did you expect this at all, or were you kind of blown away that this was even coming your way minutes after the main event, right?
I mean, the things that were surprising were how quick they called, but it's not really that surprising once you think about it. Just the state of where the division is right now. You know, they don't. I had a feeling that they didn't want to leave the belt vacant. You have me and Smith scheduled to fight, which I jokingly made a tweet out like, "Oh, me and Smith for the belt."
Yeah,
you know, and I figured it was a possibility. I figured I'd be next in line just because of the misfortune with the leg injury that happened to Smith. Fortunately, he still lost that fight, so I figured I'd be next.
Do you remember how many minutes after the main event was over that you got that call? Like, how quickly did this all happen?
They called me quick as hell, bro. They hadn't even left the cage yet.
Wow. So we're talking like the dudes are still doing their interview, and you get the call about this?
Yeah. I think they were talking to Magomed, and he had just said, like right at the end of them talking to him. Then he called me, and like I said, yeah, and all of that. And I'm looking up, and he's like walking out of the cage.
Holy shit! Are you like Like, how are you reacting to this? You seem like a pretty like calm, cool, and collected guy, but like, are you freaking?
I'm locked in, bro. I'm just focused on the assignment, focused on the task, and going in and getting the job done.
Do you feel like this is enough time in your first title fight? Big deal, enemy territory. Do you wish you had more time to prepare?
I mean, yeah, I would have liked more time, but it is what it is. You know, this around the time that most of my camps have been. I've already started to settle into camp. That's why I wasn't in Vegas, because I was buckling down and getting locked in. So it is what it is. You know, 6 weeks. If I can't come out and display that I'm the best in 6 weeks, then am I really him? Am I really him who I think I am?
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And just curious, when was the Smith fight supposed to be? I had heard the 25th of March, but I also heard earlier, I think 11th. When was it supposed to happen?
Originally, it was the 25th of March, and then they switched it to March 11th.
Okay. And you were down, like, as far as you were concerned, as of Saturday night, that was the fight?
Yeah. It wasn't after the main event that they go.
Yeah. Did you see that clip of Smith finding out about this live on the air? And does any part of you feel bad for him?
Yeah, you know, I got love for Anthony Smith. You know, it's nothing but respect. He's always shown nothing but love and nothing but respect. You know, I actually wanted to call him. I tried to get his number to call him to let him know when I knew. You know, just so it was like, you know, but he was on the desk. You know, so it was like whatever. You know, but I talked to him. We've talked.
Oh, after this came out?
Mm-hmm.
Just to say, like, yeah. Sorry, didn't work. Like, what did you talk about?
Yeah, I just reached out to him like, hey, man, sorry, bro. You know, but I really don't have to say much, bro. You know what I mean? He knows, bro. He one of the guys, bro. He understand. He's a man. He understand because he's like I would have did the same thing.
Sure. Yeah, of
You
course.
know,
It's not your call.
and I actually asked him for help. I asked him for help in this camp.
Oh, really? To come train with you?
Yeah.
Is he going to do it? Oh, so you went from thinking on Saturday night that you're going to fight this guy to now he's going to come be one of your training partners to help you prepare for a title fight against Glover Teixeira.
Yeah.
This is crazy, but pretty awesome.
It is what it is, bro. You know what I'm saying? He's fought him before.
Yeah.
He's fought before. He's got the size of he's one of the bigger guys in the division. And I respect his insight. I respect his input and how he views things. So all I did was ask. The thing was on him. All the credit and everything goes to him for being for you know what I mean, even accepting and agreeing to do it. So
this will be the UFC's first time in Brazil in a while, since right before the pandemic. The crowd is probably going to be hot. A lot of Brazil. Glover's a legend. What do you think about fighting over there? Fighting in a hostile territory.
I think it's gonna be lit. In the cards in Brazil, I've seen them. I've seen the energy, them hype, and all that. I've always figured if I was gonna fight in Brazil, I'd probably be fighting a Brazilian.
Yeah.
So, that's what it is, bro.
I don't think you'll be fazed by any of it, if I'm being honest.
I'm gonna enjoy it. I'm gonna enjoy the energy. I'm gonna enjoy the excitement. I get to be here. This is a moment that many have dreamed of. Many have walked through the UFC octagon doors and dreamed of fighting for a title. I'm one of the few that get to say that I get to do it. So what is there not to enjoy? What is there not to be grateful about?
Yeah. I'm just curious, any part of you like kind of relish the idea of maybe being the guy to retire Glover? Is there any motivation in that?
Nah, bro. I take no pride in retiring. Seeing Glover retire.
Right.
I take no that. I love watching Glover fight. He's an entertainer. He's always entertaining. He always puts on a show. Truly, I was truly happy. I truly felt happy and joy when he won the belt. So yeah, bro. It ain't that ain't nothing in my mind. I'm just going to test my skills. Challenge to have him challenge me, and we just gonna go out there and put on a show. Make history.
And what about?
I get to make history with a legend. I get to make history with a legend.
And when you get that call and reality sinks in, and now it's money, like do you feel nerves? Like this is your first title fight. It's a big moment in your life and career. Do you feel anything different? This isn't just a regular fight anymore.
No, it's not. I feel just blessed. There's some emotions there just for the simple fact of what I had to do to get here, and all the things that I had to endure to get here, all the things that was said and all this and that, all the questions I had to answer and all like don't get me wrong, I don't mind talking about myself, so even back then, whenever I told him like, yeah, I could do that. I could be one of the best in the world. I could be up there at the top, compete for a title and all this and that. And just people just looking at like, if you could, you wouldn't be here. You wouldn't be this. You wouldn't be, you wouldn't be that. And then when I started doing it, you're never going to be this. You're never going to be that. You're never going to do this. I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here. I answered all those questions. My biggest fear for a while was dying without knowing how good I truly was, without knowing my true potential. And now I get to answer that question.
Wow.
It's fun. You get to answer the question.
And by the way, just to be...
All I ever wanted was to answer that question. And January 21st, it'll be answered.
And when you say dying, do you mean like from something happening to you or health related?
Period. Just life, going through life. What kind of life you want to live? What do you want to be said whenever your last day does come? What did you do with your time here? I had, like I said, I could have done this. I could have done that. I had time where I stepped away from MMA and I was just working a factory job. Not sure if I would ever make it back to this. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, that was a question. That was really a hard, like bro. I don't know. Maybe it was you with what you built for your things and stuff like that. You know, you had your dreams. You had your ambition. You know what I'm saying? You had that, man, I really want this. I really want this. I don't know if I could live not knowing and not, you know what I mean? Not at least trying, not at least knowing. I get to know. You know what I'm saying? Regardless, like I'm gonna be honest, I'm more dangerous in this fight than I've ever been. Cause there is no losing for me, bro. There is no losing in this fight for me. Because at the end of the day, I get the answer. Either I was good enough or I wasn't. And that's all I ever wanted. From the time I stepped in. To just know.
Man, you're giving me chills. That's incredible stuff. And I kind of feel like all the pressure is on him, right? He's at home. This is his last shot. You're the young guy. You have a long career. Like, do you feel that way? Like, it's more on him to win?
I don't know. I don't care. I don't know, bro. It's just I just get to answer the question, bro.
Right, okay.
I get January 21st, I get my answer.
Does this make you emotional?
I mean, just things, you know, it's a title fight, bro. It's a dream come true, you know? I miss some things, you know. I think about things, you know. I was just sitting here, you know, I'm at home by myself chilling, you know, I'm just thinking, you know, and I'm thinking about my brother that ain't gonna be able to be there, you know, just last couple of weeks has been rough for my family.
Can I ask what happened?
We've taken some losses.
Okay. Just in the last couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Your brother passed?
No, my brother passed years ago.
Okay.
My aunt, my little cousin's 10 years old. She got caught in a house fire.
Oh fuck. I'm so sorry.
2 days later, her grandmother passed. The night before Thanksgiving. So, you know, just this happening in my life. It's just a bunch of things, you know. It is what it is, you know. I just carry it with me, and I just do what I can in this life to honor whatever. I get my answer, bro.
No, I get it. And I'm really sorry about that. That is heart-wrenching. I can't even imagine. And do you feel like you're in a good spot mentally to do this? I mean, you're saying yes, you're embarking on it. You sound fired up, but that's a lot to deal with. Not that,
bro. It's fire, bro. This been there. This been there from before I stepped in. You know, these moments have been real to me. Like I've sat and I've envisioned getting the call, being in there, hearing Bruce Buffer say my name, say and knew, all of that, bro. I've already felt that. I've been in that moment. I felt those emotions. I felt it, and it felt real. It felt like a vision. And everything that just keep happening is like a fucking vision, bro.
wow.
It's crazy.
By the way, could you even go to bed on Saturday after getting that call? How did you come down?
Didn't go to bed, bro. I didn't. I probably fell asleep maybe at like 7 o'clock in the morning.
Wow. What did you do?
Just in my head, bro. Preparing. I called my people. I got my troops in order. You know, and I got prepared to go to war.
And this camp, where will you do it?
It'll be here. It'll be in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Okay.
12 years ago, I made a promise. I bring a world title back here. A lot of people don't know how long I've really been doing this. I've been doing it for a long time. That's why I say that experience stuff, that he can't do this and he can't do that. But I relish for somebody to try to push me into deep water. Like that whole Santos thing, when I was laying on the ground, everybody told me all the time, I was smiling. Y'all don't know, man, I don't know how deep this shit run for me, bro. For real. No.
By the way, that factory job, what kind of factory were you working in?
Oh man, I done did a few factories. I done worked on the Corvette hoods.
Oh wow.
You know, well in there I was going. Hey, and that was another thing. I knew that was one other thing that killed me about being there. I knew damn well working there, I'd never own one of these cars. You know what I'm saying? My last job, I worked at this place called Sign Company. We shipped the materials for like signs, like the bank signs, like Chick-fil-A signs,
okay,
and things like built the crates that I had to build like from scratch, like big ass wooden crates for them to be built that. I almost done sawed my finger off, almost shot a nail through my hand, all of that, you know what I mean? All of that, you know, and all of this, I'm thinking about trying to get to where I am now.
Wow.
You know, so it's like crazy. And then like I'm gonna be real, probably this week, some point this week, I'm gonna go up there and I wanna see if the supervisor is still there. You know, the supervisor that I sat back one day, we sat back and we had that talk. You know, and I've said it, I don't know if I've told you about it or whatever. That I told him like, yo, yeah, I was the top amateur in Michigan, this and blah blah that. You know, and he gave me this fucking look, bro. I was like, I'm not trying to be a dick, bro, but if you could do all that and you were really good like that, you wouldn't be here. So whatever. And he wasn't an asshole, he wasn't like an asshole. He was just real shit. Like, don't talk me to death. I don't know if he was trying to call me out or set the fight like what he did, but I quit. I quit that like the next day or like my birthday. So I quit. You know what I'm saying? And I set up my first pro fight, and that was the last job I had. I've been doing this since then.
Full time.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to go there this week and tell him like, told you so?
Not even so much. Not just so much as that. Just like a good looking, bro.
And then you win the belt. You could bring the belt to him and put it on his desk.
Nah, I got some other people I'm gonna bring the belt and present it to.
Yeah. Who would be first on that list?
My team, my kid, my family. You know, yeah, it's crazy. It's still sinking in, bro.
Yeah,
it sinks in every so often. You know,
be pretty sweet if you become champ. All goes well. You buy a Corvette.
I don't want no fucking Corvette, man. Come on, dog.
It'll be full
circle.
Come
on, man. We on that.
What would you buy?
We might need a Bugatti. We might need a Bugatti in here.
All right. I was just trying to go for the symbolism.
Sweet dreams ain't coming to play no games, man. I'm really here and I'm really on that.
This is tremendous. How do you think it goes down? Like, have you allowed yourself to envision the fight, the way it will go down?
I think I win dominantly. Dominantly, because that's what I train for. I train for nothing short of dominance. I don't care who it is. I don't care what pedigree everybody thinks and says he has over me. Matchups makes fights. Everybody always keeps saying this, but you know what I'm saying? But within just a matchup, there are different things that people do. And I am different, bro. I am different, bro. So,
and by the way,
what it is. I'm excited for him to shoot for the single leg. We all know the single leg's coming, Ariel. We know the single leg's coming. I'm excited. I'm excited, man. I'm excited.
And by the way, just for the record, who do you think won the fight, the main event on Saturday? Okay.
Yeah, I had him winning. Hey, look, we done got off into this. You done got me thinking about the title shot and shit. But I'm still on your ass, Ariel. You know we still got.
What did we do? What happened?
Look, this is the first time I'm on your show before the damn fight.
Oh,
man, look, all of that. You don't even just hit me up to check in and see how I'm doing. You don't care how I'm doing, Ariel? Look, this is what it take a historically bad decision for us to
come on. How many times you been on the show this year? This is like the third or fourth time.
How many main events I done had this year?
All right, listen. The Apex is not exactly, main event of a pay-per-view.
Hey, whoa.
Well, I know.
We talking about my crib, bro. We talking about.
You're gonna.
I didn't invite you. Done been in my house. All right, I see you in there walking around with your shoes on. Don't be talking crazy about my house.
All right, fair enough. It would be sweet if you do win the belt and then your next fight is at the Apex.
I like to travel. I mean,
okay,
you need some vacation.
and I'm sorry. I thought we squashed everything. Here I am. I mean, the Monday after you get the fight. I tried to get you on earlier. You had other interviews.
I got to stay on your ass because I think if I don't, I think you'll slack off.
No, that's good. That's good. We got to keep that energy.
Yeah, we can't have that, you know.
And then, if all goes well for you on the 21st of January, I'll say, man, we were on that Sweet Dreams train before everyone. We were riding that bandwagon when no one believed in them. That's what I'll say.
Look, don't do that. You ain't even got me winning this fight, dude.
What are you talking about? Come on.
Come on, man. Come on, man. I keep it a whole 1,000. I keep it a whole 1,000%. You know you ain't got me in this fight, but it's cool though. It's cool though.
I think you win this fight. I think you could very well win this fight.
You think so? You think I can? You do.
Well, I don't. I try not to make predictions because fighters are very sensitive. So if I say that Glover's going to see this, then he's going to get mad at me. Then he won't come on the show. So I try to keep it down the middle. But I think you're the betting favorite.
I don't think so.
Oh, you're not? GC, is he the favorite?
Yeah, right now, minus 150.
You're minus 150, my guy says.
They trying to fuck my fans over. That's their way of fucking my fans over. All right, and trying to just watch. We'll just watch. The swing is coming. The swing is coming.
All right. This is incredible stuff. And by the way, when do you get out there?
You said what? When do I like to Brazil?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go out early.
Yeah. Have you been?
Yeah. It's cold as shit here.
Yeah, you might as well. Well, have you ever been?
No.
Oh wow, man, you're gonna love it.
Crazy because we have our team has like a trip and like a camp that we go out to Brazil like every year. And every year I'm like in camp or something. I end up not getting to go. We go out and because like my head instructor is Coiler Gracie, it's Hoyce Gracie's nephew. So we go and we do like a team. They do like a team retreat out at the Gracie Mansion. You go out, we train, and just you get to go out and you get to see like Brazil.
Man,
so
try the acai. It's tremendous.
The what?
The acai.
What's that?
It's like the blue stuff. Like it's to die for. You've never tried anything like this. Maybe after the fight, celebratory because it's a little bit sugary, but it's tremendous. Highly recommend it. And I think this is going to... What's the official prediction? What do you think? Second, third round, fourth round? What do you think?
I think just me winning dominantly, man.
Just doesn't matter.
Yeah. I think it could very well end early, but if I need to put it on him he's durable. He's durable, He's willing to bang out that... He's willing to go through the fire, So... If I gotta put him through the fire, they on deck. The guns on deck, bro. They on deck.
Tremendous. What a story. What a turn of events. Very, very unlikely. Who would have saw that? Like imagine going to sleep on Friday, waking on Monday, and be like, "What? Jamahal Hill's fighting Glover Teixeira for the belt in January? What happened to those other guys on Saturday?" But right place at the right time.
I fell asleep at the beginning of the main event. I had to go back and watch Bryce Mitchell in the first two fights, Darren Till fight.
Wait, what happened? Did they wake you up with the call? Were you sleeping?
No. I was sleeping. I woke up literally right when I woke up, Darren Till had just tapped.
Oh wow. Okay, got it.
I was like, oh damn. And then I watched. I woke up and caught the rest. I woke up and caught the rest of the car. But yeah, that was crazy.
By the way,
hey, who knows? I could have been asleep when that happened.
Yeah. Imagine you missed that call and they call someone else. By the way, who do you think won, Paddy or Jared?
Jared.
Okay.
Jared. Nothing against Paddy. No. I know y'all got y'all.
No, we got nothing.
I don't. But Paddy always been cool with me. Anytime we see each other, it's what's up, whatever, and things like that. But he lost. If we being real, bro, you lost.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
like I've been seeing that with my boys, where I was cage side. I'm as real as it get. I've been cage side, seeing the fight. Dang, I thought my boy won and shit, and then I went back and watched it, and I was like, you lost that fight. Yeah.
You got to keep it real. That's not, and I'm the same way. I keep it 100.
As long as you're in the main event.
Oh, stop it with that. Jeez, All right. Well,
I gotta make. But if ever it happens, we don't plan on that. If ever it happens, I'm not in main events anymore. I still need to be able to be on the show.
For sure. Listen, you could come on every week from now until the title fight if you want. Whatever you want. And then the Monday after you come on, all right?
Co-host, I'm gonna be your co-host.
Yeah.
Now you want me to be
whatever you want, man. Yeah, exactly.
205 belt.
Yeah, there you go.
205 belt. You get a partnership with MMA Hour.
That's right.
Ariel.
To the victor goes the spoils. Congratulations, my man. Get her done. Good luck in training camp. Very happy for you. Appreciate you coming on.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it, man. You already know, man. You already know how I'm coming. I don't need to say that. I'll see y'all in Brazil.
Can't wait. There he is. Jamahal Hill, Sweet Dreams. Tremendous stuff. Got me fired up. They could use that, by the way. If they want to use any of that sound, any of that footage to sell the pay-per-view, no problem. Kind of fired up. You guys fired up? I mean, it is crazy the way it all went down. And definitely feel bad for Anthony Smith, who I think we're going to talk to on Wednesday. But that
I'm fired up.
It's like Glover, man. Glover deserved that moment. He deserved that moment as champion to fight in Brazil. Jamal's going to sell the fight. You said Jamal's a minus 130. What's Glover?
Plus 110 now on DraftKings Sports.
Oh, it's close.
So it is coming back. I actually kind of agree with him. I could see the flip coming.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a while before that fight happens, so could close it like a pick'em.
And by the way, I felt for you on Saturday. You had Magomed Future.
Which part? Which part? I mean, I
there's so many directions.
All right.
I took a beating for the last 3 fights.
Okay, so let's get into that. Very quickly, though, quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Yes, we love DraftKings Sportsbook. Of course, the official sports. I'm trying to go through all the papers here, Frank. There's just so many papers. There's so many ads. We're swimming in ads. Oh, here it is. This one. They are the official sports betting partner of the UFC, and they are also unofficial sports betting partner of the National Football League. How about them Bills, huh? How about them Bills? What about that guy on the nose last week who said that if the Jets won, what did he get to do? Ask the first question for 2 months? Sorry, loser Jet fans. I told you all that was an anomaly, all right? Without Von Miller, no problem. Up next, the Dolphins. And so, if you want to slam the Bills this Saturday, DraftKings Sportsbook is the place to go when betting on the NFL. New customers can bet just $5 on any NFL team to win their game and get $150 in free bets if they do. Plus, everyone can earn up to 100% boost with DraftKings stepped-up same-game parlays. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now, and please do use the code DMAR. It's very important. Doesn't matter if you're using it for NBA, NFL, MMA, boxing, hockey, whatever. Place a $5 bet, though, on any NFL team to win their game and get $150 in free bets if they do. That's code THEMMAHOUR, only at DraftKings Sportsbook. And by the way, 21 and older in most eligible states, but age varies by jurisdiction. Eligibility restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. And state-specific responsible gambling resources. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's 467-369. Bonus issued as free bets. 1 boost per eligible game. Opt-in required. 10+ leg required for 100% boost. Deposit, parlay, and wagering restrictions apply. Eligibility and terms at sportsbook.com, DraftKings.com/football terms. Also, one more ad, Frank, because we're just rolling. You've just got a whole repertoire of songs here, Frank. This is amazing. I want to let you know that support for today's show comes from Raid Shadow Legends, an official sponsor of the UFC. The mobile RPG has an announcement that you'll want to hear. Now, we told you about this last week. You may have seen it on the 282 broadcast. I will remind you that former UFC champion and current WWE champion Ronda Rousey is becoming a champion once again. That's right. Ronda Rousey will be a playable character in Raid Shadow Legends as a legendary champion, and she's ready to be used right now. After conquering judo, as you know, and after going to the UFC and doing her thing, And after conquering the WWE world as well, she is making the leap into the world of Raid Shadow Legends. Ronda is one of the most powerful champions in the game, I'm told. And the best part is she is free for everyone. So you can see for yourself right now. All you have to do is download Raid Shadow Legends and play for 7 days between now and February 23rd. And voila, you get the rowdy one in your life. Plus, if you use the promo code MMA Hour, you'll receive a bunch of awesome items to help kickstart your journey right now using the game. So again, search Raid Shadow Legends, that's R-A-I-D, Shadow Legends, in the Apple app or Google Play Store, or download on desktop with Plarium Play to get your very own free Ronda Rousey champion. Use promo code MMA Hour for new items to help kickstart your gameplay. Again, that's Raid Shadow Legends. Please support them. Please support DraftKings Sportsbook. Please support Whoop. And please support Athletic Greens because they support us. All right, let's go back to the guys here. Hello, gentlemen. What about that Jamahal Hill? Holy smokes.
He brought it today. He definitely brought it.
Getting all teary-eyed and stuff?
Yeah.
I mean, tough situation.
Family going through some tough times, but it seems like he's motivated as ever for that title opportunity. Talked about, you know, some of the criticisms people would have of his skill set at past performances. Man, I think he's ready. I know the Thiago Santos fight was a lower point for his development, but I think he's about to show out. I really do.
And by the way, did you feel a certain way about this fight 2 hours ago, and now do you feel a certain way after hearing him speak?
Not really. I mean, personally,
yeah.
Because if you follow the show, every single time the title came up, he was the name that I kind of mentioned. I was talking about him and Smith, the winner of that fight, potentially jumping Glover and jumping into the opportunity. I think Anthony Smith is one of those guys that the UFC wants to see in the title picture, naturally, as you can see from the booking, but somebody I think is kind of the future of the division. So no, not really surprised, not really any more hyped. I've been ready for Anthony Smith for Jamahal Hill to take that leap.
What do you think, GC?
Yeah, I'm excited for the fight. I mean, my opinion didn't really change on it. Hearing from Hill, I think it's a good fight.
I like him. I like the fact that he doesn't mind like poking me, doesn't mind having some fun.
Oh, that's the best part.
I enjoy it. Yes, I enjoy it.
I mean, when are you just going to invite him on before the fight?
I didn't know that was a thing. I didn't know this was a grudge he was holding.
Man, he's been holding it, dude.
He pays attention. The man is very aware of the social media. He's very aware of the goings on in the sport. He's
big on TikTok.
He's big.
Is he big on TikTok?
Oh yeah.
I mean, he dropped a TikTok today about
getting the call. Wow, I had no idea.
He's a big vertical content creator. You'll see it on the Reels. You'll see it on TikTok.
Wow, I had no idea.
He's one of those guys for sure.
Just him, his personality in Brazil. I just feel like is going to be hilarious.
Yes.
We're going to show him all this love, and it's not going to matter next time he comes on. He's
no, absolutely not.
Shit on you until you invite
He's going to wear, what is he going to wear, like a Speedo or something on the beach? I could see something like that.
I bet the suit's going to be crazy.
Yeah. By the way, I wanted to ask New York Rick about this because you've been around and like this is where you live. There is like a wave now of young-ish fighters on social media and stuff that didn't really exist. Like obviously Twitter and later Instagram, Facebook was always a thing. And I don't know what to call this class of fighter, but you know, like Jamahal Hill, the Chris Curtises, or you know, Chris is I know older, but Terrence McKinney, like there's like a group of guys, the Billy Quarantillos, the Steamroller for Volt. Like I don't know what to call these guys, but there's something where this MMA Twitter fan base connects with a group of fighters, and it's just like a thing. What am I trying to say here?
I know what you're saying. I don't think you need to call them anything. I think this is just the future of the sport.
Right.
This is just what it is. You are building your fan base through this community that you have online. I mean, do we need to look any further than like Jake Paul? Like this is how business is done now. This is how you build the fan base. This is how you build the audience. And now you're coming to your profession. You're coming to the UFC. You're coming to the fight game with a built-in audience. Paddy Pimblett, right? Like this is how you do it. And yeah,
but this wasn't always a thing. Like it feels different now. Do you know what I mean?
Well, because the technology has changed, right? The internet has changed. Social media has become mature. And I mean mature in the sense of aging, not necessarily in the sense of taste and content. But these platforms are mature now, and this is how you do it. And you can really speak directly to your fan base, right? There is a whole group of people that are Paddy Pimblett fans, that are Jamahal Hill fans, that are Terrence McKinney fans, and they exist in these communities that can then be activated. And the UFC and Raul Rosas Jr. And now the UFC and other organizations have to be aware of that and think about how they can tap into these fan bases. But the fighters have built-in support now. They have their fan base.
Content creators, dare I say.
Yeah, content creators. I mean, it's incredibly smart. It gives these fans an emotional connection to these guys. I mean, like, Matt Frivola has, like, he has really taken MMA Twitter. Like, he doesn't have the biggest following on there, but it feels like he's connected to these fans, and that just creates a larger fan base for himself.
Who's the best guy on Twitter? I feel. By the way, I feel like
Twitter.
I feel like GC is like. I feel like you're the honorary captain of this young MMA Twitter. Like they all look up to you. I feel like you are. I feel like they all look up to you.
I definitely
feel like you're the valedictorian. You're the guy.
They're all great.
They love you.
I love when fighters are active. I also love when fighters engage in, like, you know, just fans posts. I think it's hilarious. I mean, Terrence McKinney posted a clip of us talking about him versus Paddy already.
He did?
Yeah.
Wow. Which part?
About us. I think Rick said that he would steamroll him or something.
Wow.
And sacrifice Paddy.
That's right. Yeah, McKinney's like, oh,
I might take some heat. Thanks, Terrence.
Oh, nice. Maybe some of the heat can go off me and Graham
I
Boylan.
might have my own little feud going.
You think you'll get a 3-part carousel video from Graham Boylan about you?
Listen, I'll say.
By the way, why the 3 parts? Like, why not just make it one long video?
I don't think I'm alone in that feeling. I think a lot of people. I wouldn't. If the betting line came out, GC, who's the favorite?
I don't know, but Terrence McKinney inside the distance would be getting smashed.
Yeah,
that is for sure.
Yeah.
You know what was wild about the Graham stuff is just how many European fighters just come out of the woodwork to be like, oh, you want to hear about this? You want to hear about that? And I'm like, I'm not trying to make this into the.
You're just showing the receipts. You're not trying to.
I'm not trying to go that
widen
deep.
the net here, yeah.
But it's like, golly, man.
Yeah.
Golly.
In any event.
Jamahal Hill versus Glover Teixeira is
awesome.
Glover Teixeira is a great fight.
Yeah.
I love it.
Cannot wait for it.
So what happened on Saturday? Because honestly, the only thing that came to mind was like, oh yeah, you had a future on Magomed. He's not fighting for the belt. Then he is fighting for the belt. You rise from the ashes, and then it's a split draw. What are the emotions, and what else did you lose out on?
So, all right, so the fact that I had a Yuri Prohashka to be champion at end of 2023 ticket and a Magomed Ankalaev to be champion at end of 2023 ticket, and neither of them lost this year, and I'm somehow not going to cash either of them is like gotta be one of the worst beats I've experienced in a long time. It didn't register until 2 or 3 minutes after the fight. And it was either Rick or Mike, who I was watching the fights with. They were like, oh, so I guess you're not going to cash that Magomed. Because like with the draw, I always immediately go to push. And then I was like, oh, he's not going to have the belt. No one's going to have the belt. So this is going to be a loser. I can't believe I'm not going to cash either of those.
This is a very, like, GC was so good with this. This is a terrible beat. This is a terrible beat.
It is definitely a bad beat. Like, just saying that out loud, that neither of them lost this year. Both of them fought for the title. One held it at one point, and I'm not going to cash either of them.
Not only did one hold it, if he didn't give it up, if he didn't relinquish it voluntarily, you cash.
Yeah.
It's brutal.
Yeah.
It's tough, as I say.
I feel for him. That is a terrible beat. Because he nailed it.
And you were wearing a Magomed shirt.
Oh, yeah.
Where'd you get that shirt, by the way? You made it?
One of one.
Redbubble or whatever?
Nope. Personally designed it. Had my guys custom printed out for me.
You spent way too much. How long did you spend on that? 5 minutes? 5 minutes too long.
No, probably like an hour.
Oh.
And then, I had to pay for it myself. So, yeah, and who knows when I'm going to be able to wear it again. What if he just never fights in the UFC again? Like he said.
That was, by the way,
no.
First of all, I knew right away that was misinterpreted. And then I love the follow-up tweet, like, I just want to clear this up. I didn't mean that. Like, of course, he didn't write that.
Yeah.
Okay, but can we talk about that for a second?
Please.
Yeah, we know he didn't write. Like, okay, we don't know for sure he didn't write that, but we assume he didn't write that, right?
Oh, yeah.
But if somebody is authorized, if somebody is being entrusted to speak on somebody's behalf, we are taking that as them saying that. Like, is there some confusion here? Like,
Oh, I see what you're saying, because I saw some people say like we need to stop.
Mike. We can say Mike Russell tweeted.
Oh, I don't know if you know. Maybe it was him. Was it him?
Yeah.
Basically the premise was these. We don't know
not
who
him saying it. We don't know who said it.
We don't know. No. By the way, it's possible that a guy like Magomed Ankalaev, let's give him the benefit of the doubt, doesn't know to speak English and asks someone to translate for him, and he's supposed to get out there. But I think the crux of the issue is, like, I saw the tweet from Umar Nurmagomedov. Was it Umar? And then there was one from Ali, and
With
they
the
both
same misspelling of Paddy.
I think honestly, I think there's something to that.
No, there is a legitimacy in the idea that, like,
unless it came out of their mouth, then maybe
not it can't work that way. So if somebody issued you a statement on their behalf, you would not accept that as them saying it?
Well, who's issuing the statement?
A representative for them.
There's a big difference between a representative issuing a statement and a guy that we know has notoriously used his fighters' Twitter accounts.
100% agree.
Here's a perfect example. You said this to me, your words. Giga Chikadze is a sweetheart. Stuck with me.
He is.
Took shots at me last year. Do you really think that was Giga Chikadze writing stuff about me?
No, but I think you're asking my opinion. I would say I don't.
So there you go. And people wrote articles, Giga Chikadze slams Ariel, which I was like, man, you want me to pull out receipts? I could do a whole Giga Chikadze segment on the nice things. All right, you know what I'm saying?
My counter to you would be, that's for Giga to reckon with, right? Like, if he is allowing somebody to speak on his behalf, that's for him to reckon with, not like, if somebody is authorized to make a statement on somebody's behalf, then we take it at face value. We should take it at face value. Is my personal stance on that. Twitter has become a platform. Social media has become a platform for people to write statements. If some PR pro is crafting their message,
but this ain't a PR pro. Can it not be a silo discussion?
You don't know that.
Well, I mean, I'm just going to go ahead.
The same way we don't know that it's the person writing it themselves. We don't know if they've been assisted. Again, this is murky.
Okay, so for this particular specific example, could there not be a policy where it's like, hey, dominance fighters, we're going to stay away from quote unquote statements because we don't know.
Then you open that's a Pandora's box, right?
No, it's just like, one, because there have been.
Do we now accept any statement from any fighter on social media?
I mean,
unless they're on video recording it, I would argue that.
But I'm pretty sure Terrence McKinney is tweeting those tweets. You know what I mean?
You don't know that though. You're pretty sure, but you're assuming.
Yes, I mean we could play that game.
That's not a game. That's not playing a game.
We know Magomed doesn't speak like that.
Again, you made the point, right? Like, what if he asked somebody to?
Sure, but there's a history here.
We don't know that. Now, you could say it would be justifiable and reasonable to say, can we ask to say that that's him? What if he says, yeah, that was me? Now what? Now you're in a predicament, right? Because he's saying, yes, that's me. And you're saying, well, I don't really believe you. So I think it's not as cut and dry as that.
No, it isn't. It's an interesting sort of editorial discussion.
Yes. Social media changes the game a little.
By the way, how did we get into this topic?
We're talking about
him potentially never fighting for the organization again.
Yeah, him being mistranslated. So even that, right? Like, we're entrusting the translator to translate what he said properly, and then they don't. That's.
But that felt to me. Can I just be honest? Like, that tweet or those tweets from quote unquote Magomed felt like, hey, brother, we got to put this out there because we don't want to piss off the boss.
Even if that is true, which I can grant that it is very likely and highly possible.
Yeah,
he's speaking on his behalf.
Fine.
He's his representative. That's for him to reckon with.
Fair. So anyway, you were saying Magomed. I'm still trying to remember how we got down that path. But anyways, it's actually like I love that shit because it's like real inside media baseball, so to speak. Okay, so tell us what happened. Tell us everything. So the Magomed, was there another one? You said it was.
All right. Well, yeah. There was the Magomed.
Yeah.
Which next week, before we end the year, I'm gonna have to do an updated T-shirt curse recap. I think we've now broadened it to just merchandise curse. We can get deeper into that.
Are you gonna include Von Miller in that?
I'm not gonna release any information about the study until we make our debut. But it's bad. It's definitely, it goes deep.
Do you believe in it now?
The evidence is damning. I will say that the evidence is concerning at this point. I mean, just the way that things go down, it's not like normal. It's not just like taking L's. It's like in the most fascinating ways possible. We'll get into it next week. I'll have a full deep dive breakdown. Yeah, Rick continues to say he doesn't believe it
I don't buy it
as it happens directly in his face.
It's incredibly coincidental, if not. I mean,
it's getting weird. I just got my Jack Della shirt, which is like super sick.
Fuck.
My girlfriend saw it. She was like, "Wow, that shirt's super sick," not knowing the backstory to it or anything. I was like, "Wow." Now I'm nervous to wear this the next time Jack Della Metal.
Does he have a fight yet?
I'm hoping that he's going to be on that Perth card.
Oh, right. And is this an official one?
Yeah, this is like a real deal one. Shipped from Australia, everything. Wow. Had to pay for shipping, all that. But then the fight before that, I cashed out the Paddy money line, had to ride the Paddy -3.5 like special one where it goes to judges' scorecards and you add up all three scores. Obviously, he won 29-28, so that loses by the half point. I live bet Jared Gordon. That obviously loses due to the bad decision, so I find a way to go 0-2 there. And then the fight before that, I had the Ponzinibbio Morono over 2.5, and it loses by 1 single second.
You're kidding.
Yeah, and many are throwing blame out there, me, myself included. We're going to have to chalk that one up to Frank.
What?
With about 7 seconds remaining, he gave me, all right, GC, looks like you're good.
Oh, my God.
It's done here. And then Ponzinibbio knocks Morono out. Yeah, I mean, those, and this is coming off, the Darren Till DDP was a double casher. I had DDP and the fight doesn't go to a decision, was just on cloud 9 after that. And then, yeah, to lose those two was...
How can you do this, Frank?
Yeah. Just saying something like, you got this. Has enough power to...
You won the bet. The money is in your account. Congratulations, Con.
I even asked to borrow some money.
Frank does have a knack for sending out early congratulations, right?
Can we talk about the USA game against...
Yes. Against Iran. Yeah.
And there was
Iran. Don't say Iran to the...
Exactly, yeah. There was still about 15 minutes remaining in a wildly, tightly contested match. And Frank was like, we got this. It's a wrap.
You guys we're
advancing to the group stage.
What in the world?
I think it's just safe to say, just blanket statement. Frank is either extremely early or extremely late with everything. Just period. Extremely early or extremely late. Hey, by the way, I'm not going to show up to something 5 minutes before it. Extremely late, right?
It was an hour beforehand.
Or recognizing anything that's happening in our text thread. Just 2 hours later, jumping in. Sunglasses emoji, or extremely early, premature celebrating, as GC has laid out the case, just early late, Frank.
The best part is when I asked Mike to reach across and give his knee a squeeze.
Oh my God.
Connor
I threatened to leave the set. I was ready to completely de-mic if that happened.
Yeah, Connor was in a complete state of
Did you see him write, I'm
moment.
sorry, on his scoreboard? Because you definitely, the vibe in that room changed.
Man, after giving all my energy to that show and then getting the draw and that bad decision with Gordon Pimblett, I was just zoned out after that. Eyes glazed. Yeah, it was rough. But good news is
we need Frank merch of just the emoji with the sunglasses.
The sunglass emoji, yeah, for sure. I love that.
And then just a blurred hand touching something.
Yeah.
The good news is though,
blur the hand.
Parlay Pals. Let's show the graphic. I mean, the odds dropped to -285.
Yikes.
Because we lose Magomed on the push. And going back to Saturday night, Frank thought he was back in. I had to break the news to him.
Yeah, I was confused about that because I asked you guys, does that mean we won't? Because I'm thinking soccer.
Yeah, we talked about this at the top, right? In soccer, a draw is an extremely likely outcome, right?
Right.
Draw.
You're also taking 3-way money lines in soccer. To draw is an option that you can.
You can't do draw.
You can bet on a draw in MMA, but it's not.
The thing is, you're taking it. You're taking a 3-way money line. In UFC, you're just taking a 2-way money line. So the draw is a push implied. Like if you took an NFL game on a 2-way money line and it ended in a tie after overtime, it would also be a push.
It's because draw is not a likely outcome in these other sports, right? Like it's really just winner or loser. To Connor's point, 2 options, right? In soccer, a draw is an extremely likely. I don't know if about hockey. I don't know about hockey betting. Is a draw a thing? Do they go to penalties? They go to shootouts.
You can take money line, and then you can take
Oh, do they go? No. It goes.
I don't know.
It goes to overtime, and then it goes to shootout.
So, but either way, yeah, draw is so common that that would be a very likely option. Whereas in MMA, like, how often do we actually?
So I texted you guys. Frank responded rather quickly and said, I guess I'm back.
Oh, yeah. He was already looking at lines for UFC Vegas 66.
Wow.
He was ready to go.
I was just doing my homework.
I mean, he was raring and ready to go.
As we just said,
felt burdened,
premature,
to be honest.
extremely early. Frank always getting in there. And
Well, when I look at it, it just says I love you all. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I had to break his heart because this news means that this is the final UFC card of the year.
Yeah.
The earliest we could possibly see Frank back in the rotation is mid-January.
Or, I mean, if we win, yeah, that's the earliest.
If we win, then we could be talking about UFC 283 at that point.
You know, it sucks, but I'll handle it.
I mean, what if we go on a 7-week
We ain't
streak
losing.
again?
We
By
ain't
the way,
losing.
what's our
We'll
record
see
now?
in UFC London. We're back to 8-11.
Okay.
Not as big of a profit little jump there, just because it was minus 285 after it. But yeah, we are in the green. Tiafimo was a little bit closer than I suggested.
It was a little close, got
dicey
dropped.
there.
Yes.
Maybe we don't go with the big boxing favorites, Helwani. What do you
think?
about
You
that?
think they're too
You've had
juiced?
You've had some bad.
Yeah. Well, no,
bad
Michaela
luck.
Mayer was a really bad one because it was so close.
Yeah.
I should have just
That's
stayed
what I'm
away
saying.
from that one. And then if it's a real
She was a big favorite in
No,
that.
she wasn't. It was like it was stupid that I took that one. It was like she was like a minus
200 something.
I don't even know if she was 200.
I think she was just above 200.
But it wasn't one of these. It was that fight for some reason was one of the closest that I ever took.
I'm glad that I did not watch the Tiafimo, and I just got to see that he won by.
Yeah.
By
By
a
the
split
way,
decision.
Terrence Crawford. I mean, he absolutely.
He won. Chris Cyborg won as well. Did you
no
guys watch
struggles
Manny Pacquiao?
No, I did not.
No.
Did he win?
Yeah, you're right. Mayer was like 3 or 2-1, so she wasn't a huge.
Rosenstrike Dawkins. Kick your feet up there for the fight doesn't go to a decision.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I had Ankalaev. What am I supposed to do? That's supposed to be a winning ticket right there. What am I supposed to?
By the way, there was a chance Jan wins that fight based on how it was going. Like if he doesn't get the 10-8, Jan wins that fight.
Yep.
Yes.
Which is
Because
crazy.
I'm very surprised at the round 2 scoring. I got to be on. Sorry, not the round 2 scoring.
Round 1 score.
Round 1 scoring.
I think every judge gave Jan round 1.
Yes, round 1 to me felt like a clear Magomed round. I was surprised by that scoring. I was not surprised by round 2.
Do you agree with round 5, 10-8?
Rewatching it, I can see how that happened. Like, I mean,
think
from the very second it started, Jan was on his back.
The dominance and duration, right? Like Jan offered 0 in that round. Although I thought round 4 was more dominant, but I guess there was more back from Jan at that point. But we saw 0 strikes landed in either of those rounds. Like I could see a 10-8. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, I don't know. That goes back to what we were saying before. What the hell is a 10-8? So subjective.
Yeah.
We need changes.
And will we ever see a 10-7? Oh, that's right. We saw one on Wednesday last week.
Okay.
A lot of 10-6s I saw. I don't know.
Ooh.
That's.
I mean,
I'm
I
going
said it.
10-7.
Yeah.
I thought it was a TKO, if I'm being
Saw one
honest.
last week. Yeah. That's true. Didn't go to the judges. Okay.
Didn't even make it. But see, again, this is to my point before. Like, yeah, if the bad judges matters, right? But like, if we don't even know what we're scoring at this point,
I know.
like,
But first thing, the easiest thing to do is take out the.
it's subjective.
I don't want to say a bad word, but
Yeah.
let them. Well, it's time. It's time. It's time. Yes, and well, we could get into this. We've had this discussion.
Yeah, we've done this.
Oh, they don't get paid enough. There's no incentive. Who's the one? There's Andy Foster out there who really cares. Is the UFC doing enough? I actually think that the UFC should do more to invest in judging.
I agree with you.
To invest in refereeing. They kind of wash their hands of the whole thing and say,
it's hard because, right, it puts them in a compromising position. And you have to be fair
Right.
here in saying, like, if they try to influence it in that capacity, right, even if their intentions are noble and they are trying to say, let's try to help this situation, there will be so many people who are saying now they're influencing outcomes and criticize them instead of trying to take them at face value and trying to be noble. They will say you're trying to influence the decisions. You're trying to get more decisions like the Paddy Pimblett decision. Or we look at Sean O'Malley, who people would say the UFC wants to win, right? Wants to win or favors. And he wins a controversial decision. They're going to say the UFC is trying to influence that, even if their intentions are noble. So it's hard to say the UFC has to do that, but who else is going to at this point?
it's just there's too much at stake. There's too much backlash that comes on their shoulders. Like,
yeah, they get the.
No one knows who Doug Crosby is other than us. You know, like we're such a small audience. It's like when people were telling me, "Oh, Paddy's going to get booed on Saturday." I was like, "No, he's not. He's not going to get booed. Like, we live in this bubble. Press conference weigh-in's one thing. The fight, no, it's not going to happen." So those people on Saturday at the event, they don't know what the hell's going on. They're just like, what? 29-28, 30, well, what's going on here? They stand, the promotion, whether it's Bellator on Friday or UFC on Saturday, they're the ones that stand to get the most heat. A lot of people probably don't even know that the UFC doesn't even pick the judges, right?
100%.
So that's why, like, ultimately, if it's going to reflect the most poorly on you, you got to do something to fix it. You got to do something to make it better. Or at the very least, you need to start saying, no, we're not taking these guys. Yeah. Just at the very least. Like, no, let them go do smaller shows and build themselves back up where the stakes aren't as big. Because another thing, like, that we didn't even talk about, Jared Gordon only got half his pay.
Yeah.
Like, they're not only affecting these guys' futures, their records, they're affecting their bank account. In what other world, in what other sport did this happen? It doesn't.
They're affecting their bank account not just for one night, right? Like, one night, yes, they lose their win, but imagine the momentum.
Think about how big that win would be for Jared Gordon on this Monday.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, would have been huge.
It's terrible.
Would have been huge.
I mean, it's immeasurable.
Yeah,
immeasurable. And so
he's handling it very well.
Yeah, he's handling it very well. He's getting a lot of love. I talked to him via text. He was upset. I thought it would have been good for him to come on the show, not because, the platform, this and that they were saying that bullshit. Just, I think it's important sometimes to let the people see you in these moments, because then they fall in love with you even more. And it's a big fight for him. And he deserves to be proud of that performance. That was a great performance from Jared Gordon. Yep. Remember what I said last week? I wondered about the stage. I wondered about the moment. Would it get to him? Didn't get to him.
Nah.
Looked great in the first round. That left was money.
It felt like that fight went according to his plan. Like, it went as well as it could have for him.
I agree with that.
Man. So anyway, we will. I could predict this. We will talk about this ad nauseum. The one thing, what you said, don't get me wrong. I agree with you. They should change. But the one thing I would like to see today, accountability. If you screw up multiple times, you shouldn't be judging. You should have to answer. You should have to review. And also, by the way, what the fuck were you thinking, Nevada? Why are you bringing in a dude who was just in Connecticut? Like, what is that all about? What?
Across the country, too.
Yeah, what the hell?
That Stotts fight was ending around midnight.
Yeah. So, like, let's say the earliest flight he's taking from Connecticut or JFK or something is 6 a.m. I've taken those flights. You're pretty tired. Doug Crosby's an old man.
Getting there at 10 a.m. I guess 7
doing,
a.m.
man?
local.
What are you doing?
Get a little nap in.
Yeah.
And all these guys they're older. Sal Diamato's quite old. I don't know exactly, but he's well over 60.
But but now it's up to the commission, right? The commission has to say, we're going to do this. But to the point you made, it's an underpaid position. They're dealing with limited resources. The whole thing is just a mess.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult situation. And I actually do have sympathy on both sides. Like, I understand why we're in this position, but something needs to change. The outcomes for these fighters are immeasurably bad.
Isn't it amazing that the guys who decide the outcomes, if this goes the distance, make so much less than the guys who are competing? Like the people that are making the money off the event, the promoters, like the discrepancy.
Yep.
We're talking about like $1,000 they're making compared to millions upon millions of dollars. Now, I'm not saying they're the stars. I'm not saying anyone's there to watch, but like maybe if it was,
but they're very important.
Yes.
They're incredibly important to how the show goes on.
So we talked about UFC as the largest promotion having some incentive, right, to help fix this situation. What if it was a pool from UFC, Bellator, One doesn't compete in the United States, but or host events until recently. PFL contributing to a fund, a larger percentage of what is being paid to the commission already, contributed to a fund that raised the pay and was utilized at the commission's discretion, but to raise the pay for what these judges and referees were paid, and then that would open up the talent pool, allow people to see this as a viable path, and incentivize them that way, so that it's not one promotion, but rather the collective of the top MMA promotions contributing to this fund, and then the commission is allowed to disperse it how they will to incentivize and encourage better judging and refereeing. I don't know, but I'm just saying it can't be all on the UFC because they will naturally get pushback. but PFL, Bellator, UFC, if they all came together and there was a fund of some sort, maybe that would be a way to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and then we could all sing Kumbaya.
Something.
Kumbaya, baby.
I know. It's unrealistic. I get it. It's a bad situation.
Unfortunate. By the way, one more thing on Paddy Pimblett, if I can. There were a couple of things that I forgot. I just think it's so funny that he's like, apparently I was nothing more than dollar signs for him. Apparently we weren't actually mates. Apparently, again, walking contradiction. That's my new nickname for him, Paddy the Walking Contradiction Pimblett. Who's the one who asked to be paid to be on the show? Like, I'm the one that should be saying that. Apparently, we weren't as tight. Like, could you imagine if DC called me or someone who claims to be tight with me and be like, yeah, you need to start paying me? That's what I should be saying to you. He did this thing this week where he tried to turn himself into the victim and to the guy who got stabbed in the back and to the guy who was betrayed. When in reality, I mean, he brought it up out of nowhere. Oh, by the way, walking contradiction, on the day that he announces a charity for anti-bullying, he's sitting there calling, I mean, yes, Frank, thank you. Another contradiction. There's like, could we get the counter up? All the contradictions.
Yeah, we'll have the Paddy contradiction counter.
It's unbelievable. Contradiction. Tories, bullying, the payment thing. I mean, it's like, what the hell, man?
Yeah.
What is going on? And he's so defiant and stubborn about the whole thing that he's just like, you could see like he actually believes this.
Well, this guy also thought the co-main event on Saturday was the fight of the night.
That's true.
And like convinced of it.
Another contradiction.
I don't even know if that's a contradiction. I think it's just wrong. Like, it was not the fight of the night. I love that. I love that Dana's response was like, dude, have you been watching the show? Like, that was not the fight of the night.
Is that what he said?
He said, have you been watching the show? Like, sort of like.
Oh, is in that video when he's walking to the back?
Yeah.
Am I the only one who thinks it's weird that like when he sees the Barstool guys, like there's like a hug, like they're long lost friends.
A ton of money.
I know, but it's like, yo, these dudes wouldn't know who he was if he farted in their face a year ago. Like, and all of a sudden we're like, oh my gosh, we love each other.
This is their financial interest.
I'm okay with it.
You're okay with it?
They're
You're
paying
okay with that love?
a stupid amount of money.
Are they though?
He says $1 million.
Then what's he so bothered by $50K?
It's nice.
I feel like anybody could always want an extra $50K.
I'll take $50K. I'd bend down to pick that up. Yeah, I wouldn't walk over it if it was on the street.
Yeah, but if I'm making $1 million plus my great purse that my manager negotiated for me, then what $50K is chump change.
I'm okay with this.
Maybe he just also wants the accolade of fight of the night.
Oh, that's right. You wanted that. He wanted the little thing next to his Wikipedia name.
Yeah.
All right, let's review this weekend, GC.
Let's do it. Let's get right into it. As you can see, we start off 1-1 on Bellator. Very close decision on that Stotts call. Another losing sub prop. I think 2023, my New Year's resolution is going to be to hit a submission prop. I doubt it'll happen, though. And if we're anything here, we are transparent. We are honest. I did do it on the live show. I took Jared Gordon live. Thought I got the line of the century in the third round at -120. Thought it was a steal. Was not. It was a loser, so lost another 0.6 there. Started a little rough, but Billy Q brings us back. We get another double hitter on Chris Curtis and the under. So just watching those knockouts when you get a double hitter with one quick punch or one quick submission are fantastic. And the night, bad beat of the night, the Ponzinibbio Morona over 2.5, losing by 1 second. I thought that was the bad beat of the night, and then it gets outdone by the Magomed Ankalaev future. Is what it is, though. We move forward. Success on the parlays, but all of them at shorter odds because of the Magomed Ankalaev draw and the De Silva Salvador fight getting canceled. So while I go 3-1, I don't get that big of a profit off of it. We do finish up units on both the singles and the parlays, and overall, almost at 2.5. 63 on the year, 75 in total. I want to say one event to go, but I'm actually going to bet on the Bellator Ryzen New Year's Eve, so that'll be the final one of the year. So 2 events to go before we get the final tally for 2022 and then start fresh in 2023. Shout out to Lax Midi. This is a multi-time winner for the DraftKings. He goes Jared Gordon, Du Plessis, Ilia Topuria, Rosenstrike, Chris Curtis, and Billy Q. He had some success there. And then I got to shout out some big hitters. I mean, people were just raking in the dough this weekend.
And by the way, I hate to correct you.
Uh-oh.
One event to go? Surely you were speaking of the highly anticipated Mamed Khalidov, Mariusz Pudzianowski fight this Saturday.
Oh, yes.
Come on. Don't forget about that. KSW.
Puj is a dog right now.
Plus 115 for the big man.
Yeah, if I can get him on a book over here, I might have to take him. All right, we start with Brandon Olivas. Last time I got his name wrong. This time I made sure to get it right. Plus 17,721. He throws $200 on this. 11 legs, all on UFC 282 to win 35,443. I mean, one more of these and we might have to throw Brandon in the old Big Hitters Hall of Fame. And incredible stuff from him. Next up, Casey Brother, Casey Boy, 3-leg parlay, plus 33,650. He turns $5 into 1,687. Oh, yeah, and then he also hits a second one, 2-leg, plus 5,900. He goes Billy Q to win by KO in rounds 2 or 3, Chris Curtis to win by KO in rounds 2 or 3, Santiago Ponzinibbio to win by KO in rounds 2 or 3. I can't imagine how hype he was when Ponzinibbio got that knockout in round 3. I mean, I would have absolutely lost it. Next up, it's me, Mikey R09, a multi-time participant in the Big Hitters. He goes plus 18,000 on a same-game parlay. All of this in the Topuria-Bryce Mitchell fight. Under 2.5 rounds, Ilia Topuria to win, Ilia Topuria most significant strikes, Ilia Topuria most knockdowns, Bryce Mitchell most takedowns, and the exact method of victory, submission. $10 into over 1,800.
How's that possible?
I don't know, Ariel. I bet on these every single week. I bet on every single UFC event, and I could never imagine hitting something like this. But on a weekly basis, people do. So moving on. That guy, Rye 23, 12 picks. I think that's the full card at 12 picks. Obviously, you're going to get the push on the main event, plus 16,572. Again, I just can't make this up. Anytime you're hitting a parlay over plus 1,000, it's really just crazy stuff. Next up, Smeeze 38, Smilo, he's back again, plus 14,227. He goes Edmund Shabazian inside the distance, Raul Rosas Jr. inside the distance, Topuria, DDP, Simon, Quarantillo, all inside the distance, $10 into almost 1,500. Almost lost it on the first fight of the night. Simon getting it right at the end there, but he ends up pulling it out. Fantastic stuff by him. Next up, Callum, 6995811. Shout out to Callum. Really long username. Could probably drop some numbers off there, but it is what it is. Plus 14,000. This is one that, Rick always loves the one. What was it?
Chris Cyborg and Mike Jackson.
This is not as bad, but it's very similar. Chris Curtis, Joaquin Buckley will not go the distance. That's a minus money. Rosenstrike KO in round 1. That's plus 180. But then DDP sub round 3 at 36-1 in the parlay.
Damn.
I don't know why you parlay that up, but he did, and it worked out for him. Incredible call there. Just a few more to go. Silicone Toupee, all-time name, plus 10,000. Billy Q, Chris Curtis, Shabazian, Rosenstrike, Topuria, all inside the distance, 250 into over $257. There had to be one. It had to be
him.
It had to be him. Incognoa, Noah, the sicko of the week. Magomed Ankalaev, Jan Blachowicz to end in a draw, plus 8,000.
Wow.
He risks $25 and turns it into $2,000.
Jesus. What propels you to do this?
I don't know, but he definitely thinks Sal D'Amato is the GOAT after this week. That is for sure. I don't know why he did it, but he did it, and it paid out for him. Last two, real battle saw. Shout out to Mike. 2 just incredible parlays. Throws $200, turns it into almost $3,500. And then last but not least, just a shout out to the old real paper slip. There's something about having that paper slip in your hand. Nubian Bookstore. He throws $10,000, $9,600 on DDP to win $7,442. Must have felt real nice in that third round when he got the finish there. So shout out to the big hitters. It feels like there's always much more on these pay-per-view weeks, but unbelievable stuff from them.
Wow. Incredible. I don't know how they do it.
I don't either, man, but every week they supply the goods for us.
By the way, anything on the World Cup semifinals?
Well, I got Argentina and France to win it all. Those were my 2 teams. So if I can get the final, that would be pretty.
Man, Croatia, Morocco would be so much. I mean, I'm not trying to hate on Croatia and Morocco. They're great. Morocco's been an incredible story. Their goalkeepers from Montreal, it's wonderful. But could you imagine Messi going up against France? final chance. I mean, it would
the
be,
scenes.
Yeah, it would be.
I honestly, I want Argentina versus France, or I want Croatia, Morocco. I want the juggernauts going at it, I want the two Cinderellas.
Yeah. The one thing I really don't want is Croatia against France because we just
again. Yeah, I don't want to see that.
By the way, we didn't really talk about this because it was all 282 and rightfully so. But you know, I was saying last week to you guys, Sabatello Stotts just has to somewhat deliver for this to be good for Bellator. Like, did it deliver? No.
Yeah.
Nope.
You didn't like it?
Nope.
At all.
Not a good fight.
It was all right.
Why so definitive, New York Rick?
If you saw the fight,
I didn't hate it.
To say.
I'm with you, Ariel. I didn't hate it, but like it was all right.
Can I just say it was what I thought it was going to be? Like, I didn't think it would be a war. I didn't think it would be bloodied. I didn't.
Yeah, it definitely was not bloody.
Okay, I have something on that in a second.
Okay,
not so hot take on that.
Okay,
but just it wasn't a good fight. Like, it was a boring position first fight. It wasn't good. Rafion Stotts clearly had a striking advantage, and for the first 2 rounds decided like he wasn't going to use it because it wasn't all Sabatello takedowns to that point, and he wasn't throwing enough. There wasn't enough volume. He was waiting. Now, granted, maybe he was waiting for a shot and trying to defend a takedown, but it just was ultimately a boring fight. And my take is like there has to be a metric or a measurement for somebody who talks about violence and then delivers the lowest amount of possible violence ever.
It's got to be a troll job at this point, right?
Danny Sabatello talking about like putting people through car windshields and murder and taking people to hell.
He might do that.
Grabbing their legs and not delivering any violence. It has to be the biggest chasm between reality and trash talk that's ever existed.
I think it's just a troll job at this point. Like, I really do. He like almost exclusively.
And you know
does
what?
decisions.
He's very young in his career.
I don't even hate it.
He does
okay
almost
with it.
exclusively go to decisions. I mean, you imagine if he's going to continue to level up with the competition, there will be less finishes, which there really aren't any at this point. I do have to admit, the birthday party that I mentioned, I was at it. It was at it was at like a New York City club. You know, the whole there's sparklers and there's all it's like it was a very young people scene, and I'm sitting in the corner at a table streaming, and someone came over. They're like, "Hey, what are you watching?" I'm like, Stotts Sabatello. They're like,
no idea.
All right, and just walked away.
No, probably never even heard of Bellator.
No, I don't. They may have never even heard of the UFC. Honestly,
wow. I didn't hate it. Maybe because we had some MMA media brethren show up. We had Jose.
Yeah, you probably
there.
had a much more fun time.
It was fun. Yeah,
I was streaming it in the corner of a club.
Mike Bond was there. Aaron Bronstetter was there. There were a bunch of people. Alex Buchanan. We joked about me butchering his name every time.
Yeah,
and his lovely Buchanan. Fuck, I might have botched it again.
Yeah,
wow, good job.
Buchanan. Behunin.
There it is.
Tweeted it at me before.
There it is. Behunin. Yep. What did you want to say?
Let me walk that back. It wasn't the worst fight ever, not by any stretch, but it just was. It didn't look.
It was
This buildup was like this is going to be the next thing for Bellator.
No,
a big moment, and it just didn't happen.
Listen, they both did a tremendous job of selling the fight, of promoting the fight,
and I should say,
anyone who had ever seen their fights knew that this wasn't going to be. I don't know, name Melendez Sanchez or something like that. I didn't expect that, but I wanted it to be competitive. I thought it was. It certainly wasn't a 50-45 for Sabatello.
Oh man, I mean,
but it was fine. And I have to say, Patchy Mix, that was a tremendous performance.
Mix is a beast.
Patchy Mix is coming for that $1 million in that belt.
Mix versus Stotts is a fun fight. Who's the favorite in that?
They haven't put out a line yet, but man, it's
Mix.
going to be tough to put another plus money sign next to Mix's name because he just keeps cashing dog tickets.
Can I give them a piece of advice? Put freaking Patchy Mix and Stotts on that LA card.
There you go.
You got 2 months.
This is what I said.
I feel like I said it.
No, you said no. You
what?
said
I did say. I literally said it to Stotts.
No, you were saying before that it was talking about something.
No, I said if the 2 winners, especially it being Mix, who's got this great fighting stuff.
Oh, the turnaround, this and that. Mix and Stotts.
It's got to be Mix and Stotts, right? You put over the tournament, you put over the $1 million. Have Pettis there. By the way, I saw you tweet something about Pettis. He did a good job on the table.
He was great.
Yeah,
he was great. What happens on the table a lot of times, especially for somebody who's new, is like they either over talk or they under kind of talk. He was just to the point. He had great insights and he was really quick with it. So yeah, Sergio did a great job on the desk.
Liz Carmouche getting the finish. Jeez Louise.
No doubt.
I did not expect that.
No doubt there.
Pat Downey getting knocked out.
That was crazy.
Yes.
Eccles was plus 2,800 to win by KO.
There were some huge dogs losing on winning. Sorry, there were some huge dogs winning and some big favorites losing on the prelims for Bellator.
That's Bellator for you.
Is there no more daunting task than to bet on Bellator prelims?
It's one of the worst practices. I've been doing a good job of like strictly not doing it. I texted you guys one time a couple Bellators ago. That intro, when you're watching it on YouTube and you're waiting for the Bellator prelims to start and you're about to watch the curtain jerker and you have money on it and you see that open, it's just like, it like gives me PTSD of just like, oh, I'm about to lose some money. I just bet on a minus 600 that's going to get starched in the first round. It's a daunting task.
Kyle Crutchmer losing.
Oh,
this is
your boy.
By the way, that was gonna be my pick.
Oh, thank God it wasn't.
That was gonna be my pick. And I actually think I forgot about him, and that's why I went with Lopez. Like he has always been the sure thing.
Thank God Teofimo was, preaching for.
Yeah, he was preaching.
The juice on the Bellator big favorites is just not worth the squeeze.
You got to be sure. Like me and Rick were saying, like if you had bet on every single Bellator underdog that was like a plus 400 or more, and their opponent had less than 5 fights, you'd have to be up an astronomical number. Like to put like Pat Downey, I know he has this acumen about him, but it's like he's technically was 1-0 in MMA. To put him as like a minus 2,500 favorite, there's really no need for that.
That's Bo Nickel territory. You got to be Bo Nickel.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, there's one more UFC. There's the KSW. There's the Bellator at the end of the year.
Bellator versus Ryzen, I am extremely excited.
Yeah, but is it not live?
Oh, that I don't know.
I think it's not live. On the thing, it said like 8 p.m. Eastern, which doesn't make any sense.
Well, maybe that's Bellator's like Showtime slot, but maybe like
they're not.
Ryzen has a stream. I don't know.
Oh, wow!
They're gonna do tape delay.
Broadcasters, right?
Yeah, I think they're not gonna give it to us in America.
Man,
I wonder if we're gonna be able to bet on it because of that.
I'm excited about it though.
Yeah, you guys are gonna have to bet on it.
Why?
Because the parlay palace stick together.
Well, we might
we don't
not
have
be
a
able
we're
to.
off.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're off. Last show of the year is December 23rd, so there's this Wednesday, then Monday, then Wednesday. Then we're back on January 4th.
The 23rd.
No, 21st.
Oh, there's literally only.
Sorry, I meant 21st. And then we're back on the 4th for the award show.
Fun.
There's only 5 fights on this Bellator Ryzen card. I didn't realize that.
No, I think there's more.
No, I think that's just the
Bellator Ryzen.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other
cross
fight.
promotion.
Okay.
Which are awesome. Those fights are awesome. I am very excited about that.
Yeah, and it's just fun. New Year's Eve MMA. It's amazing. It's a tradition.
I actually have plans.
Perfect. What are you doing?
Peach Bowl in Atlanta.
Oh wow!
I will be in attendance. Got my tickets last week.
Georgia,
Ohio State.
Wait, are you also going to the national championship if they win?
Nah. Don't got the funds to get out to LA this year. But I was gonna be in Atlanta anyway, and like coincidentally, they booked the Peach Bowl, which is huge. So
who are they playing?
Ohio State.
Oh,
First
right.
time like I've ever seen them play Ohio State. So
First time in their history?
I don't know if it's in history. Maybe they played in like the 50s or 60s, but the first time in a very long time. First time in my lifetime.
Who's the favorite?
Georgia. Come on.
Big?
Like 7.5 points.
Are they favorite to win the whole damn thing?
Oh, for sure. Undefeated. Number 1 team in the country.
Where in LA is the national championship? Don't tell me SoFi again.
SoFi.
Enough of SoFi. Everything's happening in SoFi. Jesus Christ.
It's a great stadium.
WrestleMania, SoFi, Super Bowl, SoFi.
Yeah, they're trying to milk it.
It's a great stadium.
Chargers beat Dolphins, SoFi, no big deal. I guess. All right, they're milking it. Strickland Cannoneer, close one. Neil Rachmanov, is that happening?
No. That's not until January.
Why is that on
Should
this?
be the main event. You're looking at best fight odds.
Yeah, why is it on this thing?
They are notorious for making mistakes with that,
Why
or
do they
they
do
just
this?
don't update it.
Tarukian against Ismagulov.
That's the fight of the card this weekend.
I'm just trying to find the easy one. I can't find an easy one.
There is no
Amir Abazi, minus 435.
You're going to the biggest favorite on the card.
just pick the biggest.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the biggest favorite. Jake Matthews, minus 245. Manel Cape, minus 240. Sergey Morozov, 245.
Isn't Manel Cape? Wasn't he I feel like he's been a parlay pal buster before.
Okay.
Has
Staying
he?
away from him.
I like Manel.
Would love to get a little action on Pujanowski. Maybe that could be my pick.
That's tough.
Yeah, it wouldn't. We almost had that's tough. I ruined it.
It's tough.
And by the way, welcome back to Killishaw. I see him all over the Twitter feed.
Shout out to him.
And is he in the YouTube chat as well?
I think he unfollowed me.
Wow. Oh, there he is in the YouTube chat. He's going to watch it with New York Rick, you said, the Bellator Rise.
He refollowed me. I'll follow him because of that.
I was about to say, I'm thinking of heading to Japan. GC, this is your formal invitation. You want to go to Japan?
Oh, wow. That's Horizon?
Yeah, break your plans and
I'm down.
Go to Japan?
Yeah, I'm down. Let's do it.
Right.
Road trip?
Yeah, road trip to Japan.
We'll hop in the car and drive to Japan.
That would be incredible. Are you really thinking about going?
No.
Oh, okay. Wow.
I'm actually considering
going to Japan.
Very preemptive.
Okay.
Colorado one's debut.
Oh, that'd be cool.
That's a weird one. I mean, I guess it'd be cool. DJ's going to be on it.
Yeah, what? That's going to be awesome.
I have connections in Colorado that,
What's the arena?
That I don't know.
It's not where the Nuggets play, right?
No. It's not the basketball.
But is it in Denver? Or is it like some random place?
I think it is in Denver, but it's like the equivalent of the Hulu Theater of Denver.
All right, so the next one is maybe they go. I'd heard some. I don't even want to put it out because someone's going to put a tweet. I'll tell you off air.
Yeah, cool.
All right, I think we're good. Yeah. Oh wait, one more thing about. No, I'm just joking. I'm joking. All right, thank you guys. Great show, Frank. Very quiet today. Why? Everything okay?
Everything's great.
Just felt like you were quiet, and I just like the guys. They all texted me like, congrats on the award. Didn't get anything from you. How come?
It's a damn lie, and you know it. I even sent it to Joe, and I was like, I'm very proud.
Oh, wow.
We had a moment. Yeah.
You and Joe had a moment about me.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a moment.
Wow. That makes me feel good. People
Yes,
are
you
having
should.
moments
Exactly.
on my behalf. Did you like the tux?
Loved it.
Oversized bow tie?
Couldn't have done it without it.
Clip on or legit?
I know you tied it.
Yeah, thanks. Appreciate it, Frank.
Well, we didn't talk about the conspiracy that we didn't get to see the speech.
Oh, yeah,
The
that's right.
The ESPN Plus feed was down until like just right when you got off stage is when the ESPN
And
Plus
ESPN
feed
wins the
snapped
next
in.
award.
Yeah. 25 minutes it was down, and then as soon as you're done,
Did it ever
snaps in.
come on and then drop off, or did it just not start?
Just never started. It just said technical difficulties for like 20 to 25 minutes. A lot of people were giving up on the show, period, saying that they weren't going to watch it because of how long. And then like, I'm talking, I see a tweet that you win, maybe a minute or two goes by, and then bang, it's off.
So I too, I will admit, believed the conspiracy. Then I went and asked them if there was anything to it. They all said adamantly no. Then after the replay had the whole show up. And so do we believe that maybe it was just a technical issue, or maybe they didn't feel comfortable putting Helwani on live air?
That's
so
why they have a delay.
I think they needed to hear what you were going to say.
You think so? But then other people lost out. Like Juliana Pena got an award before me, all that stuff.
That's just the price they had to
Powerful
pay.
man in this industry, Ariel.
You were so powerful that the stream couldn't.
And by the way, I think we had this discussion. Did we have this discussion on air or was it off air? If I should make a joke.
Yeah, that was off air. That was off.
Okay. I made the joke. Not bad for a content creator.
Yeah, I was thinking it was going to be post speech rather than the
middle of the
Kickstarter.
speech.
No, I thought it's like a good not bad for a content. And then you get into it. No, you didn't think.
I thought you were going to be emotional, get the people on your side. They're like, man, we love this guy.
And then end.
And then you end and you're like, not bad for a content creator. And then everyone goes, standing ovation. Everybody goes crazy.
I'm out of here.
Yeah, Nib High football rules. In the crowd, it didn't feel like it hit. But I think online it hit afterwards.
Well, online, if people had to see it first because nobody was able to watch it after.
No, like once I posted the clip, people liked it.
Yeah,
but in the crowd, I think it went over a lot of heads.
Hey, everyone was getting their free piss on and all that.
I think you could say something similar about Paddy. Trying to lead with that in the cage. And then
maybe you guys have a lot more in common than you think.
Falling flat.
Wow. Wait, which joke fell flat? I have to say, I mean, is it possible? Is this an actual discussion? Did my joke fall as flat as his? It was a real knee slapper, his, I thought.
I don't know. I didn't see it. The ESPN Plus feed was down.
If a tree...
I need to go back and watch the tapes. Casey telling me to go to Ryzen. It is the best MMA experience I've ever had.
Oh, yeah.
MMA. Unfortunately, I will not be able to make it to Japan, but I do love the recommendation.
Wow, I invite him and 0 for 2 now.
Well, Rick, there's always me.
Oh, that'd be something.
If someone wants to buy me a flight to Japan for Christmas, I'm there.
Jump on a boat.
Road trip.
Get there now.
But I have to say, it was, I saw a lot of our old friends there for the first time in a while. Bam Bam Tuivasa there. Looked like he was having a good night. Brendan Loughnane was there, to put it mildly. Brendan Loughnane was there. Izzy and Hooker just showing up from the side. Like, I didn't even know they were there. Saw Michael Chandler from afar. Met the great Leah McCourt. She was lovely. Saw Laura Sanko there. Who else? There were a bunch of old faces. Kirik from the UG got a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Yeah,
saw Chael P. The last time I saw Chael in person was March 11th, 2020.
What about
when he told me he would drink COVID if it was in a cup next to him? What was that?
DC?
Didn't see DC. Nowhere to be found. Could you believe it?
I mean, I think the friend hierarchy is very clear here.
Saw Saif Saud, Jeff Neal, Kennedy and Zechuku. Yeah, there were a lot of names. It was fun. I enjoyed it. Shout out to the good people at the Fighters Only Award. They do a great thing, and I decided, you know what? I think I'm going to do this more often. It's nice to let your hair down. You know what I mean?
What is this? Make more appearances? Just
leave my house? No.
Yeah, leave your house. Be a man of the people.
Just be a man of the people. And, if you're nominated for something, you should go. And then a shout out to my friend JP over at Catch at the Aria. He gave me a nice little toast afterwards. It was very nice of him. Showed up with the tux at the restaurant. How about that?
That's the way to do it.
Real baller move. Never felt cooler in my life. All right. I think we're done. I think we're good. Frank, you can hit my music. Yeah. A fun day. What a weekend. What a few days. What a few days as we approach the end of 2022. Just, 3 more shows left this year. This year has flown by. Gosh, I remember our last show of the year last year. That was the one with Katie Taylor. And then the next day I went to Tampa for Woodley Paul 2. That legit feels like 6 months ago. We've been back for a year and a half. The amount of time left in like the 3 years is the amount of time that has already happened. Is that not crazy?
Insane
in the membrane. Time is flying, but we have a lot to be thankful for, a lot to be excited about, and I'm looking forward to 2023. For now, though, we shall say goodbye to everyone who has been tuning in. Great turnout today. Thank you very much to all of you. Thanks to everyone who continues to watch, download, rate, subscribe, review. All those things are very important, so we appreciate you very much. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Appreciate you all very much. Again, thanks for all the support this past week. Appreciate you very much. And we'll be back on Wednesday on the nose. Who knows what we'll have to talk about this coming Wednesday. Hopefully it's all very fun, all very well and good. Thank you very much to all our guests today. Ilia Topuria, Jamahal Hill, Raul Rosas, Chris Curtis, and there's one more. Who am I forgetting? Dricus Du Plessis, back on Wednesday, same time, place. Peace. I'm out of here.